Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Track Stars Touring Cars. It's round 9 here at the Endurance Series, and we're back on the Sunday for the Bathurst 1000. That's 1,000 kilometers at the legendary circuit in Bathurst. And a beautiful, beautiful time we're going to have today. Long race ahead of us, of course, split up into 4 different stints. It'll be a 20-lap stint, a 40-lap stint, a 41-lap stint, and a 60-lap stint. Drivers are just getting themselves lined up on grid, and we'll go through those drivers and teams in a few moments' time. Yesterday, of course, we had our top 10 shootout, and on Friday, the qualifying session for all the teams to see who got into that top 10 shootout. One team, unfortunately, could not make it to the top 10 shootout. That was car 44, Kiwi Pit Lane. Means that they do start from 10th position. It was Guy Barbara's team right at the top. Who took out an incredible time, a second faster than anyone else on the grid. And what a lap that was. Bagged himself, of course, P1 in this race. So that's It's FR Racing. Team car number 1 and 95 take out P1 and P2. A really good effort by them. Locked out the front row of the grid. Of course, the number 1 car, Ridwan Hamza and Guy Barbara. They're going to be a bit of a formidable team. I think the rest of the grid's going to be really hoping that they have some sort of incident throughout the 1,000 kilometers that are ahead of us, because based on speed alone, those two are going to be absolutely flying. And of course, the number 95 car, Chris Lashbrook, who we'll talk about very soon, and Jarman Dalitz, a couple of names you should all be very familiar with here at the Track Stars Racing Series. They are going to be lining up in P2 in the number 95 car. So it's going to be a great start. We'll go through the rest of the grid very soon. For now, we're going to talk a little bit about Bathurst, and I think, actually, it's probably time, before we go and talk about Bathurst, I think it's time to talk about one of our co-commentators and introduce myself as well. My name is George Cook, and I'll be here doing some of the broadcasting and commentary today. Got a short stint to begin things out, then I'll be back for stints 2 and 4. In the commentary box with me is the legendary Chris Lashbrook. Chris, mate, welcome in. Great to have you here, and you are racing and commentating. Do you want to be any busier?
Mate, I've certainly made myself pretty busy today, but look, it's the biggest event for the year for Track Stars Touring Cars, so had to absolutely put my hand up and help the guys out. But thanks for the intro, mate. Legendary. Don't know about the legendary part. I'll take that on board though, mate, because we've got a front row start for our 2 It's FR racing cars. But yes, it's going to be a massive day on track here today. Probably the biggest event of the year, and the competitiveness from up and bottom all the way down through the field is tremendous. The gaps in qualifying, let alone the top 10 shootout, which is so marginal. We're talking under 10th. So when it comes to race trim, I'm very intrigued to see what everyone's going to bring, because as we know what Bathurst is like, it's holding your breath all the way over the top. You get to Conrod and you're finally like, okay, I can breathe now. I can be conscious of myself. So it's going to be very enduring, very challenging, emotionally and mentally, to be able to keep focused throughout the stints, because there's going to be a lot of tyre saving and also fuel saving. I think fuel is going to be the biggest factor for today's long race. So I guess we're just going to have to see what happens, because all the form guide is completely out the window, because we have some tremendous co-drivers in this field, like you were mentioning, Guy Barber last night with a second quicker over the rest of the field. That is absolutely top-notch speed, and paired with the current driver leading the championship, which is Ridwan Hamza. So it's going to be a very challenging race for all involved. But yeah, the biggest event of the year, mate. Got to get in the com box, got to get in the car, got to do everything, got to lap it up, because yeah, it doesn't get any better than this.
Too right, couldn't agree more. And of course, Bathurst, what a legendary place to have such a legendary race. 6.2 kilometers, 23 corners. Longest straight is actually 1.7 kilometers. That's the Conrod Straight, Mountain Straight. Course is 1.1 kilometers. There's going to be 4 races today, as I mentioned before, 20 laps, 40 laps, 41, and 60, with a total race distance of 1,000.293 kilometers. 2023 winner, of course, was Hamza and Andrew Lee, 2 names that we recognize very much. So it's something about Ridwan Hamza. He likes to team up with these SS drivers. He does seem to manage to attract them, which is excellent. But what a place to come racing. I mean, it's such an intense lap. For those of you who are supercars fans, Intercontinental GT fans, or even TCR World Tour fans, because all of those have come here, even the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix, the Bathurst 24-hour, which didn't continue past 2003, unfortunately, the Bathurst 100, the Australian Drivers' Championship, the Australian Tourist Trophy. Mayor Griffin, thank you very much for creating the quote-unquote scenic drive. And then this is after he got told the council did not want to build a race course. So he said, right, we'll build this nice scenic drive. And then, of course, it naturally became a racetrack. So absolutely top work by Mayor Griffin back 86 years ago when the track opened, FIA Grade 3 as well. So it's not actually really up there in terms of the Formula 1 grade. And I think a lot of that comes down to the bumps, the camber, some of the corners, the surface. It is a public road as well, so it's hard to keep the tarmac in such a condition that'll be, good enough for an FIA Grade 2 or Grade 1 track, which are usually get dedicated circuits out there as well. But I think that really adds to the fun of this track and the challenge of this track. You've got to know every single little bump as you come to the exit or go through the entry or through an apex. Every single bit of tarmac becomes important, especially in these GT2 cars, which do seem to have a bit of a habit of bottoming out. Depending on the tune that you're running, low wing, you're going to have, lacking a bit of aerodynamics, maybe even lacking a bit of mechanical grip in the tires, depending on how long you've been driving on them for. So every single little corner makes up the full lap. And you did say before, Chris, you can relax. You can relax when you get to the Comrade Straight. But then immediately you're into the chase. Immediately it's Murray's Bend. Immediately it's Hell Corner. And you've got these moments of panic interspaced with this relaxation. And then suddenly you're up the hill and it's all go.
Oh, absolutely. It's so challenging. I think at face value, it just seems like any other track. But with these cars, with the aero balance and the camber of the road, so obviously you're not only going up the hill and down the hill, but Griffin's Bend, for example, Forest Elbow is another one. The camber of the road really dictates how the car behaves, not only on the throttle, but under braking as well. It's so easy to throw the cars through the chase. And as you hit the Forest Elbow braking area, you're hard on the brakes and the car can just slide and go left and go right. And that's all to do with the undulation and the camber of the road. I think the camber of the road is highly, such an important factor when driving these cars because, the racing line, the black line is so narrow. As soon as you get off camber, let alone, into the weeds or into the rubber or off to the side of the track, you're in no man's land. It's surprising how there's only one line throughout a lot of the track. So that's where the concentration is going to really come in. Obviously, everyone's worked very hard with their aerodynamic balance of the cars. For the championship, the tuning is restricted to not only brake balance, but as well as downforce. So that's going to play a massive factor with the balance of the car, especially trying to be consistent because you throw corners in like the dipper, you throw corners in like exiting the cutting. Very, very hard to get consistent. And I think the whole grid is going to be challenging with that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw any incidents, people getting damaged and that sort of thing, because it's going to be a very long slog. And as we did mention, Guy Brabra rip a lap, but it's going to be the fastest to the end. And that's how this race is going to play out. So it's going to be fascinating to see how everyone tackles it, because at the end of the day, I think Chas Mossad spoke about his 2014 incident at the chase from a few years ago. He said, you have to respect this place. So easy to get into flow state and drive it as you know it and get comfortable. But you also have to respect those concrete walls. You have to respect the undulation of the road, the camber of the road. So, it's all business as usual. And everyone has had many laps around this track already leading up to today's race. But you have to respect it. Otherwise, it's going to eat you alive.
That's right. Yeah, it will bite you as soon as it can. It's basically a Porsche. Anyway, I'm not gonna dive too deep into that one. Let's go through our grid because everyone is lined up on the grid. And once the race director in Nick Pautasso has given the green light, the guys will get going on their out lap, and then they'll come around the corner of Murray's Bend, and they'll get this race started 20 laps ahead of us, of course, for this first part. And initially, of course, we have to talk about Guy Barbara and Ridwan Harms, not that we haven't already, but the number one car lining up in P1. And what a great looking livery this is. By the way, I do want to comment on that. Trackstars has just the most brilliant grid of liveries. I think even chat at the moment is mentioning that as well. And of course the number 95 car, so Jarman Dalit's going to be taking stint 1. I'll tell you what, front grid lockout here, it's FR Racing. You're involved with them. What's the expectation here today? The team orders, you guys going to be fighting out there on track? You've got P1, P2 all locked up, but behind you got CP Motorsports and then Mash Spuds. No small challenge on the second row of the grid just behind you guys.
Yeah, if I take my commentator's hat on or put on my ITSFR hat on, I can definitely say I think it's more about the team's championship today. Jarman and myself, we aren't full-time runners in the main series this season, so I think for us in that second ITSFR car, it's just making sure that we can bring home a really strong result. Just being mindful of the team's championship. Obviously, we'd like to get a good result today. Anything can happen, but I think the biggest thing today is for us just for teams, whereas Ridwan definitely has a championship to think about. He did get a DNF in the opening round, so he's lost his drop round from the opening go to start the season. So for us, it'll just be the team's championship. If Ridwan has a win on the platter and we are somehow, I don't even know if we even will, in there in the mix, yeah, I think common sense will prevail with that one, especially with such fast guys here on the second row.
Absolutely right. Yeah, and of course, third place finish qualifier here is the number 32 car, Mash Spuds Racing, Nick Pautasso and Isaac Fogarty. It'll be Isaac Fogarty in the car for first stint, then CP Motorsports. Captain Muffin in the car here in the number 232. They have been looking very, very fast and actually very, very popular in the chat as well. Aidan Holton and Josh Green. I think there's a lot of expectations for these guys for CP Motorsports. Great looking car as always. Really, really bright. Bez Media sponsored, of course, as well. And yeah, they've got a lot of expectations, especially starting in P4. They'll be early lookers to get up, maybe ahead of one of the ITS-FR racing cars. Certainly, they'll be looking around the inside line into Murray's to get a little bit of advantage over the P3 runners in Mash Spuds Racing. I think that'll be a key thing for them to do. If they can get P3 just as they head into Griffin's Bend, boy oh boy, they've really set themselves up for a good position, because through and over the hill, that's single file as we well know. Then of course P5 over here, which I'm just struggling to figure out who that is. I think it's one of the WTC cars.
MCM car, so that's the Mitch Currier motorsport car with Ian Ward. And I'm pretty sure he had a late change for a co-driver in his car. I'm just trying to find the entry list here. But yes, Ian Ward in the number 5 MCM car has been very speedy all season long. Ward, he'll be sure to try to get a really strong result for today's race. He had a podium last season in Kyoto 500 Enduro as well. So he's no stranger to getting a little bit of success in these endurance races. And we'll be sure to see him up the pointy end there. Follow, we have Aidan Joy in the number 15 WRT Nissan GTR. The very famous, the very well-loved community members of Les Sandwith and Joy sharing this car for this afternoon's race. I'm sure those guys will have a great time out on track today. And who knows, Les has been very quick in qualifying trim, we have already seen. So a bit of bad luck for him yesterday in the top 10 shootout, but I wouldn't really count these guys out for a top 5 or maybe even better result.
You're right. All right, well, we are about to get going, so we'll continue our run through the grid shortly, lining up P7 and P8, of course the WTCR cars, the 787 and the 117, and that's of course G Smith and then Wade Von Duve. Here we go, lights are going out right now. Guy Barbara will lead us away. False grid starts will be penalised. 5 lights are on and the lights are out, and we have started. Oh, and Mash Spuds Racing has gone backwards at the start of this race. It is Isaac Fogarty. He's done a bit of a bad there. CB Motorsports getting involved in the 95 car early on through through Hell Corner. So a lot of action early on. They're 3 wide in the background, but Guy Barbara gets a brilliant start off the line, as does Captain Muffin. So CB Motorsports got not 1 but 2 places because Mash Spuds Racing went backwards at the beginning of this race. A little look down the inside for the number 7, but there's nothing to be had there. So we head up the hill for the first time. Wow, what a chaotic start, Chris. That's absolutely nuts.
Oh my gosh, poor Isaac Fogarty there. Ended up going the wrong way off the start line. Now, I'm not entirely sure if he was in reverse or just in second gear or something like that, but the lights went green and everyone else moved but Isaac, so we'll have to chase it up later on as we get going. But wow, already a lot of movement in the field. We can see Race Pig and Ian Ward in the MCM car already up into 3rd position, Ed Holden into 2nd, and Jarman Dalitz in the other FR cars dropped to 4th. So we haven't even finished the first lap, and already much movement, and I wouldn't be surprised considering Isaac's poor start off the line there. There could be some people travelling with damage at the moment, George.
Yeah, the 2 right. 787 car, I think, probably does have a little bit of damage there right in the way as the MSR caused a big pile-up. I'm not quite sure what car right behind them was, but I think that was the 117. So Wade Von Duve, R. Jacobs and Jimmy Lee probably nursing a little bit of damage in their TCR car at the moment. Not quite sure where they are on the grid. Matt Dernedy in P6 for CP Motorsports has made a little bit of progress as well. And then there's Isaac Fogarty all the way back there in P7 right now. So not an ideal start for a lot out there, but 3 wide, also up the mountain straight. Got to be very, very brave to do that. And Crikey, that is certainly some major drama at the beginning of a very, very long race. And I guess the thing is, it is a very, very long race. So there is a lot of time to make up for any mistakes that have been had. That said, you don't want the likes of Guy Barbara to be running away with things, and actually Captain Muffin is putting a lot of pressure on him early on, and actually side by side. So Guy Barbara under a lot of pressure. He has managed to nab the inside line, but he can't do anything. Overspeed is too much. And the GTR GT500 of CP Motorsports has gone on past and taken the lead of this race.
Oh, that is a very big move there by Aiden Holt to take the lead in this opening stint. But we need to keep something in mind here, George. See, the fuel economy in these cars is going to be very tricky. So these cars start default with 75 litres on board, and from all the running that everyone's been doing so far, pushing flat out with 75 litres on board will get you about 16 to 17 laps. So Holton taking the lead here, but who knows, maybe Guy Barbara's got a little bit more up his sleeve in terms of fuel economy, because ideally and realistically for a 20-lap stint, when the fuel tank's only getting you 16 to 17 laps pushing hard, you've got about 3 or so laps to save with fuel. So Muffin taking the lead here early. Barbara might maybe just use his toe to save a bit of fuel, but you want to avoid transiting pit lane at all costs, because for such a short stint, it is 20 laps, it'll cost you a lot of time just only putting in a few litres on board to get you home. So meanwhile, everyone's sprinting and pushing hard right now. I think it's important for everyone to get into a rhythm and just keep an eye on that fuel meter. You really want to avoid coming into the pits for fuel.
That's right. The big winner today, of course, the number 7 up to P3 already from P5 start. And Igan Fogarty in P4 now, ahead of Matt Dernedy, ahead of the 95 car in P6 as it stands right now. And we get the pleasure, of course, of bringing in the admin behind the scenes of things, hosting the lobby, and we'll be racing for Matchbuds Racing. It is Nick Pautasso. Nick, welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, George. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, what an eventful start that was there, but we've definitely got a change up in the lead at the moment there. We've got Aiden Holton that's now leading Guy Barbara ahead of Ian Ward for MC Motorsport. I will get onto the fact of a couple of incidents that we saw there at the beginning of the race there. We do have a couple of drivers that are nursing some damage at the moment. So the car 32, that is my entry of myself and Isaac Fogarty, he's actually got rear bumper damage. So that little cluster at the back there has given the 32 a bit of rear bumper damage, as well as the 44 of the Justin Ladaway and Ben Keaty 44 Kiwi pit lane. They've got front splitter, front right suspension and rear bumper damage, as well as the 56 of the Kiwi pit lane. So 2 Kiwi pit lanes with some damage already early on, with front splitter damage for the 56. And we also did see Mr. Jarman Dallas in the 95 It's Racing FR Nissan also come in with damage as well. So a couple of drivers that are nursing that have a bit of a nursing wounds on their cars at the moment, but it is still a long race to go. It's all about the fuel. It's all about saving your tires, doing what you can to, especially as we see a car in the background there, that is Smithy down the back there, getting it all loose at the exit of Skyline going in towards the dipper. We've seen definitely a few drivers do that in the qualifying and the top 10 shootout previously, but just letting you know as well, we do have our first early retirement, and that is Adam Joy and Les Stanwith in the number 15. They've come into the garage, and there's been an unfortunate an unfortunate mishap that's happened in the number 15. They've just actually pulled the car into the garage, and they'll be ready to go for stint 2.
Wow.
Oh, that is such a shame.
Yeah.
That is such a shame for the number 15 there. I'm sure those guys were really looking forward to the big day ahead. Not entirely sure what's going on with their car, but yeah, I'm sure they'll be rolling out the stint 2 and to try and get it back onto try and get some laps back at least, but still not over for those guys. But as we're saying this, I've just noticed a fair amount of cars, as Nick was saying, were coming into pit lane to repair damage. So meanwhile, they've repaired their cars. Won't be surprised if they're topped up on fuel as well. So we have a bunch of guys here at the front of the field, probably just trying to conserve those 3 or so laps of fuel to no stop the entire stint. But the guys at the back end know they've lost a fair bit of track position. Most likely have full reign to just send it all the way to the end. So much movement and so many instances already in the opening stint here. It's already diced up so much. We still have 900 or so kilometers left of racing to do, guys.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of racing to be had at the moment, and it's still very close at the moment. And it's a very interesting strategy here, Chris. It's 20 laps around this circuit. At the most you're going to get out of a fuel tank with a full push is around about 17 laps. So what would the drivers be doing at the moment? You've got Aidan Holton leading Guy Barbara in second place with Ian Ward right behind. We do know what Ian Ward's capabilities are when it comes to racing. So what we'll be looking at a few drivers, you know, looking for that alternative option, going for the no stop. Well, we see a couple of drivers that come into the pit lane and go for that one stop. And as I do say that, we do have Guy Barbara lining up Aidan Holton on Conrod Straight for the 4th time running here in this first stint. He's gone purple in that first sector, but he's about to pull out. He's going to go towards the inside line, trying to get that car number 1 to regain the lead as he did on the opening lap. They're going to go side by side on the Exeter Chase there. Plenty of racing room amongst each other, and around the outside goes Guy Barbara on Aidan Holton. A solid move there by the number 1. Retakes the lead at the end of lap 4, about to commence lap 5. Solid move there by the FR driver, with Aidan Holton tucking in right behind for P2. But going back on my point there, I'm just wondering what drivers might be thinking about when it comes to the 20-lap stint. Will they stick it out for the no stop? Will they come in and just do that safety precaution of a splash and dash? We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, we were just mentioning that before, Nick, the difference between pushing and conserving here, and trying to, you would really assume that all drivers would be trying to avoid the pit lane at all costs. But as I was saying before, the guys that come in for damage maybe put on a little bit of fuel. So we'll have to see if there is a big enough disparity here. As we see Ben Keats in the 44 entry here for KPL Sim Racing jumping in the pit lane, putting on some tyres and some fuel as well. Just a quick little note here about this combination here, Nick. Ben Keats drives the car with his chin. So he uses the PS5 controller and controls the car with his chin. So a massive, yes, very, very skillful is Ben. Very strong character as well, very loved member, and immense talent to be able to control the joystick to steer the car with his chin. That is, and I've seen clips of him do it, and it is unbelievable. So it's awesome to see him out on the grid for this race. Only been in Truck Stars for a few rounds now, so it's awesome that he's sharing the car with his good friend Justin Ladaway in the KPL car. So he's coming in for fuel and tyres. We'll have to see what he can do. But back to your original point with tyres and more so fuel, Nick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Guy Barbara and Holton here might be just working with each other almost at this point, just trying to save the fuel as much as they can. They've switched positions a couple of times now, and I've really gapped the field already early on. So I guess we'll see if everyone's got enough fuel to get to the end, because you really have to be patient with the fuel. So it's a fair bit of saving to get 3 or so laps under your rear wing there to send it home. So we'll have to see what these guys can do. But Ward isn't too far away, so maybe Ward has something to show for the top guys as well. But already we've seen people transfer pit lane, incidents.
Isaac in the pit lane. Isaac's just coming to the pit lane at the moment. He's about to fix up that rear bumper damage there. So couldn't hold out any longer. Looks like he was getting compromised with the straight line speed and the lack of turn in from that rear bumper damage. Like I said, there's still a couple of other drivers that are still nursing wounds there. But we also do see the likes of Vert Wheeler, who is Jaden Natoli, in P8 for the 56 Kiwi Pit Lane Motorsport, Kiwi Pit Lane entry. He's still carrying that that front bumper damage, so he looks like he's going to be sticking it out so far as we're on lap 6 of 20. But looking down the rest of the grid there, it looks all kind of clean at the moment. There's not really too many moves being made so far, but I'm not so sure if you guys had mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, but if we're going to talk about, we do have to talk about the wildcard entry. Car number 84 in position 7, Pertz 91, also known as Ben Purton, and his good mate, Liam Hedges. These two have worked incredibly hard over the past year and a half, nearly 2 years since they've made their return to Track Stars Racing Series. They started out in the Formula 3 Championship in 2023. They worked their way up towards the front into Formula 2, TS2 last year, Formula 2 this year, and these guys are holding such accolades in their short return to Track Stars Racing Series, already snatching up the Formula 3 Championship with Ben Purton at the wheel and his good mate in Liam Hedges sealing up 3rd place. They've also wrapped up the Formula 2 Championship, Teams Championship, which made its debut outing for the team's title. So PH were the inaugural Formula 2 champions, and these guys have been putting on some solid efforts and some solid performances throughout the whole for TS2 Touring Cars Championship this year and last year as well. And unfortunately, as we go down to the back of the grid here, it is Bazza. So
Ooh.
Ben Keats looks like he's collected the wall there. Looks like he's gone for a bit of a spin. No damage on the car, unfortunately. So he looks like he's done a Warren Luff there, and no damage. No damage on his no damage on his Lexus. So good news for him. But it's a long way back from Nick Scutt in Nightwalker 964. But yeah, going back to the wildcard entry, yeah, these guys have only come back to racing in the last couple of years, and have already made their mark by getting this car on the grid. That came about on Tuesday morning, the week of the Bathurst 1000. They've been working very hard, trying to impress their wives, trying to impress their family members, to say like, hey, we have an opportunity to race in a virtual Bathurst 1000. We want to have a go. And guess what? They got the green light from their partners. So I mean, if there's an incentive to race and the missus lets you have a go, then absolutely. So good on them. And yeah, and it's a fantastic livery as well. I love the replica of the Super Cheap Auto colours on that wildcard entry, very fitting as well. So it's a very good testament to what hard work can do, and especially for Purton and Hedges, these guys will be looking for a good outing. And so far, P7 in this opening stint is a great start for that entry.
Oh yeah, absolutely not wrong. I love the Warren Luff reference there earlier, Nick, and also the wildcard livery for the PH guys, the Super Cheap Auto similarities there, which were. Yeah, that car was also a wild card in the Bathurst 1000 recently. As we're watching here, the WTC car making a move on Lamb. Just can't get the move done. But as I'm watching this battle, I just can't get over the fact how many movers and shakers we've already seen in this field, and the amount of incidents and the amount of people that transit pit lane as well. Like P6 is already, 20 or so seconds behind Lamb. And as it go on the inside here, approaching turn 1 and gets the move done there. Yeah, so these guys are battling hard, but as you were saying, Nick, having to be very, very mindful of the fuel economy. If you battle too hard, you might see yourself limping towards the end. But so many movers and shakers already, because how we do calculate the results to get our final race winners is we calculate all the stints and all the race times, each stint to stint, and it's put together to come with the final race time, and that's how we deem our winners. So it's already really, really spicing up. And some of these liveries, as you were saying before, especially this one right here, Nick, this is probably my favorite. This car here, the KPL car, mixed in with a few Hoon Core colors as well. As we're already seeing moves again through Griffin's Bend here. These guys fighting out for 6th, 7th, and 8th already early on in this stint. But yeah, this KPL car, a brilliant, brilliant color scheme and beautifully presented. Shout out to those KPL guys putting on such good-looking cars. If you're going fast and you've got a good-looking car, I mean, you're ticking all the boxes. So big shout out to those guys.
Yeah, too true. And obviously those color schemes are represented for the Hoon Corp Esports, which does have Lewis Atkinson at the helm of the 56, as he's been racing a few moments there. We see the 95 go spinning at the top of the hill. Like McPhillamy, that is very easy to do. Just caught the curb there. A lot of aero wash on the 95, and he goes spinning around, and that is going to be curtains for this stint here. He's got a lot of work to do. He's coming to the back. It's sitting back in P11. He's got 6.5 ahead of Nick Scott, but he's also starting to collect the wall a little bit overdriving the WRT Nissan, but that is a costly mistake for the 95. That did start on P2 on the front row next to his teammate in Guy Barbara, but that is front splitter, front left and rear bumper damage. That is a huge crash for Jarman Dalitz in the 95, bringing back the 95 for the first time in the main series in 2024. But very unfortunate there. We'll definitely need to transit through the pit lane to get that car fixed up. As we go back towards the front, it is Barbara, it is Holton, it is Ward, your top three. There's still no movements at the top there. 4.4 separating the gap between the top three. So Ward, you can say, is still in theory of a chance to put some pressure on these guys up ahead. So 53.1 as his personal best there, with the fastest lap going to Barbara with a 52.3 rather. So I'm wondering what these pace is like amongst the rest of the field. I wonder what they're trying to do here. I wonder they're trying to bit of fuel saving, maybe just think about going, you know what, let's not fuel save, let's go for it. Because they've got themselves a huge gap over Matt Donetti in P4 as well. So if you look down to where Ward is in P3 and then Donetti in P4 is 12.1 seconds that they've got a gap over him. So I'm not so sure of their fuel saving, but they've got the pace so far, and it's showing in the early stages.
I'm sure if you've got the ability to go fast already with a little bit of fuel saving, you'll probably go fast regardless a little bit here. So, yeah, the top three putting on an absolute clinic early on in this opening stint here for the Bathurst 1000. And you'd absolutely have to assume they'd be saving fuel, right? Because they would lose so much time coming through the pits. So I'm not, we'll have to see what else transpires there at the front. But yeah, first, second, and third just really showing the rest of the field how it's done already. And Twitchy, like you were mentioning, a 52.3 already. I'm pretty sure that's not a fuel economic lap there, Nick. I'm sure you know yourself cutting up these laps here already throughout the week as well. So hopefully we don't see any fuel issues where people having to throw it into fuel map 6 or even a quarter shift just to make it home. So, but at least these guys that have transited pit lane, we've already seen a fair amount of drivers already coming with damage. Yeah, probably a good chance they've topped up with fuel. So those guys won't be compromised when it comes to fuel. They'll just have full range, just go full sprint, full send, and not have to really worry too much. And because of that, and this is a really good example of how this endurance event works, Nick. We've seen some guys with blistering pace, but Pertz already up into 8th position, started last on the grid, a wildcard entry, driving with such a talented and deep field with a lot of experience guys, a lot of fast guys. And these guys up into P8 really showing how these events work and how to really get yourself up through the order. It's not about how fast you are over one lap and everything like that. It's pretty much just fast to the end. And these guys already up in the P8.
Yeah, I love the slogan that they've got on the car, "Make it PH." So they're definitely they're definitely showing their cars there, and they're making it their own. They want to make this Bathurst 1000 memorable for them, especially in their short career. As we did see there, we do have Jarman Dallas getting himself into 12th place ahead of Ben Keats in 13. So after all the damage that he's had to repair on that car, put on a fresh set of tyres, he's looking to try and nurse his car with 10.5 laps to go. He's now come behind Jaden Natoli in 11th place. So he's also come into the pit lane as well. So he's actually come in to repair the damage. But what we might try to do now with the powerful hands of telemetry, we might be able to see if we can get some telemetry up on some of our drivers here tonight, because I'm actually really keen to see what the fuel situation is like. I have been looking on the exteriors on the secondary camera, but I'm very keen to see what we've got here. So here we have Guy Barbara in the number 1, it's FR Racing. He's gone around about 40% of fuel left, with a starting leader of 75% litres on the car as the starting minimum weight for these cars. And then we have Aidan Holton, very similar numbers there. So you can see those guys are very similar. They're still, that gap is still roughly the same, around about that 2.5 to 3 second gap between these guys. Looks like Ian Ward has used a little bit more fuel compared to the front too, so he might be on fumes at the end of it. But we do know Ward is quite a hard competitor, and he wants to push to be able to close up to the guys in front. Danetti looks like he's very close on the fuel numbers, that is matching both Guy Barbara and Aidan Holton in 4th place. So he looks to be in a very comfortable position at the moment. Then we have George Smith in P5, the 787, partnering alongside Ando Scott in the 787 Lexus RCF. He's actually gone 20, and I believe he is going to struggle to get to the end without making a pit stop. And then we have Lamb, KH Lamb, in the number 5 Mash Buds Racing Lexus RCF. He's gone very similar numbers to what Twitchy and Aidan Holton are running in P1 and P2. So it looks like he might be going for that no-stop strategy as well. So there's a couple of different strategies we're seeing here as well, Chris. Slapper's made, it looks like he's the best one so far. So hasn't made a pit stop. He said he's 53.4 early on, and then all he's done from there is just run conservative, and he's just got under 50 litres of fuel on that Lexus. So he's done a really good job to get that car to the full number, but he's still got a long way back behind HBR in Lamb in P6. Then we have Pertz, roughly around about that 40% mark on the fuel. So he's doing a good job, 56.3 on his last lap. So really strong pace. And then the first of the pit stoppers, Isaac Fogarty, he did come into the pit lane, change tyres and fuel up the car there. So he's ready to go till the end of the race. He can absolutely rev this car as much as he can to try and close up to the wildcard entry in Pertz 91 in Ben Purton. And then we have Nick Scott partnering alongside Gordon Scott in the 964 with just under 50%. So it looks like he's coming to the pit lane as well to top up on some fuel. A little bit of tyre wear on that car, so maybe not so good on the tyre wear for these drivers. And then we have Jaden Natoli, which is about to be demoted to P12 as they go side by side with Jarman Dallas around the outside. He's going to bring Bazza along. They're going to go 3 wide into Murray. Surely not. Wow, that was going to be a close moment there. But unfortunately, and then that goes, it's racing and Jarman Dallas into the gravel trap there. And that is not what he wanted this race to pan out, starting from P2 after a brilliant performance by yourself, Chris, in the top 10 shootout. Drops it all the way down to P13. Very unfortunate there. A stint to forget for the 95. And unfortunately for him, no damage on his car. So thankfully for him, he can just trundle around and just try and bring the car home at the end of 20 laps. But then we look down the rest of the grid. Ben Keats, Jaden and Tolly both running on good fuel numbers, and unfortunately with this racing and Jarman Dallas at the back there on the same fuel numbers as well. So these guys from Isaac down to Jarman, these guys are going to be pushing it. But I do have a few concerns with a couple of drivers there, Chris. Ian Ward and George Smith in the 787. Can they make it to the end? I'm just not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, Ward's really going to have to reel this car in to make it to the end. Like, the numbers don't lie there, Nick. We've seen the fuel tank and a few others as well. He's really going to have to really start conserving. He's got a bit of a buffer over here, just 12 seconds over Denette, but considering the fuel numbers that Ward has and how much he's going to have to pull that car back, he's surely going to have to drop it to the 55s. I think there's no doubt about that. And he's actually only 3 seconds off Holton. Like, he can see Holton through his front mirror, so he's going to want to push. But at the rate of the moment, I really want to rule out Denette for a podium to end this first stint at the moment. So we'll have to see if Ward has, maybe, who knows, so maybe that's his approach and maybe that's how he's attacking it. And maybe he might have a big enough gap over Denette to be able to start reeling in that fuel back. But yeah, the numbers don't lie, Nick, and we'll have to see if Ward is able to hold on to P3. So it's a cat and mouse game, isn't it? It's track position over fuel economy. You know, you can push hard and save later, save early, push harder. Like some drivers will be able to do, like Von Duvet, as you were mentioning before, a fair amount of fuel on board his WTC machine. So he's going to have the ability to be able to push later on in this stint and not really have to blink too much of an eye towards his fuel numbers. So that's a good effort there by Von Duvet to be able to do that. But yeah, I think the big story at the moment for this opening stint, Nick, we all see it, is Ward. Can he hold on to onto P3? Well, there's no doubt, there's no question over his raw pace. We know he's an extremely fast driver considering his results over the last 12 months. But yeah, the fuel, yeah, it's up in the air. I'm not a betting man, I'm not a punting man, but yeah, I'll leave that for the viewers to decide. But yeah, I think I'm really intrigued to see if Ward's going to be able to hold on to it, because if he keeps going the way he is, I don't think he's going to have enough fuel to get to the end, Nick.
No, I don't think so, and I feel like Aidan Holton's is kind of pushing his car a little bit. So now I go on to the secondary cameras, looking at the fuel numbers. Looks like both Guy Barbara and Muffin still running on the same numbers of fuel. But what I have noticed a lot is now Ward is now dropping into the 53. So his fastest was a 53 flat. His last up was a 53.7. So still strong pace there amongst the rest of the field, but he's still marginally under 25% on the fuel numbers, so he's going to be pretty much coughing this car to the finish line. But I think one problem is we do have with the 787 and the big Smithy and George Smith, he is definitely going to have to come into the pit lane to fuel that car up. He's not going to make it. He's running on about 15% on the fuel number, so very unfortunate for the 787 to not get that car to the end unless they run on fuel map 6. There's got himself a good gap between himself and HPR in Lamb, the fast Malaysian in car number 5, but he's going to be running on fumes, and I think that 787 will be seeing that car in the pit lane within the next couple of laps. Very unfortunate, but you never know. Anything can happen. If with a 10-second gap, you can play conservative, but I think looking at those lap times, 53.7, 53.3, 53.3, 53.2, and with his fastest lap at 53.1, he's not saving at all, so he's going full send on his first outing for the Bathurst 1000. And actually, as I do say that, the fuel light has gone on for the 787, so he'll be coming into the pit lane within the next lap or so.
That's a big shame for the 787 machine there, but yeah, pretty good warm up. This is his debut, the Bathurst 1000, so big shout out to the debutant in the 787 car. So we'll have to see if he can recover any more as he comes out of pit lane. But yeah, I think as you were saying with Ward, he does have track position on his benefit, so he might be able to play the gap well enough to be able to make the fuel work until the end. So you can keep an eye on that delta between himself and Donete in the CP Motorsports Nissan as well. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, like he's only going under a tenth, you know, slower than his PB through sector 1. You know, 18 flat through sector 1. Certainly, you know, that's not a that's not a slow first sector at all. I'm pretty sure we are very aware of the numbers.
Definitely not.
Throughout the week, how many laps we have done. So we have seen that per lap in these cars, it's about 5 liters per lap burning. And to get to about 20 liters, you just going to burn just under 4, around the 3.5 to 3.7 a lap. And with the way Ward is going, he's yeah, the fuel economy is a little bit left to be desired, but he does have track position. So I don't know. Do you reckon he can do it, Nick? I mean, we've both done plenty of laps here, but looking at his fuel numbers, do you reckon he'll be able to pull it off at all?
Yeah, it'll be very tight because I think he's now started to drop into that less than 20%, about 15, between 15 and 20% of fuel. He's got 12.9 ahead of Donete. So I go through the fastest lap time. We have Guy Barber setting a 52 flat as the fastest lap on that previous one. Aiden Holton's gone a 53.1. Ian Ward's gone a 53.8. Matt Donete's only gone for a 53.5. And then Smithy, who's really pushing that car, 53.2. So you could say between Guy Barbara and Aiden Holton, that gap looks like it's quite settled at the moment. But it looks like Barbara is starting to back off a little bit. He did have the gap to about 6.3, 6.4, but coming down the hill, it's now gone to about 5.2. So it looks like he's starting to slow up a little bit because he looks like he may have pushed a little bit too much on these last stints with 5 laps to go. Aiden Holton coming into that last lap at 53.3, and then Guy Barber at 54 flat. So he's lost 2 seconds there on that last lap compared to what he did on his fastest lap. Ian Ward now dropping into the 54s. Matt Donete 53.6. So he started to close a little bit, and there we go. There is George Smith, the big Smithy, making his debut in the 787 into the pit lane with 2% of fuel at the end of 15. So a 5-lap dash for the 787 to go full send on that car. It looks like he's got a big enough gap there. It looks like he's got a bit of clear air coming from the back there. He might just pop out ahead of his teammate in Wade Von Duvey in the 117. We'll wait and see as the car gets topped up with fuel. Does he get ahead of his teammate as they're coming out of the pit lane side by side? Looks very close. Looks like Smithy's just got it. 1.4. The gap is closing. And looks like he's holding on to P6 at the moment. So in theory, it's not a bad loss for Smithy, because he only lost 1 position there, Chris. And when you lose a position and how very close this gap is, especially what we saw in qualifying the top 10, that's quite a big sigh of relief for the 787.
Yeah, for sure. And considering the amount of drama and incidents we've already seen throughout the field, he was pretty lucky to not lose too many positions, only losing that position to Lamb in a number 5. And also a big shout out to that number 5 car running in 5th position, ironically, with KH Lamb and Prestdale sharing the MSR Lexus machine. Those guys actually missed a shootout on Friday, just under a tenth behind the car that's running 7th at the moment, the Von Duvey entry. So those guys have made a massive leap up into P5. So great drive by HPR already early in this year. We know HPR is very capable, a fast driver. As we're seeing Pert now fending off Isaac Fogarty. And that looks like a very, very loose Pert's going through
car.
The officer car, was it? Yeah. You're running
Fogarty
your was by any chance.
Oh,
loose that car is, mate. That was an absolute send. But he wants that position back.
He was taking notes from my driving style from the top 10 shootout. But oh my goodness, like I just had a heart and mouth moment there. The car was facing the wall, going down the skyline on the right hand side, but how he managed to gather the car up and still be within slipstream range of Perton, I've got no idea. As he looks to make a move on the wildcard entry, sends it down the inside. Will they give each other room? No, it actually doesn't get the move done. So very nice defensive driving there by Perton, very cautious from Isaac Fogarty. But man, that definitely gave me a heart and mouth moment there between what happens with Fogarty and Perton. But now looks like he's going to round up the wild card in 84, gets the move done up into P8, and that's a nice little recovery drive there for Isaac Fogarty, who was one of the first drivers that came into the pit lane to fix up his damage and get a tank of fuel and some fresh boots on his wagon. But so far, the only pit stopper we have seen that is in that top 8 is George Smith in the 787, who's running up into P6. But yeah, going back to what you said there, it's a man of the match performance for the number 5. I mean, not being biased or anything for my own team, but with HBR at the wheel, you can always trust a guy like HBR. Very good driving style, very good on the fuel numbers. He just runs it very clean, and he just brings the car to where you need to put it. So then when the next driver comes in, all they have to do is maintain it. So he's really happy with the car. He's settling in very nicely, and so far with a 7.5 gap over Smith, he's looking pretty comfy to keep that P5 at the end of this stint.
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. I think this is actually a really good picture to paint as well with the driver abilities, not throughout the main script, but also the co-drives. We can definitely see a lot of different talents and skills and abilities that all these drivers have. Lamb is a very, very capable endurance driver, very consistent endurance driver. So in situations like this where you need to be patient, get 3 extra laps on fuel on your car and be able to just keep the car straight, hand it over to the other driver for them to send it home. You know, Lamb's probably one of the best shouts that we have in the entire server, actually be able to do that sort of job. So yeah, there's a great drive, and I know Xylon Crestale was very, very devastated to miss out on that top 10 shootout by such a small margin. But it is a long day, but regardless of that, and it is easy to say, oh, we still have 900 or 800 kilometers left to go, but all the stints are calculated together. So meanwhile, these guys are in clear air. Meanwhile, these guys are keeping the car straight. Every second, you know, every part of the track where they're losing gaining time, you know, it still plays such a massive role in it. So, but yeah, big kudos to HBR in 5th position. I'm sure we'd be pretty happy with that after the Spa-Francorchamps performance of the number 5 car as well. But as we're saying that, I'll be very curious to check in with Ian Ward in P3 to see how he's tracking and managing that gap to Donate. So that's
he's lost a lot of time now. So he's actually dropped down. So what we reported as 12 seconds between himself and Donate is now 7.8. So that last lap at 57.1. And I am telling you, boys, I'm looking on the second camera. He is really low on fuel. He is struggling. I don't even think he's going to make the next 2 laps. So I think the number 7 is going to come into the pit lane probably at the end of this lap, and I think it has to be the decision that the MC Motorsport boys are going to have to do. No, he actually stays out, so he's going for another lap there. And it's very interesting because the fuel, I don't know when you see the fuel number, Chris, but when it gets that very fine margin of red, that only means 1 lap of fuel, or even less than a lap of fuel. We might be able to get the display up right there. You can see there. So
there you go. I'll be impressed if he makes it to the end of this lap, to be honest, Nick. So it looks like Ward's race is now, his Ward's race isn't Donate now, it's actually now HBR's race now. So he'll
5.3 on Donate. He's actually closed that massively, and he's actually, when I've been looking through the onboards, he's got the best fuel between himself and the top 4. So 4.4 now, so that gap is closing massively. So Donate, he might not get past him at the end of the race. He might get past him probably at the top of the hills. This is going to remind you of the Jamie Wing Cup Chaz Mostert 2014 battle in the Bathurst 1000 about the fuel numbers, and maybe he's just not ignoring the calls from his team boss in Mitch Curry to say, just bring the car into the pit lane, let's just top it up with some fuel. And he's just like saying, no, we're in a very good position. But the gap's dropped down to 3 seconds now, so he's losing time hand over fist. That number and that fuel number is... that fuel drop is going down 2.5 now. The gap is closing rapidly, but you also have to keep in mind in HBR, if Ward does come into the pit lane, will he be behind HBR in Lamb, or will he stay out ahead? Let's just see his shifting points. He's shifting halfway, Chris. He is done. I don't think he's going to make it.
Oh, he'll have to drop this to fuel map 6 and probably try and coast. I think he might just make it and maybe even roll into pit entry here. But yeah, his race is very much now with HBR, so you can say right now Nick's 3rd place for his opening stint has been decided, has been set. So now I have to see what Ward can do if he does come into pit lane, which you would absolutely assume he's going to come into pit lane now.
No, he stays out.
Wow. Oh, we'll have to see. Maybe he just wants track position, Nick, you never know. So maybe he's just going to drop that fuel map down, and he's just going to hope track position does the job. So, yeah,
So
wow,
Danetti's-
we have to stay with this one now, Nick, because if you can pull this
Absolutely.
off, this is almost as good as a race winner, I have to say.
Literally,
That
yeah.
that the talent to be able to pull that off. So, yeah, I don't know. He's really dancing with the devil here, Ward. So, yeah, wow. I
I
don't know what else
wonder.
to say with that. I'm just a fan now, to be honest, watching to see how he's going to be able to pull this off.
I just wondered, like, if I wonder if he's just doing the rough calculations in his head that if he thought 17 seconds would not be enough to actually come into the pit lane, put a splash of fuel, and then come out ahead of HBR. So I commend Ward for doing a strategy like this, but it's going to be tight. He might, like, I think you might be right. He might be rolling it down Conrod Straight, and maybe he's going to have a big enough gap over Lamb in P5, but we'll wait and see. As we go down to the rest of the grid there, we see Ben Purden's now dropped down to P10, conceding that position to Nick Scott and the WRT Nissan GTR. So that's still a top 10 finish in that first stint for their wildcard entries. A very solid performance there by them. Honourable mentions behind there as well. We have Ben Keats in the 44 Kiwi pit lane, Sim Racing Lexus, and then Jaden Natoli in the 56 in 12th place. And then Jarman Dowles has been having a not so great day in the 95, us starting on the front row down 13th and last place. A lot of work for that team, but coming around the final corner, it is going to be Guy Barbara that takes stint 1 and the fastest lap on the last lap as well to conclude stint 1. It is the number 1 of Guy Barbara and Ridwan Hamza that takes out the first stint as they go into the rolling start in stint 2 and 3. Aidan Holton rounds up in position 2, 9.4 behind Guy Barbara. So still a very strong performance there, both running on fumes. Matt Danetti rounds up the final corner and will steal a P3 away from Ian Ward and takes that podium at the end of stint 1. And there we go. Ian Ward, take a bow, gets that, rolls the car home to P4, drops to only 11.3 ahead of Lamb in P5. Wow, what a close stint that was. And then we have HBR getting the top 5, getting that number 5 in 5th place. And then we have George Smith in the 787, 6th place after making a late pit stop. Then Wade Von Duven's best mate 117 rounds up in 7th place. Then Isaac Fogarty, after having a not so good start at the beginning, getting some rear bumper damage, rounds up in 8th position. But my goodness, Chris, that stint that Ward had to do in those last couple of laps, wow, that was that would have been a heart and mouth moment for the 7 entry.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure once he saw the fewer numbers, lap 16, lap 17 is seen is the position he was in. I think he was going to be, we're on here for a dodgy result. But yeah, still 4th regardless. Still a great drive, even though just dropping out of P3 there for this opening stint. Yeah, I'd almost give you man of the match, to be honest, Nick, because I don't think I would have been able to do that myself. That would have been very hard to do. So, yeah, big shout out to our top 3, Barbara, Aidan Holton, and Donette. Those guys put on an absolute clinic there to open our proceedings today. And yeah, big shout out to HPR bringing out that car, the number 5 car, into 5th position. Great, and also solid recovery drive there by Isaac Fogarty as well. Really unlucky start there at the start of the race. We have to see if we can catch him in the comment box if he does show his face at all for today's race, because I'm really curious to know if he was in his second gear or reverse or something like that. But regardless, that was still a pretty good drive. We can already see that the stints here from first all the way down, how spread out the field is for only a 20 lap race here. So so many movers and shakers, and already so many stories to open today's race, Nick.
Yep, couldn't agree more there. It's been a great pleasure to be watching this first part of the Bathurst 1000 Stint 120 laps complete. Now the drivers are going to be doing either a driver change, or you might be seeing a driver doing a back-to-back stint for Stint 2. 41 laps around for stint 2, so it's a lot. So double the distance and double the strategy. We will be seeing what the drivers can do here, but as we round up the end of the first part, we have Guy Barbara first, Aidan Holton second, Danetti in 3rd place, Ian Ward just on the fumes there, rounding up in P4, Lamb P5, George Smith P6, Wade Von Duve 7th, and Isaac Fogarty rounding up the top 8. As we flick over to the page on the second page, it is going to be Nick Scott in 9th place, And then rounding up in 10 is the wildcard entry of Ben Person, who was rolling along the line there in 10th place. Then we have Ben Keats just outside in 11th place. Jaden Natoli, 12th, Vert Wheeler 007. Jarman Dalitz in 95, rounding up in 13th place. And our only DNF is Adam Joy for the WRT Motorsport entry. But wow, what a first stint that was. So great opening stint there by all of our drivers. We'll take a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, so stick around for stint 2. That's about to come up very shortly there. We'll hopefully try and see if we can get ourselves the commentator in for stint 2. Otherwise, you'll be hearing the lovely voice of George Cook in stint 2. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen, grab some food, grab a drink, and we'll see you guys very shortly for stint 2.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Track Stars. Lobby will be reset in a few moments' time, so we're just getting things going. So please stick around. We will be keeping a very close eye on where things are up to. Nick is just sorting out the final order for the 40-lap race coming up, and then as soon as we are ready, we will be back with the broadcast today. And yeah, what a round, part one there. Nick and Chris leading us through the commentary, doing a brilliant job as always, and some real drama, especially at the start. We did have a little bit more information about what happened to the number 15, and apparently there was a few that maybe weren't as ready for the start as they could have been, and they thought there might have been a red flag to the number 15, but unfortunately for them, it did not happen, and they retired the car, expecting a red flag. Did not happen. Unfortunate there for them. They will, of course, line up at the back of the grid for this next stage. So we will keep a close eye on exactly what's going to happen with them. But, of course, Guy Barbaro will be in the car once again for the second stint. He will be leading us away from Josh Green in the CP Motorsports car. And then a wonderful job by Matt Dernedy to save enough fuel. Got ahead of Ian Ward towards the end of stint one. That did give CP Motorsports in both their cars the ability to take the P2 and P3 slot. There will be some rolling start antics going on at the beginning as well. And sorry, my voice is very much going off at the moment, so you'd have to forgive me. I'll be taking you through some of the initial parts of the commentary in stint 2. Then I'll be taking a break to make sure that my voice will last through the remainder of the day. So that's just something to keep aware of. We will still be doing camera work, so we'll keep you informed of the action as much as possible. Nick and Chris will be back for stint 3 for the 41-lap stint. And then we'll have Ian Fogarty and somewhat myself back for the final 60-lap stint. And hopefully we'll be able to wrangle a few others in. So if you are out there and keen to do some commentary, do let us know. It'd be great to have you in the commentary box. And we are more than willing to have you guys in here because, as I said before, I have not been well for the last 5 or 6 days. And my voice is absolutely awful. It's dreadful at the moment. So we will keep a very close eye on that. Looks like the lobby has come back up now. So we'll keep an eye on how many we've got on the grid. Not quite enough just yet. So we will go to another short intermission, and we will be back very, very soon for more racing. The 41-lap segment of Stint 2 coming up on your viewing screens in a few moments' time. We'll talk to you all in a minute or two. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Stint 2 bound to get started in a few moments' time. Looks like we have all 14 cars now in the grid once again, which is great news for us. Does mean we get to proceed with the events in a short period of time. Getting familiar, of course, with those who have jumped now into the car. On board at the moment with the 44, Kiwi Pit Lane, KPL. And, very impressive story about Ben Keats and the way that he is driving the car. Of course, this is now Justin Lattaway. It's the only car in the top 10 that wasn't able to qualify in the top 10 shootout. It's done a pretty decent job in getting the car where it needs to be. Not quite as far up the grid as they would have expected to be, let's be honest. But potentially got some chance today in stint 2 to bring that back. Longest stint, of course, 41 laps. So as Nick was saying earlier, double the strategy, double the time, double the laps. Stint 1 basically more or less a sprint, whereas this is definitely now moving more towards the endurance style. Total time in stint 1, of course, being added up to the total time. Rolling start will be the execution format for the beginning of the race today, which will lead us to being able to paint a bit of a picture by the end of stint 4 on who is going to be finishing where in the overall Bathurst 1000. By the numbers, we're about 200 kilometers in so far of the 1000 kilometers. About 1/5 of the race distance already done, 20 laps. Sorry, my math is totally off. That is absolutely wrong. 120 laps total. 121 laps total, technically speaking. So someone can maybe do the math on that. 20 divided by that, 1/6 of the laps. So got about 185 kilometers so far. Relatively short distance in comparison to the other stints, including this one that we're about to go on. 41 laps and 40 laps, 60 laps. The 3 stints remaining today. WTCR going to be looking to get further back up the grid. Wade Von Duve took the first stint. Now I believe we've got iPhone Doc in here, which I think is either Rob Jacobs or Jimmy Lee. Not quite sure which. And then the 787 car will now have Andrew Scott in it. Mash Spud Racing now has Nick Patasso in the car. And the 95 It's Racing car now has Chris Lashbrook, formerly in the comms box, now over in their respective cars. And Ian Ward, who performed really, really well initially in the number 7 for MC Sim Racing, tried to run long on the fuel, but it didn't end up working out, and ended up being on fuel map 6 for the last 2 laps of the race. Very awkward place to be, that is for sure. And nice to see the 964 on the grid. Number 15 will be back on the grid as well for this race. Oh, wow. Bit of a moment. They're all just in practice at the moment. This isn't the actual stint just yet. Just waiting for our race organisers to get things going once again. Here's our wildcard entry. And now we've got the other driver in here, of course. I have to figure out exactly who that is, because I haven't got a gauge on exactly who that is right now. See if we can pull up the camera, see if I can get a better view. It's the 84 car. Rob Jacobs' iPhone Doc. Brilliant. Thank you very much for that. 84 car. Wildcard entry. Do I have some names against here? Let me just check. Wildcard. There we go. Ben Purton was in the car previously. Now Liam Hedges in the number 84 PH car. So that's our wildcard entry. Looking to do very well. And yeah, things happen. ART Motorsport. Yeah, these things do happen, but P6 was very, very good. And now we line up finally on the grid for a rolling start. Weirdly, it does say that CP is in the lead. It's not the case. Guy Barber will be leading us away from Josh Green. CP car finished P2, number 232. Then Matt Campbell jumps in the car for Matt Dernedy in the number 12. The 2 CP cars still in the top 10. Then it's the the MC Sim Racing team. Keep an eye, but we're about to get going. Round the corner we go, and across the timing line. 41 laps for stint 2 begins right now. And a very, very decent gap for these. Of course, actually, no, hold on. We've got a... No, sorry. I have mixed up the format here. I should have probably asked Nick Pautasso the format a little bit more that I did. Red flag has been given, and it looks like we've had a major incident at the rear of the field. We've had a glitch, and there's a whole bunch of problems for a lot of competitors. So we are going to be red flagging this initial stint. And, very unfortunate to see that. Smashing Apex with a comment, that was a phenomenal race. Very short-lived, unfortunately, which you hate to see. But yes, we will get this going again. For now, enjoy some donuts by Curry. And hopefully he will enjoy that as much as we are. But yeah, there we go. The glitch, unfortunately, hit us a little bit there. And we will be taking a little break once again while we re-sort out the grid and get things going. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. Stint 2 will kick off in a few moments' time, and I will take this moment to clear my nose, which is blocked up like all crazy. So I will leave you on this screen for the moment, and then we will jump out once again in a few moments' time. So be right back with you in a few moments' time. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We should be good to go now for another attempted rolling start. If this does not work, we will be switching to a false grid start. We're sorting out a few issues still in the background. It does look like there's maybe a little bit of an issue with the lobby, so we'll keep an eye on this. As soon as we're back, you will all be 15th to know at the very least. Yes, well, GT7 does have a few small issues, but overall, what a fantastic game. And these GT500 cars, absolutely brilliant. Great to see them racing at Bathurst. So it looks like we're going to do one more reset. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to another intermission as we get the final thing sorted out in stint 2. I'm sure this will be ironed out throughout the remainder of the race. We'll keep a very close eye on things for the moment. For now, we're going to jump to an intermission, and we will be back in a few moments' time. Okay, here we go. We should be getting started in a moment's time. So Twitchy will lead us away for the grid start here, of course. So just bear that in mind. Beautiful looking grid as always. Then of course CP, Josh Green, the 232, the Matt Campbell in the other CP Motorsports car, followed by Ian Ward's teammate. And that does sound like we've had a start. Yes, we have, even though I haven't seen any lights go, so that's fantastic. Guy Barbara off to a good start, as is the other CP Motorsports car, ahead of Josh Green immediately through turn 1. Excellent work there initially by Matt Campbell, done extremely well in the number 12 to get himself up ahead of the green CP Motorsport car. There is Xylon for the number 5, Mash Spuds Racing, up in a P4 already ahead of Curry in P5. So MC Sim Racing, the number 7, had a bit of a miserable start to this race. 41 laps to go, of course, in this stint, so a little bit conservative there, side by side as they head up towards the cutting. Oh, a bit of argy-bargy between the drivers. Ando Scott in P6 trying to make a move on the number 12. They're still side by side. There's still a little bit of exchange of paint between the two cars as we head up and down through Frogs Hollow. There's Nick Pautasso in P7, right hot on the heels of Andrew Scott. Right, both of them right behind the number 7. He's not had a great start in this race. Andrew Scott under a bit of pressure from Nick Pautasso, followed by Rob Jacobs. Rob Jacobs has 2 WRT cars following him, LJ and Gordog in P9, P10, followed by Chris Lashbrook for It's FR Racing, who's got a lot of work to do in this race to make up for a miserable stint 1. But a good start from Guy Barbara, second stint in a row for him. 5/10 the gap, the big slipstream now from Matt Campbell. Will he be able to make a move into the chase? It's going to be very, very close. He might think about it, but it'll be a forlorn idea to do so. Matt Campbell looking very, very fast at the beginning of this race. A couple of ways to execute the strategy today, of course. With the longer stint, you can go hard or you can go long. And I get the feeling that Matt Campbell's decided to go hard with Twitchy. Probably thinking a longer stint might be the way to do things today in the second stint. Get the feeling Josh Green and the 232 CP Motorsports car thinking the same thing at the moment. Then we got the MSR number 5, followed by MC Motorsport. Number 7 right on the rear wing. Might be an overtaking opportunity into Griffiths Bend for him. Will he move out to the inside line? Let's see. He's close enough to do so. Goes purple in sector 1. Move for Nick Pautasso on Andrew Scott, just in behind. And he's got it done beautifully. So Nick Pautasso, lovely overtake there. They were a car that caused a little bit of a mix-up on the grid initially in stint 1. Ian Fogarty not having the best of times there, but the number 32 now starting to make a bit of progress in the hands of Nick Pautasso. Andrew Scott falls down that 1 position, but we know he'll be whispering to those tyres, asking them how long they will last and what he needs to do to get there. Long way to go in this race, and a big headwind coming up through McPhillamy and Silliman Park. Does mean there'll be plenty of grip as you head towards Skyline. That grip will start to drop away as you head towards Forest Elbow in the opposite direction. So not necessarily the most ideal place to have a crosswind on the rear wing through Forest Elbow, but it will certainly help with top speed. Down the straight we go for the second time, 2 of 41 laps already complete. Number 12, what an overtake that was at the beginning. Looking fast, but he's actually lost a lot of time up and over the hill. 2, Guy Barbara, SFR Racing, solidly in the lead of this race in the number 1 car. Ridwan Hamza will be jumping in for 100 laps for stint 3 and stint 4. Already Matt Campbell just dropping off the pace quite significantly. Josh Green making a bit of progress towards his rear end. This battle for P5 and 6, P4 and 5, looking increasingly intense. I have to look up the names here just to make sure I've got the right people, but that of course is the MSR car in front, followed by the number 7. Oh, nearly a move there. A little bit of a look. Nick Pautasso starting to lurk very close to their rear wing, and there has been a move. Matt Campbell has lost a position to P2. And up goes Josh Green in the CP Motorsports car, back to where they started this race in P2. No surprise there. Matt Campbell looked really, really fast on that opening couple of laps, but he's just fallen off. Not able to maintain the pace that he had initially. Cost him that position again. Good lines for everyone through McPhillamy. Getting awfully close for Nick Pautasso. Onto the back of the number 7, Ian Ward with a longer fuel strategy. Fuel map 6 during stint 1 to try and make it those last couple of laps. That allowed Matt Campbell's CP Motorsports car to get up ahead of them. Matt Dernedy was at the helm in stint 1. Now really it comes down to whether or not P4 can hold on to things. The number 5 car. So I'm not quite sure if Xylon is Federico Cristale or Lamb. Might be Lamb. Not 100% sure who ran in the first stint. I was focusing on the broadcasting and not the commentary. This is as close as it's been between these three and a proper MC sim racing sandwich. The bits of bread being the mashed mashed spuds racing cars. Thank you very much, Ridwan, in chat, confirming that Xylon is Federico Cristale. Thank you very much. Ian Ward, yes, we will show it at some point. A little bit hesitant to do it too early on for a number of reasons. One, we don't want to give away too much strategy information for everyone. So probably in around somewhere between 6 and 15 laps, somewhere in around just before half distance, we'll show some race information. So just hold on, Ian Ward. We will show race information, but at the moment I've been instructed just to keep it on a little bit of a down low at the beginning of the race. Oh, Tony Griffin, welcome to the chat. Lovely to see you in here. Long time since I've seen your name. You're travelling around Australia in a motorhome up near Broome. Great call, mate. Thank you so much, Tony. I really appreciate it. Great to see you back. First time I commentated on you was in the HTCC League back in the day, mate. Great to see you back in chat here, and I hope the trip in the motorhome is going well. Oh, little snap there for the number 7. That's looking really, really awkward, but it's even worse for Federico Gastale. He's gone all wrong, and he slipped a couple of positions. Nick Pautasso takes the opportunity. Now it'll be Ando 787's turn to have a go at the number 5. That was a big mistake. Not quite sure what happened, but looks like he ran a little bit wide. Car got unstable through the dipper. Ended up slightly in the barrier. I don't think there's any car damage on the number 5 car, currently in P6. But it did give Nick Pautasso a massive run. There might be another run here for Nick Pautasso. Right on the back of the number 7. Could be an opportunity for the MSR Lexus to get ahead of MC Sim Racing. Matt Campbell still looking strong, but he's actually, this is really interesting. We've had an early pit stop from Josh Green in the CP Motorsports car. He's on the mediums with 57% of fuel remaining. So that does elevate Matt Campbell back up into P2. Not quite sure why we've seen that early stop from the CP Motorsports 232 car. Could potentially be damage, but we didn't see anyone having a major accident in the meantime. Guy Barbara out to quite the lead. Last car on the grid is Gordok, so the WRT car also not having a great start here today. This is the 964. Then of course P13 is our wildcard entry, Sergeant Bolo in the car at the moment. I'm not sure if it was damage. I don't think it was, but for some reason they were in the pits. Maybe it was some damage. I wasn't sure. I didn't see the position between him and Matt Campbell did not change until the pit stop was entered, so I'm not quite sure where that's happened. KPL Baseman, welcome in to chat. Good afternoon to you too. Lovely to see you in chat. Ando Scott right on the back of Federico Castale now. It is the chance for the WTCR cars to try and make their way back through the field. Started P5 and P6 at the beginning of stint 1. That's where they qualified in the top 10 shootout. 787 was in P5, the 117. Unfortunately, right behind number 32, who seemed to go backwards at the start of stint 1, caused a bit of havoc. Andrew Scott's got the run, a little bit of grass on the exit there. Will it be close enough? Defensive line from Federico Castale. Matt Denedy saying, what kind of wizardry is Ando cooking? Yeah, it is some kind of wizardry. We don't know what kind just yet. Is it dark magic? Is it earth magic? Is it light magic? Is it water magic? We don't know. I think it's rubber magic, because that's what he does best. Up ahead, Nick Pautasso going for it. Nearly had a chance into Hell Corner, but didn't quite have the execution into the braking zone. So the number 7 holds on once again. Matt Campbell is actually being reeled in by these this pack of cars from P3 down to P6 quite rapidly. A 53.2 is best lap so far. Whereas below we're seeing, well, they're just in the 54s, so it's not being reeled as close as we thought. Around the outside for Nick Pautasso. Has he got it done? That's amazing. Griffin's been around the outside, nearly impossible to make an overtake. He'll have the inside line up the cutting, and that is an overtake done for Nick Pautasso. Guarantee he will be coming back in stint 3 and talking all about his amazing overtake there. Unfortunately for Curry and the number 7, that does mean Mitch Curry will be a relegation to P4. Federico Castale still holding on, and Ando being very, very patient. I feel like he's got the pace to have overtaken already, but I think he's just working on the conservative drive at the moment. Doesn't want to push too hard. Got the number 15 in behind them. Adam Joy is looking quite quick. 53.4 his best time, so it's about 0.7 of a second faster than the cars ahead, who are running a bit more of a conservative setup right now, or conservative fuel run at the moment, trying to save on that fuel, make sure that they don't end up running out of fuel like Ian Ward nearly did. By the way, Ian Ward, you are in chat. Could you let us know how much fuel you had across the line? Pretty sure it was 0. Sandwith is in. Thank you very much, Isaac Fogarty. Sandwith, Les is in the car at the moment. Of course it is LJ. I should recognize that. My fault, folks. Just FYI, so you're all aware, I am horrendously unwell at the moment, so my brain does not work, my voice is not working, my nose is blocked, so I will be getting things wrong, despite having seen all these names in the top 10 shootout yesterday. But yeah, that's absolutely Les. Les right on the back of Andrew Scott now, and he's got Chris Lashbrook right behind him, who's been closing up slowly but surely for its FR Racing. So this could rapidly turn into a 3 or 4-way battle. The CP Justin just trailing in the background at the moment. Of course, Ben Keat his teammate. Incredible driving style. There's the move, and wow, LJ Les has done it, and done it very easily. Not usually that you get a move on Andrew Scott that looks as easy as that, but I think Ando wasn't keen to fight that too much. I think Ando's on a very different strategy from a lot out here. We do know that, you know, you got to get through at least 1 or 2 pit stops, or at least 1 pit stop in a 20-lap race. In a 41-lap race, it's going to be 2 or 3 pit stops at a minimum. Fuel will be the key deciding factor. Now the question is, what can Les do to get up to the rear end of Casale in the number 5, just ahead for MSR? Nice close grid from P2 down, and oh, that was a bit of a barrier scrape there for Matt Campbell. Not ideal for him. In the meantime, Guy Barbara having a very relaxed time. 12 seconds the gap between him and Matt Campbell. Fastest lap already a 1:51.781. You can all stew over how quick that is. And that is about where his top 10 shootout qualifying pace was on the medium tyre. So he's really on a rampage at the moment. Wants to build that gap. He knows that will pay dividends with regards to strategy that they execute in the number 1 car throughout the remainder of this stint. Very tricky thing to get right. Now Les still with Ando following nice and closely. Ando will be using that slipstream. Every time you get a slipstream, of course, you've got to remember it's an opportunity to save a little bit of fuel and tyres. Got to be a little bit careful. In the dirty air, though, will cause you to be jumping back onto this mechanical grip of the car. And will burn up the tyres quite quickly if you are not careful. Then, of course, Chris Lashbrook, who's doing a great job right now, holding onto the back of Andrew Scott, will have a great slipstream up Mountain Straight. Will he be looking for a move? Will Ando try and defend this time? Knows that Chris is too far back for a lunge. Chris thinks better of it, which is the sensible thing to be doing at this stage. In the 20-lap race, you don't think maybe, you know, you don't necessarily have to be as conservative with your overtakes, with where you are on track. In a 41-lap race, that equation changes massively. You've got to be really careful with how you're using the fuel when you time your overtakes. Heavy damage is on, so you don't want to be picking up any damage as well. That will cause you all sorts of problems. Just trying to keep an eye on the gap between Matt Campbell and Nick Pautasso. 2 seconds is now the gap, 1.3 back to Mitch Curry. Mitch Curry has actually been keeping really good pace with Nick Pautasso. He'll be having a look in this rear vision mirror as much as he's looking forward. He'll want to catch up to Matt Campbell. 52.7 the best lap there from Nick Pautasso on the last lap, 54.9. The last lap there from Matt Campbell, 53.2, is best so far. So Nick Pautasso definitely got the pace in the MSR, number 32 at the moment. We'll give him the opportunity, probably in a lap or two's time, he can keep up this pace to catch up to the rear wing of the number 12. Great to see Les in the WRT car up there. Did qualify very well in the top 10 shootout. But of course, with the slightly botched start in stint 1, they did end up having to retire the car early on, which meant we didn't get to see Les and Les's teammate, which is Andrew Joy, of course, out on track. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I need to go and blow my nose, so I will take a very quick break. We're going to go on board with Chris Lashbrook. So enjoy the onboard shots for a little while as we head over the hill and down through Frog Hollow. Chris Lashbrook right on the back of Andrew Scott. I'll be back in a few minutes' time. New fastest lap for Guy Barbara to 51.3. He's just taken 4/10 out of his best lap already. And boy, oh boy, look at the gap that he has built here. 14 seconds. We are only a quarter way into this race, and Guy Barbara has been not only setting the pace, but he's been creating a gap. A very, very big gap. This is a very impressive drive from Guy Barbara. He's already caught up to some of the back markers, so there's the 964 car. Purple again by 62 hundredths is Guy Barbara, and he'll be looking to get past this car. Of course, just got to be a little bit patient with the blue flags. Sensible there from the 964 WRT. Could have waited another couple of corners on the straight, but the rule, of course, is when you're blue flagged, first opportunity, safe opportunity to pull to the side of the road, off the racing line. That's when you need to make it happen. Always a tricky one. Never want to get in front of a blue flag just as you come up the hill, because you're basically going to be stuck behind them for that entire period. Looking down the grid, Matt Campbell from Nick Pautasso, from Mitch Curry, from Federico Castale, who's got now Les Sandwith right on his rear bumper. Could be a good slipstream opportunity here for Les. Number 15, will it be a move to the inside line, into the braking zone, defensive line from Federico Castale? Does squeeze the number 15 on the exit a fair bit. All that's going to do at the end of the day is probably aggravate the driver behind him. Les might look at a move into Murray's. No, just a little bit too far back for that, but it gets a good run through Murray's. There should be it. Should be the moment into Hell Corner. If he can pull out to the inside line and brake late. Les is being very conservative here, but rightly so. Both him and Andrew Scott just trying to keep a cool head in the car. They don't want to be doing anything silly at the moment, especially with Federico Castale. He's defending hard at the moment, doesn't want to give up 5th place. This should be the opportunity. Federico puts it right in the middle of the road. An attempt to turn in there by the number 15, Les, but no space given at all by Federico Castale, whether on purpose or not. That allows Andrew Scott to get back on through up to P6. It'll be Andrew Scott's turn again. Les will just have to wait. Now Chris Lashbrook entering the conversation, a battle that was 2 ways, now going to 3 ways, now going to 4-way battle between these drivers, all for the P5 position. Wonderful stuff by all of these drivers. Try and get a good on board with the rear wing of the RCF Lexus that Federico Castale is currently navigating for MSR. No change in position for the top 4 right now. Nick Pautasso still catching up with Matt Campbell and doing very, very well. Do so. We're on lap 11 of 41. The quarter race distance now complete. And I thought we were maybe going to see Ando find a little bit of speed there on Federico down the hill, but that hasn't quite happened. Might be that the tyres are starting to get a little bit tired. 11 laps in, we did see some pit stops around the 14th or 15th lap or so in stint 1, so we could be seeing the same, though. I think a lot of drivers will be trying to extend, go a little bit slower, drive a little bit more conservatively, extend that to 20 laps and only use 1 pit stop in this race, which would be ideal. It's a relatively short pit stop length relative to the circuit distance, the full racetrack distance. But with the refuel rate being 4 litres a second, it will still cost you. Fuel burn time is 3 litres 3 times, so refueling is cheap. Federico Castale there, still squeezing his competitors. Whenever they get out to the outside, he just likes to squeeze them a little bit, tries to force them to back out of any kind of overtaking manoeuvre. Might eventually draw the ire of the stewards, or certainly his other competitors. Andrew Scott rightly sees it happening and goes, yeah, I'm going to back out of that. You do not want to be picking up damage. That's something that's going to cost you even more in this race. You've got to be very careful. Excuse me, I had to blow my nose once again. I do apologise. My brain is all sorts of over the place. My throat hurts and hard to get my words out today. Not the way a commentator wants to be presenting commentary, of course. So I do apologise in advance for that. Little scrape of the wall there from Les. Going to compromise him down the back straight, but it may be in range of Chris Lashbrook. By the way, I do have to mention that P9, Kiwi pit lane number 44 car, is catching up. So he is potentially going to be in this soon. Justin Lattaway now behind the car. Now behind the wheel of the car, I should say. He's not standing behind the car. He's behind the wheel of the car. See, there we go. There's the little small brain slip-ups that are occurring with me. And yeah, KPL Batman very happy that a KPL car will be jumping in soon into this battle, which has started off as a two-way battle, progressed to a three-way battle, is now a four-way battle, and given how close the number 44 KPL car is, will soon be a five-way battle. 4P5, the cork in this bottle, very much so, is Federico Castale. He's been defending hard, trying to force everyone offline. He is not the kind of driver to give up a position. Wants to run his own race, and by keeping ahead through all of this, is helping to limit the pace of those behind. Those behind may be taking advantage of that ever so slightly, fuel saving in his slipstream. They're just managing their strategy. They don't need to overtake him right now. Another 27 laps to get that done. By the way, I did hear the commentary from Chris and Nick talking about Ben Keats, who is the other driver here in the number 44, driving partly with his chin, which is an incredible achievement. He's doing some incredibly smooth stuff, and yeah, I really have to take my hat off to that. I respect it a lot. It does just go to show how accessible sim racing is for everyone, whether you're on a controller or a wheel. And we've got to move at the top. Andrew Scott moving to the outside line, finally got an opportunity to make it past Federico Castale. Federico will filter back into the right place, and that's going to be in no opportunity for Andrew Scott. He just wants to be a bit more conservative, doesn't want to burn those tyres in the corner, which is what would have happened. Les trying to make make a little bit of a send on the outside of Murray's, and it doesn't work out for him and actually costs him a bit more time. Andrew totally entitled to the line that he took through Murray's. We'll have another opportunity now. Will Ando gets a brilliant run through hell, now up the mountain straight. This is where Federico Castale has defended very, very hard, often sitting in the middle of the circuit as he is doing right now, trying to see what his opponent will do, and then adjusting for that. Those in chat can discuss the legality of waiting for your opponent to move before you make a move. We've seen that once so far from Federico Castale. The rest of it's been fair, as the Australians say, fair dinkum defending. And as others would say, they would call it hard racing. And that is what we've got here today, the GT500 class. In the meantime, something I've missed actually totally, Matt Campbell has lost out to Nick Pautasso. It did happen eventually, high 52s from Nick Pautasso has elevated him up, and now Mitch Curry will be going to try and wrangle back a P3 slot from Matt Campbell. Of course, in stint 1, those two were the other way around by the end of the race. The number 7 car now trying to secure themselves a good podium position and a nice fast overall race time here today. So we'll need to make a bit of progress into Matt Campbell's position as soon as possible. Looking fast, with the last lap being a 53.7. Matt Campbell was on a 54.1. So Matt Campbell is going very slow at the moment compared to the rest of the competitors in the top 4. This is definitely costing him some time. We'll try and get an update from the rest of the field as well. There's Rob Jacobs, the 117. Wade Von Duve, his teammate, took on stint 1. And there's the CP car, down in P11, followed by the PH wildcard entry, quite far back on the grid. Followed by the other KPL team, number 52. And then we've got the WRT 964 rounding out the grid at the moment, so a little bit further away with things. And this is actually going to become interesting because these three are actually getting closer and closer. Matt Campbell may have heard me say something and has started to go a little bit quicker. That said, it might be Nick Spud, who's had a little bit of an issue on that last lap. Yeah, 54.5. much slower than what he's done before. So these three rapidly catching up with blue flags, which will begin to make a bit of an effect in the race for P2. But yeah, what a great start it was for the MSR car. Nick was able to get the car into a good position early on, and that was able to then elevate him through the field somewhat. Stint 1 was not ideal for the MSR, number 32. And ladies and gentlemen, with my throat still sore as anything, I am going to take a short break. Yeah, not ideal as an understatement. Yeah, that's absolutely right, Isaac Fogarty. I'm trying to limit the emotional damage that you've incurred through that stint, all right? That's the job of a commentator. But like I said, folks, thank you all for tuning into my very ill voice at the moment. I need to take a very quick break, so we will leave you with the broadcasting at the moment. We will still switch around cars. We'll keep an eye on the action. You just won't have commentary for a little while, so just bear that in mind. It's not like we've gone anywhere. We will be back as soon as we possibly can. I'm going to go and get my voice rested up for the commentary we've got to do going forward. So thank you all for listening. I will be back. For now, you'll be able to enjoy the race sounds from on track and not have this Englishman talking over it. All right, thank you. We'll be back soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with some more commentary. It's lap 21 out of 41, so we're just after half race distance. Some fascinating things happening, and after an early pit stop, Josh Green in the CP Motorsports 232 car has managed to make it up into P1 in this race, with Guy Barbara closing in on them 8 seconds down the road. Very early pit stop, of course, for Josh Green. Guy Barbara only just come out of the pits. We've just had a flurry of activity. Matt Campbell has made his way back up into P3 ahead of Nick Pautasso and then Mitch Curry. Now, I'm going to be in and out for the remainder of this stint, but I have the pleasure of handing over and introducing you all to a very familiar voice, and they might have heard something on the soundboard just a little bit before. We do apologise for that. Very funny, though. It is Isaac Fogarty. Isaac, welcome into the commentary box. Fantastic to meet you and have you in here for some comms and stint too.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I do apologise. I have no idea what that was or why it was on, but I will make sure that is fixed for the next time I jump back in.
That was I'm hoping that no one else heard it. It might have just been on this side. I hope it was, but it was very funny. I did laugh quite significantly. So it was, if anything, you've come on and provided some serious entertainment value.
Well, I'm glad that I can provide some entertainment. That's what I'm here for.
Absolutely right. Yeah. So we do have to ask. I do have to ask. Stint 1. How is you feeling after that?
Oh, look, it wasn't a great start. I somehow ended up in reverse at the start line and went backwards, which was a little bit embarrassing. And I apologise to the number 15 because that meant I went nowhere and they had nowhere to go and caused a bit of a melee. But the back half of the stint felt really good. Once we pitted and repaired the damage, I was in consistent 54s and 53s and made my way through the field. So Spud's doing a good job at the moment, and he's he was up into second, but I believe the stops he's cycled back down into fourth. So he's doing a very good job at the moment, running well. So hopefully we can continue that when I jump back in the car next year.
Yeah, too right. I've done exactly the same thing. I had my own racing team for a while, and I jumped in for one race because I couldn't find a substitute, and I qualified quite well, better than I thought I was going to, because I'm a bit of a washed sim racer. That's why I do commentary these days. And then I managed to, on the false grid start it in reverse. So I just reversed directly into the car behind, caused a huge pile up. They didn't bother red flagging it. I remember having to apologise a lot to the entire grid on behalf of my team and myself. It's very embarrassing to do that. But these things happen. These things do happen. And, at least it was in the shorter stint, 20-lap stint, still another, essentially 140 laps to go after that, right? It's not 140, it's
yeah, that's right.
120.
Well, there'll be 100 after this one, after this race.
It will be 100
so, yeah, about
after
120
this one,
from here. So
yeah,
so plenty of time to go.
Plenty of time to go. So we are watching a battle at the moment. It is Federico Castale from Andrew Scott, from Justin Lattaway, from Les Sandworth, and this battle has been raging on. Nice to see the KPL car, number 44, involved in the battle too. Still not quite sure what Andrew Scott's got up his sleeve. I feel like he's got more pace than what he's showing at the moment, but he's doing his thing, isn't he?
He certainly is. He's got a lot of pace in that car, and I heard someone say earlier that he's a bit of a tyre whisperer, and the more I watch him in this stint, the more I'm beginning to think that's the case. He's doing a really good job of looking after those tyres, and he's putting the pressure on Starlight at the moment, which is, I'm probably making him feel a bit, as he looks to the outside here into Griffins, which is a very difficult place to overtake, but we saw Pautasso pull that off earlier. But yes, he's doing a really good job so far, as is the 44 car with Justin Lattaway behind the wheel. They obviously didn't qualify in the top 10 shootout. They missed out due to a pedal box issue. So it's great to see them back and up into the top 10 again and pushing hard to find positions as this race goes on.
Exactly, yeah. So I think we have had it requested once or twice to have some telemetry, and now that we have had pit stops come in, and essentially that means that everyone's locked into their strategies. I think it is time to jump through the grid. So let's go through. We'll have a little look at how everyone is looking, and we'll do this very quickly because we've got Josh Green jumping into the pits right now. On absolutely no fuel, racing medium tyres for him, 0%. Now, he did an early pit stop, Isaac. Now, do you have any potential reasons as to why they would pit so early? We think it might have been damage, but we didn't catch it.
I do believe it was damage. Yes, I'm not sure to what extent or how that happened, but from talking to a few people up and down the grid, I believe that it was damage off the start for Josh Green, which is very frustrating. That car was very quick in the first stint, and I know Josh quite well, and I know he'll be very frustrated with the fact that he had to pit so early to fix that damage, and now he's finding himself essentially doing a 2-stop when most other people will run a 1-stop. Which obviously means that he's now handed the lead back over to Guy Barbara. But there's still a fair way to go in this stint. He's put 81 litres of fuel in the car, and he's come out in P5, which is really good. So he's got plenty of time now, plenty of laps left to make some moves and try and pull away from the guys behind and catch up to, I believe that's Mitch Curry in front of him.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually really impressive that he's come out this high up the grid. Just going to double check. We'll wait for the first timing line, just in case that isn't P5, but because I don't think that's Xylon behind him. No, that is a blue flag behind him. It is P5, because he put it from P2, went down to about P12 or P13 at the beginning of the race, which is, the closer to the beginning of the race you pit, the further down you're going to inevitably be. Also means there's less gap to make up, which seems to be the case for Josh Green, so he's driving incredibly well. Best laps have been, just into the 52s, which is really, really good pace. And with the 2-stop strategy that they will be executing now, you'll be able to run a little bit harder, a little bit faster, a little bit more consistently at full tilt, whereas others are still saving tyres, saving fuel.
Yeah, exactly right. Like it's qualifying laps till the end here for Greeny for sure. Like just looking at his last sort of 10 laps, he's been in the 53s and in the high 53, like the low 53s, I should say, as well, very consistently. So there is a lot of pace in that car, and there's a lot of consistency, and I know that he will be pushing really hard now to get himself as close to the back of Mitch Curry as he can in this remaining, what have we got left, 17 laps.
Yeah, and he's on 76% fuel as well, so he's got plenty of gas in the tank. He doesn't need to slow down really for anything at this point, as does Guy Barbara, who we saw earlier, 74%. So 74 litres on board, plenty to go, 17 seconds of gap. Enough said?
Yeah, I feel like it's enough said. He was very quick in the first stint. He's very quick in this stint, and I feel like, as you said, 74 litres. He's got plenty of tyres. He's got plenty of gap in hands. But it's Bathurst. Anything can happen. Guy is a very professional racer. He's very good at what he does, but we all know from experience that the mountain can bite, and so I wouldn't call it sold and done just yet.
That's right, and of course Guy Barbara will be only going for 60 laps. His teammate Ridwan Hamza will be going for 100 laps, doing stint 4 and stint 3. So Ridwan's in the zone where more mistakes are likely to crop up, not because of a big difference in skills, though I think arguably Guy Barbara is the main driver in that squad, being a GT World Series driver. But Ridwan's going to have more laps to do out on the track. And little mistake there from Guy Barbara. Dips a couple of tyres onto the gravel on the exit of the chase. Matt Campbell, low on fuel. And this CP car, number 12, has seemed to have last stint. Matt Dernedy did really, really well on the fuel. Timed to perfection. Could go hard to the end. This is looking a little less stable for... Wow!
Whoa!
I think that was just a glitch. I think that was a network connectivity issue. I don't think he's just gone and driven off the track like that. I don't think that's just happened.
No, I don't think that's very out of character for Matt Campbell to run wide like that without there being some sort of lag. So as he's gone off again, but it does look like it is just lag. So
yeah.
Maybe a potential just connection issue for him.
It does look like connection.
But
so
yes.
We'll check Nick's car. He's the lobby host. Wow, words will eventually come my way. Looks all stable from his point of view. So I think it's just Matt Campbell. He's an American driver, so a little bit of stability issue there with his connection. Luckily, he's running in the doldrums. Quite entertaining to see a car actually make it through Bathurst, crashing this much and staying on the track all the way through the mountain.
Yes, well, I think it's evidence. I think it points to the evidence that it's lagged by the fact that he just made massive contact with the wall at the cutting, and he's got absolutely zero damage on that thing. So it is quite entertaining to watch a car sort of bounce around the walls with zero consequences at the mountain, because you don't see that very often. But he's doing a great job up in P2, as you said earlier. He's low on fuel, which means he will obviously look like he has to stop again. So we'll have to just keep an eye on where he'll come out once he does stop.
Definitely another with a good amount of fuel. Your teammate, Nick Pautasso, he's been super quick. I mean, look at the times, really consistent, jumping into the 52s on more than a few occasions, and chased down Matt Campbell initially. Probably on for a second place finish here, especially given that Matt Campbell's run long and we'll have to run into the pit lane again for fuel. Nick, on the other hand, the 32 car, in good position with the fuel amount, 73%. That's plenty to get to the end.
Yeah, he's got heaps of fuel in hand, and speaking to him earlier, I think he sort of. I think we all forget sometimes that we actually start this race on 75 liters of fuel. So when we start our stint, we don't actually have a full tank, and so we get in our heads that we can only get so much out of the car, but there's a lot more in hand once you actually come in if you do have that time up your sleeve to put more than 75 liters of fuel in the car. So he's done really well to sort of come back through. Obviously, it was a tough stint one for us, but he's back up in what looks like could be a really strong P2, which puts all the pressure on me for stint number 3.
Yeah. But no worries.
He's done a great job.
Yeah, no worries at all. Mash Sponge Racing, 2 cars entered, of course, the number 32 and the number 5. Federico Castale taking the stint in the number 5 at the moment. He's been a real bottleneck for some very fast drivers in this grid today. Nick Pautasso just showing that he's just got a lot of pace, really knows the car, really knows the track. All that coming together for yourself and him. Then Mitch Curry in the number 7. Ian Ward, you must have seen this while you were driving. Ian Ward just going slower and slower, and suddenly CP Motorsports number 12 up ahead of them right on the last couple of laps to take away a P3. They're potentially on for a P3. They've got enough fuel to stay out for the rest of the race, assuming Mitch Curry hasn't made the similar miscalculation that Ian Ward made. We shall see. It's a tricky one estimating the amount of fuel, and then it really is down to the driver to manage that to perfection, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super hard, especially around here, to manage fuel because you've got such long straights, and you do a lot of fuel saving, or you try and do a lot of fuel saving up the top and shift early, but then you get to Conrod and you're revving out max revs in 6th gear, and it just burns through so much fuel. So it's really hard to make sure that you absolutely nail that fuel calculation. But it was unlucky for Ward in the first stint. He did a great job, and was just unlucky to run out of fuel just so close to the end. But looks like Curry should be fairly safe here for fuel, I would think.
Yeah, it does look okay, doesn't he? Yeah. Actually, honestly surprised Ian Ward didn't lose more positions in the first stint, given the amount of fuel on board. He was fuel map 6, limping around the field. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he was very low on fuel at the end. I went back and watched that first stint. Yeah, he was just sort of crawling around the field to make sure that he got to the end without running out. And I believe there was another car that ran out as well towards the end. I think it was the wildcard entry, actually. The Make It PH entry ran out of fuel right at the end of that stint as well. And we're holding on to P10, I think it was. And I don't know, I can't recall whether they got there in the end or not, but they did run out of fuel towards the end of that race as well. So a couple drivers trying to play the fuel game, and works for some and not quite working out for others at the moment.
That's right. I think it's just one of those things. Ooh, a little moment there for Josh Green on the exit of the cutting, but gets the car lined up straight once again. It's a tricky thing. It's such a balance of practice and understanding of what the car's going to do with the fuel. Of course, there are techniques that you can use to limit the fuel amount. And I get the feeling this is why we're seeing, or had seen Ando running behind Federico Castale for so long. He's now no longer behind him. Got it done. And I wonder if Federico's maybe had a small error. So Mayer doesn't have any damage on the car, but Les right behind him, Chris Lashbrook right behind him as well. But the likes of Ando, I always thought to myself, I was going, right, I know that he's not keen for the overtakes. He doesn't want to get into some sort of situation, especially with Castale defending so hard in the early parts of this stint. Doesn't want to avoid the slipstream either, because you save fuel behind the slipstream. You can lift off a little bit, you can manage it, you can lift and coast a little bit more, maintain the speed. And look how consistent Ando's laps have been in the last 4 laps: 55.0, 55.4, 54.9, 55.0. Very consistent. And he'll certainly be helping him to manage the fuel, though he only has 51% left on board at the moment and catching up with Josh Green as well. So it could be that it's hammer time for Andrew Scott now. We'll keep an eye on the 787 car. But yeah, as you said before, the number 5 car losing out a little bit. And another essentially colleague of yours at MSR.
Yes, yeah, he's done a great job so far to be as defensive as he has been. I think he knows that he might not have the pace of some of those guys around him, but he's a very aggressive driver in defence in a good way, and he's done a great job to hold off. But you can see already the pace that Ando has. Apart from these guys, he's been released essentially, been unleashed to close up to the back of Josh Green, and you can see the gap that he's already pulled on the cars behind him.
We just list the names of cars that he's held up, and remember at the beginning of this race, him and Federico Casale and Nick Pautasso were running essentially nose to rear for a long period of time. The list of drivers that Federico has defended against: Andrew Scott, Les Sandwith, Chris Lashbrook. You know, these are big names, very fast drivers. You know, this has really bottlenecked the field massively. So I absolutely agree. And some of the defensive moves were very smart, hanging in the middle of the road, waiting to sort of judge and really scare out the opponents who are trying to make the overtakes. And it's not like he doesn't have pace. Last lap, 54.2.
Yeah, it's exactly right. He's got pace on board that car, and he's done a brilliant job. As you said, there's some big names that he's held off, and yeah, the defensive move, the one that sticks out to me is his defensive move blocking the inside into the chase on Ando, probably about 12 laps ago now, a little while ago, but that did stick out to me as a great defensive move, and he's drove brilliantly. And as you said, he's got pace in that car. Maybe not as much pace as someone like Ando, but there is still pace in that car, and I think that also is strategy dependent as well. Some of these guys might be trying to take it a little bit easier, save a bit of fuel and tyres to make sure that they get to the end. But as we said, Ando is the tyre whisperer. I don't think tyres are his concern. It's just fuel, which I think with a little 12 laps to go, I don't think fuel's going to be an issue for anyone that's around halfway.
Exactly right, yeah. And of course, all of these cars in this group here from P6 to P10, it looks like all on very similar fuel levels, about 50% fuel left to go, which is exactly the amount that you need to have on board as we head into the 11 laps to go point. Les Samworth as well in the WRT number 15. Shame to not see them run in stint 1, but what a good comeback they've had so far. Does need to find a way now past Federico Casale. Has to get a little bit of a good run, probably down towards Forest Elbow, just make it happen. Because if he doesn't make it happen soon, he will continue to be bottlenecked. Ando will just run away with it, which he kind of already has. And then, of course, he's got Chris Lashbrook right behind him. Chris was so keen for this, and especially with It's Racing qualifying in P2 in the beginning of this race. Oh, big moment for Chris. Unfortunately for him, It's FR Racing have just not had a great day out. Only 9th for them at the moment. We know they've got top 3 pace today.
Yeah, they obviously, we know they have top 3 pace. They started on the front row. It was a front row lockout for It's FR Racing, and there was just a couple unfortunate incidents for them in stint 1, but they're coming back through the field. And up the inside into the kink at the chase. That is very bold. I think there was a little bit of side-to-side contact between Christopher Lashbrook and Les Samwith, but that was very hard racing between those two, and a very bold move from Mr. Lashbrook to get himself up into P8 and now have his chance to try and get past Cristale.
Gee, I think Les got a bit of a shock of his life there, so it might be a Code Brown back to the pits for the next pit stop for Les, because the 95 and Chris Lashbrook just said, look, I'm going full speed around the kink towards the end of Conrod Straight. I'm going for it. You better be sure I'm not lifting off the throttle, so the car's going to have a lot of lateral momentum. Did so nicely, did the outside line through the chase, which is rare to see unless you get a really good overlap, which is exactly what he did. Tries again there, little look here and there, dipping left and right. Now we get to see Federico Castale's defensive masterclass all over again. Does miss the apex slightly at the cutting, but single file through and over the mountain. Nothing that you're really going to be able to do as Chris Lashbrook for now. Got to focus on the exit and run through Forest Elbow and maybe another move into the chase. So there's been some really good overtakes so far that we've managed to catch. Nick Pautasso's overtake on the outside of Griffiths Bend is probably a highlight of mine, because that almost never works and it usually ends in tears.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it so many times, and in the complete opposite end of the scale. And for him to be able to, stick around the outside and make that work on the run up to the cutting was absolutely brilliant. And that is, I probably sound a little bit biased saying that, but I think he did a brilliant job to make that move. And we can see now Christopher Lashbrook closing up to the back of Crisale. So this could be a move into the chase. He's getting close. I don't know if he's close enough to send it here. He's going to have a look. But no, not quite close enough into the chase this time by. So Crisale doing a great job, as we know he does, of defending that position. That slightly wider line as well that he took through the cutting, it just helps him to get a nicer exit speed, and it forces Lashbrook to take the narrower line, which compromises the exit out of the cutting. So that was smart driving from Crisale. He's driving very well to sort of defend this position from Christopher Lashbrook. So hopefully, as we can see, this little group, I should say, is growing of drivers, and that is with Matt Campbell into the lane as well. So he's pitted and now comes out in the midst of this battle. So he's going to be on the outside into Griffins, runs really wide. I think that was contact with the wall, maybe. It doesn't look like he's got any damage though, which is good. But he now finds himself losing out and down behind, as we look, another driver, I'm not sure of all the names, I'm still learning all the names. That is Justin. So that is Justin Ladaway up the insides of Les Sandwith to get up into 8th place. Sandwith is now in 9th place, and Matt Campbell is now in 10th, so it's all kicking off.
Wow. I mean, as you said, it just grew and grew and grew. I think we're up to 6 cars there for a moment. Oh, big accident. Big accident. It's Matt Campbell. No, it's not. It is. Oh, who was that? There was someone in the wall there. Hard into the wall as well. Didn't catch that on...
Trying to see who's got damage, but I cannot tell.
We're jumping through the grid.
Hard contact with the wall.
Oh, I see who it is. I think it was... No, it can't have been our wild card entry. I really have no idea who that was. It might have been Justin, Rob Jacobs here, but I don't think that was the car that we saw do that, unless it was, it might have been Matt Campbell lagging. I think that might have been what it is, actually, now that I think about it.
May have been lag, yes.
Oh, and here we go. Chris Lashbrook has made it work on the exit of the chase, and through Murray's Bend, he secures the position and moves up into P6. Mitch Curry, the only car ahead of him now. Federico Castale has Justin Ladaway to go for it as well. But yeah, Matt Campbell came in as a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons there, caused a whole bunch of issues, and did run very wide into Griffiths Bend. And Chris Lashbrook said, look, I'm holding the inside line. I was here first. It's my turn to go after Federico Castale. Don't you dare think you can get involved in it. And now Les is trying to make a move on him as well. As those 3 battle up ahead, Matt Campbell will hold on to that position. Not sure what this looks like from Les's position, but if that car's lagging as much as it looks like for us, I'd be pretty terrified to be running behind him.
Yeah, I'd certainly be very nervous for another thing. We see Justin having a sniff up the side of Crisale there, up the inside into the cutting, but yes, as you said earlier, Christopher Lashbrook, he was very decisive. He was, I'm taking this inside line. It is mine. I want that position. And he's gone and got it, and he's proved that that position was his, and that's why he should have it. I also want to give a shout out to Ando, who's jumped up ahead of Mitch Curry into P4 now, and Josh Green, who finds himself in P3 after that early stop for damage. He's all the way back up into P3, which is a brilliant effort from him.
Wow.
So this top 5
have
done brilliantly.
They have. I do wonder what's happened, though, because the number 7 car had plenty of distance, and they've got rear damage. Mitch Curry has had an accident somewhere, and that is what's allowed Ando to catch right back up and allowed Josh Green to get on through. So 2 positions lost for MC Sim Racing. Wow, it just can't... the end of these stints so far just go from bad to worse. We'll go from great to terrible somehow for the number 7 car. It's really unlucky.
Yeah, it's very unlucky for those guys. You can see it probably around lap 29. It looks like it happened. That was a 2:03, and his pace just hasn't been the same since, which is really disappointing for those guys because they were running really well. And I know Mitch will be very frustrated with himself, but there's still plenty of laps left. You've got a very not angry, but a very hard charging Christopher Lashbrook coming. He's only 5 seconds behind Mitch Curry, so we will keep a close eye on that and see how that progresses because he is doing 50. He's well into the 54s, I think.
Looks like
Mr.
about a couple of,
Lashbrook.
looks like almost a couple of seconds a lap faster for Chris Lashbrook, doesn't it, than the damaged Mitch Curry's car. 55, or maybe a second and a half. 7 laps to go, 7 seconds. Gap is 5 seconds at the moment. It could be shooting distance just before the end of this race if Mitch Curry can't get accustomed to the way that rear diffuser is shaped now. Obviously put it in...
Yes, I speaking with experience from the stint one when I did about 5 or 6 laps with a bent diffuser, and it's very difficult to get control of the car in the corners because you rely so much on that diffuser to help rotate the car, especially across the top. So that's where he'll be losing a lot of time, I would say. It doesn't help in a straight line, but the rear wing is still intact. The rear wing is still fine. It's just the diffuser that is causing him grief. So it's just the turning, especially the high speed corners that he will struggle in. I found myself with a lot of understeer across the top of the hill. So he'll work out very quickly how to manage that and how to get on top of that. We can see that the gap has closed right up. He's gained about 1.5 seconds in this lap, has Christopher Lashbrook on Mitch Curry. So obviously there is a fairly big speed difference between those guys, and I think they'll be line astern a lot sooner than we probably expected.
Yeah, I agree completely. And then, of course, under acceleration as well, when the rear diffuser is used in coordination with the acceleration, the rear drops onto the ground. That causes the downforce from the underfloor. And with a damaged rear diffuser, oh boy, yeah, it's not just the high to medium speed corners, it's also the low speed corners and the exits. So it's just everything. The rear diffuser is such a critical bit of kit. Now, I do want your opinion as well. I've had Nick and Chris talk plenty about it, but the differences between the Lexus and the GTR, of which we're seeing plenty of battles between the two choices. Maybe talk a little bit about why your team chose one or the other, and maybe a little bit about what the subtle differences are between the two. I'm not super familiar with the GT500 class, so I just know that they're really, really fast.
They're very fast cars. I liken them to GT3 cars with Formula One aero. Like they've got a lot of aero on these cars. They're very quick, and I think that's evidenced by the fact that we're at Bathurst doing 53s, like 153s. So they are very quick cars. I haven't done a whole lot of running in the Nissan. I've done a lot of running in the Lexus, obviously, running in TS2 and the Enduro series. But I find that the Nissan just sort of has a little bit more top end speed. Like it's just not a lot quicker in a straight line, but it is a lot more slippery, and that helps being in slipstream as well, which I think is why we saw Lashbrook with that just the easier ability to overtake Cristale and get those moves done, especially into the chase, because he just has such a slippery car in a straight line, whereas I find that in the corners the Lexus is a lot grippier and there's a lot more aero to help with the corners. So if you take a lot of aero off the Lexus, then I think you'll find it's a lot better in the straight line, but you'll miss out in the corners, whereas you need a bit more aero in the Nissan to get it to turn in the corners, but you sort of benefit from having that additional straight line speed to begin with.
And here we go. So thank you for the insights there, Isaac. Mitch Curry, oh boy, he is in a lot of trouble. And a P5 finish, likely to be slipping out of his grip in a few moments' time. It's just coming down to exactly what we were saying, right? I mean, he has just got no grip out there. The car's not going to be performing as it needs to, and he's going to be very worried. I would be very cautious, especially around the Skyline, the dipper. You do need that underfloor and rear diffuser to really help secure the car. It'll be all sorts of unstable. Oh, there you go. There's an example of it as we go through Quarry. It's the rear doesn't want to grip. Despite having plenty in the tyres, it doesn't matter. At the speeds we're going, 230 across the hill, yeah, you need that aero downforce. It's just not there for him. And Chris Lashbrook will have him this lap, I think.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Lashbrook doesn't get this done into the chase this lap or sooner. But you could just see, like, coming under the tree, especially up at turn 6. Wow, very loose from Lashbrook through the dipper. That was, wow, that was very, a lot of, just a snap of oversteer for that car there. But he's done well to control it. It's dropped him off the back, which means that I think he's out of range to make the move into the chase this time. But yeah, so I think you can see with Curry across the top, especially coming in under the tree, that is flat out. Typically, and he just had to lift that little bit. But here we go. Actually, this might be on now. He's going to look to the inside to make the move into the kink at the chase and gets it done into the braking zone. So done before the corner at the chase. Well done, Christopher Lashbrook. That was a brilliant move up the inside of Mitch Curry. And that's released him now. He's got 10 seconds up the road to Ando, which I think is a big ask with only 5 to go in this one. But a brilliant job to come back to P5 for him. He's found himself within the top 5 and got themselves in a good position for the last 100 laps of this race.
Exactly right, yeah. The 95 is going to be the big recovery story of the Bathurst 1000. As it stands right now, that is for sure, because he has just made great progress as Chris Lashbrook. His teammate, It's Racing, had a bit of a shocker in stint 1, and it put them in a really awkward position. 10 seconds, I agree, probably too much to be thinking that in 4 or 5 laps time. But boy, oh boy, P5, after all of the stuff they've gone through, is great work. Makes me wonder what could have happened had Chris Lashbrook had a little bit of pace early on, gone past Federico Castale a little bit earlier. I think he could have been up there with Josh Green and Andrew Scott, who are getting closer and closer on track. By the way, I do want to mention this. We will jump back to that battle. Nick Pautasso, clear air, no worries, 18 seconds back. Only 4 seconds between Josh Green and Andrew Scott, though. Both of them on about the same amount of fuel. Andrew with slightly less, so I think he's trying to close the gap and make something happen as soon as possible. If he can get up into the slipstream, that'll be a key thing for Ando to make the move on the 232 car. But I've got to hand it to Josh Green as well with the extra pit stop. Done really, really well. Tyres look great. He's in a great position. P3 in this race. Yeah, 17 seconds out to P2. A bit impossible at this stage. But a P3 right now is looking very, very tasty.
It's looking really good for these guys so far. He looks so comfortable behind the wheel of that car. He's making it look easy, honestly. He's in the 51s, or sorry, not 51s, 52s and 53s, and he's not even breaking a sweat. 54.6 on the last lap, so a bit slower now, but I think we can see the tyres are sort of starting to wear a bit, and the tyres do hold up fairly well around here, but, you know, I think he's just trying to get in the mindset of, I'm not going to catch Pautasso in front, so I need to just make sure I bring it home in P3 with nothing silly. And he's got a bit of a gap to enter. That gap is ebbing and flowing between him and Andrew Scott at the moment. But this is what we're looking at the moment. This is Mitch Curry has now been jumped by Justin Ladaway, so that is Ladaway up into 6th place, and Mitch Curry now has Federico Castale not too far behind as well. So this is it's going a bit from bad to worse for the number 7 car. They, as you said earlier, running really well at the start of this stint, and now just sort of seeming to fall off a bit as we get into the later of this stint, which is not helped by that rear diffuser damage that they are carrying. So we'll hopefully see him hold on, but you can just see how much he's struggling across a lot of understeer into that outside wall at the tree, which he gets away with not collecting any more damage on that car. But you can tell he's struggling with the understeer and trying to just get a handle on this car at the moment and bring it home.
Justin Ladaway, I've got to say, for KPL, number 44, who weren't able to get to the top 10 shootout, also had a bit of a shocker in stint 1, up to P6. What a drive from the Kiwi team. KPL will be absolutely stoked with this, and if they keep going this way, I mean, they're not going to catch up with Chris Lashbrook. They just haven't had the pace, really. And they're running a little bit low on fuel, though, I have to admit. They're lower on fuel than most others on the grid. Setting personal bests at the moment. Doesn't really need to push the car. He's got Curry, who's squabbling with Matt Campbell and Federico Castale. Federico does look like he's lost a position to Matt Campbell, unfortunately, just in behind. And that is allowing Les Sandworth and I believe Rob Jacobs to catch back up to quite the gaggle of cars. And this is why I'm really worried for Mitch Curry if he loses any more pace as a result of that damage. Oh boy, there are 6 cars right there to snap up his position, and he can find himself in P12 for stint 3.
Yeah, I think He's just sort of hoping at the moment that these guys, as we see Matt Campbell doing his normal run wide glitch at turn 1, but I think he's just hoping that he probably knows he's going to lose his position to Matt Campbell, but he's just hoping that, as you can see, Samwick and Frederico Cristale, they're battling at the moment. So I think he's hoping that these guys sort of try and hold each other up a little bit to give him a bit of breathing air. Otherwise, as you said, he's going to be looking like he's starting this next stint from P11, which is not what you want as a driver. You don't want to be falling further down the field with this long left in a stint. So he'll be really hoping these guys can just sort of hold each other up for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Around the rest of the grid, here I think this is the other KPL car. Yes, it is number 52. Lou Rocks. I'm just trying to remember who that is. You might know off the top of your head. I don't. I'm going to look it up right now.
I do not know off the top of my head, no.
No, this is the thing. There's a lot of names to remember. Number 52, number 50. I can't see number 52. I think that she's 56 on this list here, which is wrong. It's either Jane Natoli or Luke Hayden. These two are not main drivers. Full-time races, they're filling in for Liam Tame. So it's either one of those. Lurox 22. If I took a guess, Lurox, Luke. So I'm thinking that's Luke Hayden in the car, P12 at the moment. Then it is Sergeant Bolo in the PH car, which, if I look this up...
L Hedges.
L Hedges, thank you very much. And then, of course, not the race for the 964 WRT. That's a shocker. They're miles behind. I can't remember if that's N Scut or G Scut. I think that'll be G because Gordock.
G Scut, yes.
Yeah, and just look, they've got damage on that rear left as well. So the car's in a bit of a shape. I think that's Twitchy catching them up. So Twitchy's going to not only overtake one, but two back markers in this race. He's already done it early on, about 11 or 12 laps in. Such is the pace this man is at. And look at that, there's only 153 in that timing sheet.
Yeah, as he's very quick. 152s and 153s. He's been incredibly quick, which I feel like comes as a shock to no one, really. He's been absolutely dominant, and it's a dominant performance. He's got 36 seconds over Nick Partasso in second place, and he starts his final lap now. So he's done a brilliant job, and as you can see, he's catching up to the back of G Scut, which it's disappointing for the WRT car. They had a bit of a difficult run at Spa with an unfortunate disconnect, which just put them on the back foot, I think. And so it's disappointing for them at this one as well to see them down the field. But I have no doubt with 2 stints left to go, there's a lot of laps left to run. We can see them come back through the field. But yeah, this has been a brilliant performance from Guy Barbara. He's done a great job.
Certainly has. Nick Partasso as well, maintaining the gap to Josh Green behind. MSR will be launched up into P2 at this stage of the race as he starts his final lap. Josh Green, P3 at the moment, then Andrew Scott. The gap has evolved between the two, so no chance at P3 for Andrew Scott this time round, but we all know that the 787 car will be back at it and starting in P4 and not being stuck behind any other car at the beginning of stint 3, which is a 40-lap stint, will be ideal for them. And then, of course, it's Racing FR. Their 95 car, smashing Apex. So Chris Lashbrook done a brilliant job. Just got enough fuel to get across the line. Just double checking that everyone does have the fuel to get across the line. Matt Campbell does, but still holding that damage. Les does as well. Mitch Curry does. Yeah, Frederico Castale does. Rob Jacobs does. Okay, so no one making any of the similar mistakes that were made early on in stint 1 or late on in stint 1 and running really low on fuel. Looks like everyone's got that sorted out now.
Yeah, definitely looks like everyone's sort of worked out the required fuel numbers, and as we see here, that is Guy Barbara coming across the line to take out stint 2 here. That is a brilliant drive from him and a brilliant job, and he's done a great job for his co-driver Ridwan Ibn Hamza. He's done a great job to set him up with what is going to be a brilliant final 100 laps for those guys. So great drive from him, and looks like Nick Partasso is going to bring this one home in seconds with Josh Green in third. So brilliant drive, honestly, for Josh Green. I'm very impressed with those guys to have that damage early on and have to basically do a 2-stopper when everyone else around him has done a 1-stop and still bring it home in third place. Just shows the pace that car has.
Yeah, really impressive work. Nick Partasso comes across the line with a 53.7 on the last lap. Didn't need to stress, plenty of fuel on board. And then it'll be Josh Green, wonderful stuff from the 232 car, who looked infallible in the first race, looked fallible in the second race, up until they came back out and gained a few positions and put themselves up onto the podium, which will give them a really good launch into stint 3. Then Anna, of course, comes across the line, tyre whispering, fuel whispering to the bolts in the bonnet on the car, making sure that every part of the car is doing his bidding. And a wonderful job he's done for the 787, brought them back into contention. Then, of course, Chris Lashbrook, another man doing a great job. Big recovery drive from the 95 car and stunning work from him. And then it is Justin Ladaway, followed by Matt Campbell, Les Sandworth in P8. Federico Castale, who was on to really defend all the way through for MSR, but the number 5 car just didn't have the legs at the end. Has some damage as well and no fuel, so I wonder if something's gone very wrong for him on this final lap. Then it is Rob Jacobs in P10. Mitch Curry has ended up P11 with more damage. I think he may have come together with Federico Castale. And as we said before, one more mistake was going to lead to a huge loss of positions. And it has done exactly that for Mitch Curry in the number 7. Lost 1 position in stint 1. Now they are down in P11 in this race. That is a disaster. There's no other word for it.
Yes. No, it is not great is for those guys, and I think we will probably find out soon enough what happened with them on that final lap. But it looks like, as you said, damage on the number 5 MSR car and extra damage on the number 7 indicates that it looks like something may have happened between them on that final lap. And yeah, Mitch Curry, P11, he'll be very frustrated with that. He's a very quick driver, as you can see by the 52.9 was his fastest lap of the race. So he's faster than those guys around him. Got unlucky with that rear diffuser damage, and then it looks like it just may have all come undone in the final lap. So we'll have to keep an eye, as we've said many times, 100 laps to go in this race. So plenty of time to fight back through the fields, but it's going to be a lot of work to get themselves back up to where they were and where they started this race.
Exactly, yeah. We're only about 400 kilometers in to a 1,000-kilometer race. Most of the laps still to come, so keep an eye. Luke Hayden is the driver in the number in the number 52 KPL car, finished in P12. Then, of course, the wildcard entry in P13, and the 964 looking to have a better run through stint 3, rounding out the grid in P14. But wow, dominance from Guy Barbara, who now hands the reins over to Ridwan Hamza. Also another very, very capable driver, a 151.348 on this fastest lap for him, and 37 seconds clear from Nick Pautasso. Bear in mind, Guy Barbara got away very well and immediately into clean air, so he really didn't have anyone to compete against other than blue flags from about lap 12 onwards. Everyone else in the field getting held up by others, getting involved in battles. So the real question is, who can maybe launch a move on Guy Barbara into turn 1 and hold it for a couple of laps, maybe force him into Ridwan Hamza, I should say, and force Ridwan into a situation where he's being sort of consumed by the field. I get the feeling that's probably the only way to stop the number 1 car at the moment.
Yeah, certainly, and that's if we look at who is second, it is the number 32 car that I will be jumping into now. So no pressure to jump that one up the inside at turn 1, but I think they're very strong. That number 1 car has been very strong all season, and especially to this entire week for this Bathurst 1000. So we'll try and take it to him, as I'm sure all of us in the field will try and put the pressure on now with 100 laps to go. But I have no doubt that they're not that sweaty. They're not sweating just yet. They're not worried just yet.
Exactly right. Yeah, I'm just using the old commentator's inception to try and give you some ideas on what might be a probably a really bad idea.
Create some entertainment.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what you have done, jumping into the comms box for Stint 2. So thank you very much, Isaac Fogarty, and good luck in Stint 3. It's a long one, 40 laps. But I'm sure that with Nick putting you guys in that position, you've got a good runway in front of you to make something happen. So we wish you the best of luck. Thank you for jumping into the commentary box. And yeah, final word from you, and then we'll go to an intermission before Stint 3 kicks off.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to jumping back in for stint 4 as well. So for everyone listening, you'll get to hear my sultry tones before the day is over. Do not stress. But no, thank you very much for having me in for this stint. It was a little bit impromptu, but more than happy to jump in and give some insight. So we'll see how we go in stint number 3. Just sort of keep it on the track, keep it clean, and yeah, bring the car back and hand it back to Nick Partasso in one piece. So yeah.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Isaac. And thank you, everyone, to in chat. We're going to go to an intermission for now. So we will talk to you all once stint 3 has gotten itself ready to go. So we'll speak to you all very, very soon. Thank you very much. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and I'll be shortly handing over to Chris Lashbrook and Nick Pautasso, fresh off the heels of their stints. Lights are on. Ridwan Hamza now in, of course, the number 1 car, and away we go. Good start by Ridwan, and he'll get the racing line into turn 1. Isaac Fogarty getting the pressure already from Josh Green. Josh Green's got the outside line, which will rapidly become a dangerous place to be in Griffin's Bend. Gentlemen, this is looking like a great start to the race. It's Racing is going for it as well. They're all 3 by 3 nearly, especially in the rear of the field. And that's a great move. Isaac Fogarty has done it, but CP 232 have ended up in the wall. It's Racing in the wall as well, and this elevates the number 44 KPL car up into P3. Ben Keats, P3 already in this race, followed by G Smith in the 787 car. What a start we've had. Chris and Nick, I'm going to hand it over to you chaps. Go hard, enjoy. What a start to stint 3.
Thank you very much, George. Yeah, geez, there was nothing left for the imagination there going through Griffin's Bend there, Nick. No one wanted to budge at all. I'm pretty sure, yet again, for the start of this one, as was the start of stint 1, there's going to be some people carrying damage, but Ben Keat in the KPL number 44 up into P2. So much movement again, and Isaac Fogarty, the man sharing your car in the number 32 MSR Lexus, has dropped into 13th position. So I'm not too sure what's happened to there. Maybe an incident a little bit further up the hill, but yet again, issues there for Isaac Fogarty. That's a massive shame for him, but lucky there's plenty of the way to go for this one, Nick. How'd you pull up after your second stint, mate? Looks like Nick is currently not with us. I'm sure he'll show his face soon enough, but already we've seen. Oh, there he is, Nick.
Yeah. Sorry, good afternoon.
Mate.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, viewers. Yeah, no, definitely a very tough stint, that one. Absolutely. Was in the middle of the pack there, so trying to get my way back up towards the front, settling in for P2 at the end of it. Was a little bit tight for concern for a couple of the drivers, and just not sure where the race was going to be, so we put ourselves in a very good position to finish up in P2. But I just did see that accident there on the secondary cameras with Fogarty. He's come into the pit lane with damage, as well as Josh Green. So both contenders that finished, or the cars 32 that finished P2 in stint 2, and the 232 that finished P3, all down in second last and last place, with Chris North, one of the drivers, the third driver for MC Motorsport, in the cockpit of his car. So very unlucky for him. He looks like he actually missed the start there, so very unfortunate on his end just to have missed the start on his end. So he's a little bit further back, but he's got plenty of time to catch up to the pack there. But it is Ridwan leading the way, as we all know, very easily in the main series in 2024. He's always leading the charge in the number 1, the defending champion of Trackstars Racing Series Touring Cars, and leading the way in B1. But yeah, the big surprise so far is Ben Keat in position 2. So the man with all the skills and all the repertoires that he's got up his sleeve, he's bringing that 44 very nicely up into P2, with Jarman Dowles holding on to P3, and Adam Joy in Ferbs in P4, with George Smith rounding up the top 5. So solid start by Ben Keats, but very tentative amongst the rest of the field there, just trying to avoid that carnage that happened in the opening lap.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like there was at least 3 or 4 different cars involved in an incident there at Griffin's Bend on the opening lap. Not a lot of drivers there wanting to give up position. Got very, very tight through there indeed. But as you'll probably know from that second stint we just did there, Nick, 1 or 2 stop strategy seemed to be the go here. So you're definitely going to need a lot of outright speed and clear air to pull off a 2-stopper to compensate for the guys saving their pit lane transit doing the 1-stop. So yeah, you can definitely tell by the pace early on if people are going to pull the 1 or 2 stops. So I can tell you right now, the 2 stops probably a lot more fun. You can send it and not have to worry a bit too much. But yeah, it really depends who you're racing around there, and a lot of drivers will be using each other to save fuel and vice versa as well. So I mean, and a lot of the car balance really depends on this as well, Nick. I'm not entirely sure what sort of setup or what sort of balance you had in that second stint, but low downforce will really help with the fuel save. Bit of a nightmare in a dipper and some of those other tricky undulation parts of the track, and where there's heavy camber on the tarmac, but as well as high downforce, you're very fast over the top, but pretty much from the cutting all the way down to Forest Elbow, Nick, it's one line. So it's a lot of cat and mouse like we were talking about before. And I mean, very far from over here. So it really depends on how disciplined the drivers are going to be.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all varying strategies. I saw amongst the field there when I was racing up against Mitch Curry in the 7 MC Motorsports entry. It looked like he had a lot of downforce on his car compared to me. It looks like I'd taken quite a fair bit off the Lexus RCF. So even though it was still fast at the top of the hill, because in theory we have to remind our viewers that when you do drive these cars, or if you have driven these cars around Mount Panorama with the BOP, it is pretty much all flat from the cutting all the way down to the start of Skyline. So you're not really taking your foot off the throttle. Maybe on the heavy fuel load, you may have to back off a little bit, but at the same time, you're not really taking advantage. You're not really pushing the car to its absolute limit where you actually need the downforce. And speaking of the number 7, it's about to make a move on one of the cars there. I believe that is a Gordok right down there, so he's pulling himself up very nicely. So there's a lap down here, so it looks like it's a little bit interesting of what's going on here, what's happened to Swifty's cars. We see Jimmy Lee in PA, looks like he's come to the pit lane with damage as well, so very unfortunate. So very tentative start there, lap 4 of this 40 lap stint. And looks, no, he's actually putting in some fuel, but maybe again putting on some fixing up the damage. As we see Lamb going for the move on George Smith. He's done a very good job there, very nicely done up into P5, but looks like George is about to try and go around the outside going to the cutting. No, he doesn't, sticks behind, concedes to him. P6, these two are having a nice battle in the first stint as well, so this will be a nice overall long race battle between these two, between HBR and George Smith. But yeah, going back to that, it looked like a very nice move there from North on Gordok, but at the same time, it was a lot of work to get past the 7, especially with the downforce that he had at the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. I think the racecraft is going to be pretty interesting from here on out. A lot of guys are going to be, as you're saying, sensitive about damage and similar situations where, you know, heavy damage is going to take you out of the race. But I'm very interested by Jimmy Lee's stop there coming in on lap 4. So we did mention before, Nick, to save enough fuel to get to that 20 lap mark. He's saving about 3 or 4 laps of fuel. So I'm not entirely sure if Jimmy Lee got damage there or not, but hitting on lap 4 gives him flexibility to drive it as hard as he can, come in again, drive it as hard as he can, and not have to be too mindful of his fuel numbers. So yeah, not entirely sure if he got damage, but maybe a bit of strategy play here early and a little bit of clear. And similar for Josh Green, he did come in, I think, lap 1 or 2 there from what I saw, but he might be in a similar situation where he's going to have clear air. So even though these two guys are down the order, I wouldn't be surprised if they make up ground later on in the race, Nick.
Absolutely. So yeah, it is about that fuel management at the beginning, because even though most drivers have pulled off a one-stop strategy in stint 1, you'd think the drivers that, again, they'll be looking to do the same similar situation where they'll try and push for a one-stop strategy, pit around 18, lap 19, and then just fill the car up to the max and then just drive it till the end. As we see Jimmy getting all sorts of trouble there in car 11 and car 117, so very tentative for the third driver for WTC Racing on the 117. But absolutely, it's really what can I say? It's a very interesting strategy, because it really opens up the strategy book that you can go the one-stop, which most of the drivers did, but then you also had a couple of drivers that did the two-stop. Most notably, Josh Green, he did a two-stop. He did come in with damage at the end of lap 3 or lap 4 from memory, and from there he actually managed to drop down the order, but then he actually worked his way up to P3 at the end of stint 2. So the two-stop can definitely work to your advantage if you're really pushing the car, but at the same time, you're just not so sure where it puts you in the pack.
Yeah, for sure. But also the other thing with that as well, Nick, it takes you out of sequence. So you're going to be in clear air. You're not racing the others who are probably on a different strategy at that time. So it really opens your ability to just really, really drive the car. So, but you are right, though, to pull off that two-stop, you really need to be in a really good rhythm and have pretty decent pace to pull it off, because those guys doing the one-stop, they're probably going to be sitting in the 54s for the most part, maybe some 55s, but to be able to do that. On a big slide there for Luke Hyden in the coming in P7 at the moment. I just saw it there in the background. It's a really awkward place to get on the throttle sometimes if you've got a little bit too much angle on your car. But yeah, it's going to be one of those things where you can pull a two-stopper. You have to be brave to do it, but you're going to need a lot of speed. But already we're seeing a bit of chopping and change. Not too much happening on track at the moment. I think everyone's going to be turn off that radar and probably put up the fewer numbers this stage of the race just to make sure they're all okay, because you don't want to be cutting it too close, especially how Ward pulled it off there in stint 1. That was still unbelievable. I don't know how he did that, but yeah, it was a really good job there by Ward to do that. And as we're checking in with Jarman here in P3, pretty good recovery for him considering the tough start in stint 1 with Cup caught up in a few incidents, and Ben Keat in second position, already putting in a great performance for the 44 car. So these guys are going to have a lot of clear air, so they're not racing too hard in the pack, not getting affected by dirty air. So these guys might not necessarily have outright pace to guys like Josh Green, but they're in such a good position right now with clear air and track position, Nick.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what the 95 is doing. A really good job just trying to get that track position, and just so he can hand it off to you to finish off in that last stint. So he's doing very well up into P3. He's got Adam Joy right behind him P4, but the man of the hour so far, Ben Keats in position 2. He's 4.7 behind Ridwan, but he's doing a really good job there, setting some good pace as well. 1 minute 53.8 on lap 5, and as I have noticed as well, the tyres do take a little bit of time to get some heat and temperature in these cars, especially when you're going up the top. You just need all the confidence just to get the turn in with the car as much as possible, but at the same time, it's all about just trying to nurse these tyres, because you just need to be patient with them. You can't just throw them out and just go for a hard slog. You just need to gradually get these cars into that perfect window, so that way when it gets to about this time of the lap 7, lap 6, lap 7, that's when you can really start pushing it. And we are now seeing that with Ridwan Hamza with the fastest lap of 52.894. Ben Keats still holding on to his 53s, but still got a good gap between himself and Jarman Dallas in P3. But as we look down as well, we can see the sister car of the KPL sim racing team in P7, Luke Hayden, doing a really nice job there. So really struggled in that first stint, obviously just probably getting to grips with the car, but also as well other drivers getting involved in a couple of incidents in those opening few laps. But he's doing really well to keep the car clean. He's always been known to have a bit of a reputation over his head where he was actually driving for the then, which was driving for MC Motorsport, which was then RoboSport Racing back in 2020, 2021. He was very well known to be destroying engines with the Nissan GTR, always crashing the car, always pointing the wrong direction. That's why Nissan didn't want to sign him back to MC Motorsport. And speaking of, he nearly went into the wall there at the exit of the dipper, so nearly throw the commentator's curse on the man there.
That was going to be the biggest commentator's curse I've ever seen there, Nick. That guy was 45 degrees his angle there. That was a great save there by Luke. But yeah, as you were saying, mate, this guy, last minute man, loves to fill in for people when required. Yes, man, will jump in the car, drive whatever he's given, and have fun by doing so. But yeah, as the Edge Destroyer, I haven't heard these stories. Might need to hit you up for that one time. But yeah, Luke doing a good job there in P7, and his teammate in second position as well. So, and as we're talking about those guys in second and third with Jarman Dallas and Ben Keat, I'm really intrigued by looking at their lap times and seeing what they might do a 1 or 2 stop up, because we were saying these guys might not have insane outright race pace, but they're going to have to really think about strategy. I'm not too sure what you would do in this position, Nick, if this was your pace at the moment, but you would assume the one stop, I would think. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, definitely the one stop I feel is the best strategy around here. I think it's just more about just driving the car and just making it settled around the top of around Mount Panorama, the 6.213 kilometer that is Mount Panorama Bathurst. Yeah, it's all about just settling in. I think the one stop is that safety buffer. I mean, because if you're pushing for the 2 stop, what you're really enticing is you're wanting to set qualifying laps every single time, and it's all about, and you're really just pushing the cars to its absolute limit. These cars as well, we have to remind them, even though yes they are high downforce, they are very sensitive over the curbs as well. So if you do take the curb wrong, it can really spit the car in the wrong direction. So especially when you're coming down towards Skyline, as you see the wild card of the 84 in the hands of Ben Purton as he comes up towards McPhillamy, even up towards McPhillamy Park and going down towards Skyline. It can get really, really interesting with these cars, especially when you take the curb wrong. The dipper is a most noticeable section of the track where it gets a little bit hairy. But yeah, I think just these cars, the two-stop can work if you show some really good pace, but at the same time, it can actually hamper with confidence if you over push. And I feel like that's what we've been seeing a couple of times. We actually seen Jimmy Lee's actually come back into the pit lane. Looks like he's picked up damage on the 117, so I think he's copped himself a little bit of damage there. As we can see there with the lap times, yeah, 207, 204. So it looks like he's coming for a second time round, unfortunately, and not the debut that he wanted in his first Trackstars Racing Series outing with us.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of good representation here for a lot of these drivers. We obviously know many of them race here in Trackstars, but from across many different leagues and series in the Australian, New Zealand region, and even further abroad than our shores as well. So we have some really good representation and very deep drivers. A lot of the drivers will say that they do think that the main series this year, that the caliber of drivers is probably the deepest, the most talented that we've ever had, especially with the regulation change where tuning is restricted to just downforce now. So I really think it's a credit to Trackstars to be able to bring in the caliber of drivers that want to race these cars and want to represent not only the series but the teams they race for as well. So it's really, really good that we do have these caliber of drivers. You know, those sort of things don't happen by chance, and it's really, really good to witness all of it. We have seen some insane gaps throughout the season in mains for qualifying, for shootouts yesterday as well. So it really, really just goes to show with this field, if you make one small mistake where you get a little bit of light damage or just not driving very consistently, you don't just lose a position or two, Nick. You can fall right down the order. So there's really no room for error and no margin for it as well. If you're driving on the edge, the consequences are massive. So especially driving over the top here with all that in mind. And it's a little touchy from the rear end there by Josh Green on Gordock. I'm pretty sure these two guys are out of sequence at the moment. So maybe Josh will look for the move sooner rather than later. But yeah, Nick, absolutely no margin for error, let alone at Bathurst.
Absolutely, as we can see, Green just going past Gordon Scott in the 964. Look, he did get lapped, unfortunately, in the second stint, so he's looking to try and see what he can get back in this third stint. This will be his final stint before he hands the keys over to his main driver. As we see in the background, looks like he's faced the wrong direction. He's gone off, unfortunately, so Gordock down onto the grass. There's just a little bit too much throttle on the 964, and unfortunately for him, he's facing the wrong direction. Hopefully there's no damage on the car. I'll double check on the secondary cameras. Yes, he does have a bit of damage, so he's actually coming into the pit lane right now to fix it all up, and that's a bit of a tough start there. He was doing all right there, rounding up in P10, so he was doing all right, but unfortunately just, yeah, a little bit of pressure there from Green, and I think just a little bit of overconfidence on the car whatsoever. So very unfortunate for him. I will keep in mind, I will let our viewers know as well, even though it does say Chris North, which is Swifty, in the number 7 MC Motorsports, it does say he is a lap down, but he is actually on the lead lap. There was an actual glitch at the race start of this stint 3, so it apparently glitched him to start at the start of turn 1, and it put him a lap down. So we do let our viewers know that he is actually running in position 8 at the moment. It says he's down in 13th, but he is running in position 8.
Oh, GT7 continues to bring out the goods here, but yeah, good reminder there. That's unfortunate for the leaderboard as far as that goes, but we'll have to keep an eye on at the moment. As I'm looking at the screen now, Nick, Pert's in P8. Another Houdini job by him to be able to bring the car up into 8th position after Hedges in that second stint did unfortunately get turned around on the opening lap at turn 1. So that's a really good job there by Pertz again, putting on a great drive early on. And as I was noticing as well, I did see that Adam Joy was closing right up to the back there of Jarman Dallas in the 95 It's FR car. So those guys are probably competing hard at the moment for P3 and a couple of T2 runners as well. So we have to keep an eye on that battle because those guys, yeah, they'll keep an eye on strategy as well as they are racing each other. So Adam Joy just probably a few little tenths back at the moment in the slipstream though, so we'll have to see which one of these guys blinks first, and yeah, 1 or 2 stop. And this is probably the closest on-track battle at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So Joy's actually doing a really good job. Actually, interesting facts for our viewers at home. He's actually running the VR headset for his stints. So 40 laps around there in the VR, roughly about an hour 10, hour 15 minutes of racing. It's quite a long slog to be in that VR, and I guess in a way, if you have I think the trick, as some people say, is if you actually have a fan pointing towards your face. Actually, a good friend of mine's actually said to me is if you actually have a fan on your face, it actually makes it feel like you're driving in the real world, and it gives you a little bit less nauseous, makes you less nauseous when it comes to being sick behind the VR, because apparently sometimes people can't stay on the VR for a long period of time. So maybe he's doing the same thing. Maybe he's got a fan on him. Maybe he's just used to the headset. Maybe he's used to the VR as he's been driving it plenty of times. Well, we don't know yet, but he's doing a good job to run in that VR around Mount Panorama as well. That would be an absolutely amazing thing to have running in the VR around this track. That would be so amazing to see one day, to have a go at that.
Oh yeah, I think I would lose my bearings as soon as I hit one bump or one bit of camber in the road going up the mountain, let alone going over it. So yeah, Adam Joy, otherwise known as Ferbs, yeah, is a very keen VR racer, and yeah, as you were saying before, all those perks, all those quirks to get that thing going and not end up spewing inside of your headset makes all the difference. So that's great immersion, especially over top of the mountain, would be really good. And as we check with Isaac Fogg at the moment, so not the greatest start by the number 32 driver here, sharing with you on debut for the Endurance Series as well. So Isaac currently running in P10 and did pit early for damage, and might have put a little bit of fuel on as well. So similar to Josh and a few others that might have pitted early, he'll come back through a little bit later. So I have to see what he can do, Isaac. But yeah, as I am talking about Isaac as well, Nick, we actually, considering last year's grid to this year's grid, we actually have a lot of debutants. We have a lot of new faces, a lot of people that gained mains eligibility early in the season in TS2, as well as having enough DR to jump straight into main to be a co-driver for the Endurance Series. So considering the year gap in between Endurance Series, a lot of new faces, which is really good to see.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see some, as we said, a lot of these drivers have actually come up from the TS2 division in 2024. The racing in 2024 has been absolutely incredible amongst the whole field. It's actually great to see some really strong competitions, closer than ever, even in the main series as well, when you get a driver that's substituting another driver. I mean, they're just on par, or just that little bit slower, or that little bit faster than the other competitors and the main drivers. So it's great to see that there's a lot of caliber of drivers that is in this field. We did definitely see one top caliber in Guy Barbaras to complete stint 1 and 2 in P1 overall, which now Rubon Hamza is now cruising that car at the moment in P1 at the start of lap 13. But at the same time, you've definitely got a couple of drivers coming up from that division. You've got a couple of new entrants as well that are coming in for the first time, as we know, George Smith, the big Smithy, he's making his debut in Trackstars Racing Series himself. Luke Hayden making a return to Trackstars Racing Series after being absent since 2022. And as well, we also saw the likes of, as we saw Jimmy Lee, James Lee for WTC Racing, also making his first time out in Trackstars. So these guys, whether it's their first time ever, or whether they've got experience with TS2 or from previous seasons. And like I said, with Luke Hayden, he's no slouch at all. He is a very strong driver. He's shown his caliber throughout the whole seasons in 2019, from when he started in 2019 at the Trackstars Racing Series, all the way through the 2020 Touring Cars Championship, where it came right down to the wire between him and myself and a couple of others. As speaking of his teammate, Ben King gets held up by the back marker in Gordon Scott. Very unlucky there. Hopefully there's no damage on his cars. We see yellow flags up ahead. That is definitely going to be for Gordon Scott. Hopefully he's not parked up on the apex there. Looks like he's actually pulled off to the side there, and he's actually doing the right thing, letting drivers through. So he parked it on the escape road just to let drivers through, and now he's just got back underway. But again, more damage on the 964. Just a day to forget, unfortunately, for the 964 with Nick Scott actually doing quite a good job as well, running up inside the top 8. But now he's got a lot of work to do in the 60 lap last stint coming up in the next hour.
Yeah, the Dipper is claiming a lot of panels, a lot of lives, a lot of souls there at the moment. But that's insane that I think everyone's been pretty consistent through there so far. We have seen incidents in other parts of the track, but yeah, that's really unfortunate for the WRT car. And as we're talking about WRT Ferbs, Adam Joy still in 4th at the moment. So with Ben Keats getting held up with blue and yellow flags just previously, then he's actually brought Jarman, Dalitz and Adam Joy closer to Ben running in P2. So maybe 2nd, 3rd and 4th isn't quite solidified just yet. But HPR running here in 5th, not too far off that group ahead. And he had a fantastic opening stint, HPR did earlier in the race today. So maybe I wouldn't rule him out too much either. And he's actually been very, very good today, has Lamb. So he's put on couple of really great drives so far and brought that car right up into the mix. So with how it's tracking at the moment with Crestdale and Lamb, those guys could be on for a top 5 finish overall, which would be a really good result for the Mashbuds RCF. And as I'm saying that as well, I've just noticed the margin here already for Ridwan from Lamb. And Ridwan, I mean, I don't think we need to watch him too much here, Nick. I think he's just racing against himself now and his own
he's
conscious.
Just doing Ridwan things. Ridwan doing
yes.
Ridwan things.
That's absolutely right. So yeah, Ridwan already taking off and making this race his own. But the rest of these positions here aren't really finished up just yet. So Jarman Dalitz getting onto the back of Ben Keat here. So these guys are really tucking it up now. And if they fight enough, is also going to bring Adam Joy into the mix. So we'll have to see what Jarman does here. If he's aggressive early, tries to make the move, or if he's just quite happy to sit behind him for another lap or so and get a little bit more fuel under your sleeve there. So we'll have to see what Jarman decides to do here. He's in the toe, maybe not close enough for a turn 1 move. We want to brake early just here and try to get off this corner really well without getting too much inside curve, and he does. Little slide there from Ben, but he's still got enough traction. But Jarman well and truly in the slipstream now. So Ben's going to move it onto the right-hand side here, coming up to Griffin's Bend. Jarman isn't in the best spot to make an overtake. He's going to tuck it back in there. Moves it to the inside, shows a nose, but can't make the move. That's really good by Ben there as well, not to react too much by the feint there from Jarman. But now this is going to bring Adam Joy into the mix as well, and this probably also helps HPR's chase up into a podium. And Ben runs wide at the cutting, gets into the marbles. Jarman, they're going to go side by side here into Reed Park. Does anyone want to concede at all? And there's a bit of contact maybe, but Jarman's gotten through, and Ben Keat is just slid. Wow, there was absolutely no room for error there, Nick. I'm glad those guys got that done cleanly there. But yeah, pretty good racing for the most part between those two. Now we'll have to see what Jarman can do in clear air, and if Ben can keep the pressure on Jarman, and maybe use the toe to his advantage to get some more fuel under himself as well.
Yeah, brave move there by Jarman to go around the outside at Reed Park. It's not easy done, ladies and gentlemen. It's obviously, with the cars going flat up at that section of the track, you just had to pray for the other driver that was actually going to comply with you. So now he's actually gone 1.1 clear of Ben Keats at the moment in position 2, which, like you said, it is bringing in Adam Joy and Lamb into the fight here. Now, speaking of, looks like Adam Joy has actually gone past Ben Keat. He's going to go side by side down the hill, and if he gets the move done, he's going to hold on to P3. Yes, he does, but Ben Keat's got himself a good run there. But actually, speaking of, he's actually got damage, does Ben Keat. So within that battle that he may have had with It's Racing and Jarman Dalitz, he must have picked up damage at the top of the hill there. So it's so unfortunate, but I think it does fit well with his pit window though, with 8% fuel on his car, fixing up damage, putting on a fresh set of tyres and a full tank of fuel. He might just get away with that. I think he might be lucky.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there. He did get damage. We unfortunately didn't see the POV there of Ben as he was going side by side with Jarman through Reed Park. But yeah, you are absolutely right. It does kind of fit in with this pit window. So we'll have to see what Bazza does here and how much fuel he does put on. So he's coming on lap 16. So not much fuel left on board for him. So if he does do the one stop, he's going to have to be conserving a lot of fuel. He's going to have to do at least 25 or so laps or something like that. So
Put 60 litres in the car. It's
60
very
litres,
interesting.
maybe committed to the 2-stop. So,
Yeah.
so a little
I wouldn't
bit
even-
of a splash.
I wouldn't even think about doing a one-stop on lap 16. You most likely would have just to do the full 20 laps. I believe with Ando Scott, he did a very similar strategy. He went to 20 laps in stint 1. But we do have to remind our viewers that we do start the cars with 75 litres of fuel in the car. So even if you pit around about lap 6, lap 18, lap 19, you will definitely need to put on a full tank of fuel just to make it home safely. You can even just rev the car out a little bit more. Everyone seems to be a little bit short shifting, a little bit backing off the throttle a little bit as we go on board with the 232 in Josh Smith actually chasing down Swifty. And I'll remind our viewers, Chris North in the number 7 MC Motorsport, it does say he's a lap down, but he is actually on the lead lap. Unfortunately, a game glitch put him a lap down. So this is the battle for P5 on the track here. So we have Ridwan leading the race with Jarm Dallas in P2. Then we have Adam Joy P3, HBR P4, Big Smithy in P5, and P6 is Chris North for MC Motorsport. So the battle for P6, apologies there. So Greeny in P7. So the timing's going to get a little bit off at the moment. So just to bear in mind that Chris North is not a lap down, it's just a game glitch. So, but it's a nice little battle pack there between the two drivers. So Greeny, who had to come into the pit lane after the end of lap 1 after getting caught out wide at Griffin's Bend, just a little bit of scored there. I'm not so sure how that incident played out, but I'm very unlucky for him. As we see, it's racing up there in P4. He's dropped from P2 to P4. What's happened to the man? He's facing the wrong direction at the end of Griffin's Bend. So speaking of the corner, it's racing is facing the wrong direction. Is he going to concede that position to George Smith right behind? We're not so sure. Hopefully you might be able to see if we can get ourselves a replay camera on that. But that looked a huge costly moment there for Jarman Dalitz in the 95. Very unlucky for him to be caught out there, and it's easy to do, Chris. You do get yourself too eager on the throttle that you get over those curbs and you start facing the wrong direction. I'll check to see if he's got damage in the second cameras, and he does. He has front splitter and front left suspension damage. So what was looking at the positives of a brilliant move, as we see the replay there, unfortunately caught it at the wrong time there, but that's okay. We'll get back onto the live race action there. So what was a positive and a brave move on Ben Keats is now down in P4 and with damage. Very unlucky there, but again, it could fit within his window. He might be safe from it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that similar situation to Ben Keat. He might fit into his pit window, but he's going to have to probably commit to a very aggressive 2-stop here. So maybe just a little bit of fuel on board, maybe 4 or 5 laps or something like that to throw on the 95 car and just go. And as we've seen that, Adam Joyce also gone to the pits, and so has Lamb. So I'm not too sure if those guys got damage as well. So who knows? Maybe something has happened between all 3 of those guys going into Griffin's Bend. But this is helping and bringing guys like Josh Green right back into it. And we might even see Ben Keat jump these guys as well. So you have to keep an eye on him and see where he comes out in proximity to these 3 guys in the pit lane right now.
Absolutely, and a couple of other drivers have got damage as well. Down in P12 is Isaac Fogarty. He's picked up more damage yet again on the last lap, so he's definitely going to be coming in to the pit lane and looking to put a fresh set of tyres and a full tank of fuel and get it right to the end there. So the day just goes from bad to worse, unfortunately for Isaac Fogarty. That's twice he's got damage on the car, so very unlucky for him. And then we see a couple of other drivers coming into the pit lane. We can see Adam Joyce coming out of the pit lane right now, jumps HBR in the pit lane, and that puts him into a net P3 actually maybe a net P2, depending on what Green does on his strategies. So he might gain a lot here. The number 15 WRT, if he gets him up into position 2. And then right behind him, 3.7 behind, is HBR. So very, very tentative. It's going to be a bit of a mix on strategies here, Chris. So there's still drivers yet to pit, especially the top 4. Sorry, I do believe the top 5 actually do need to come into the pit lane. And speaking of the top runners, Ridwan Hamza in the pit lane on 0% fuel. So last lap was at 52.7. So you definitely know he was pushing to get that car into the pit lane and running on a oily rag to get that car into the pit lane. But really good stint there from the defending champion in P1.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Ridwan can do. He's going to have about 22 laps or so to get to the end. So if he does do a one-stopper Yeah, there's definitely going to have to be conserving a reasonable amount of fuel throughout this second stint, but he'll have track position and plenty of laps under his belt to get that done. But he can also, yeah, obviously feel a little bit further beyond the 75-litre mark as well. So, which he will probably do because he does have the outright pace off the grid at the moment. And what I did notice as well with the issues between Ferbs, Adam Joy, I should say, Lamb, and Jarman Dalitz is brought Bazza ahead of those guys. So Bazza currently running in P4 overall at the moment, and he has managed to jump all those guys. So even though he did get damage, they're probably going through Reed Park, which was unlucky. I mean, fortunes come and go, and, this is Bathurst, so it's all fallen back into him as well. So definitely not over for the 44 car.
Absolutely, and there's a nice little battle pack brewing down in position 8 involving James Lee, Luke Hayden, and Jarman Dalitz, who has come into the pit lane. So very nice, juicy battle there. Jarman looks like he's going to go down the inside of Luke Hayden going into Hell Corner as he gets the move done on fresher compound of rubber. All a little bit wide onto the grass there, but still keeping it side by side. They run up the hill, the Nissan versus the Lexus RCF. Kiwi pit lane versus its FR Racing, while they see Jimmy Superfly in James Lee run away at the top of the hill. Jarman's going to try and go around the outside. He's going to try and do something similar to what he did with Luke Hayden's teammate. He might try and phase him in to making a strategy and maybe making another move at the top of the hill. We'll find out as they come across lap 19 of 40 to conclude stint 3. As they come up towards the cutting there, very loose there on Luke Hayden's 56 there. So he's taken the drift classes there up at the cutting with Jarman Dalitz right behind. They can just see how loose that Lexus is, and he's in prime position with some fresh rubber. As we see there, Isaac Foddy has come out of the pit lane, serving his pit transit time, and looks like he's going to be holding in there just outside the top 10, unfortunately. And then we see now at the top of the time sheets, we can see George Smith up into P3 as well. So really good stint there by the 787, but this battle pack is still brewing between Luke Hayden and Jarman Dalitz. But I think Jarman's got the run that he needs. Which car has the better straight line speed? Who's got the better setup between these two teams? They're still neck and neck, side by side. Can they go through the fastest kink on the racetrack? Side by side they do, but Luke concedes there. He throws a nose down the inside. Does he do a block pass? No, he doesn't. A bit too deep there for the 56. And unfortunately has to concede the position to Jarman. Wow, that was a nice juicy move there. Very ambitious move for Luke to try and go back on the inside. But unfortunately too late on the brakes and a little bit of worn tyres next to his name. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, you can definitely tell there, go through turn 1 on lap prior. Jarman did send the move on the inside, but Luke was not very interested in giving up the position. So yeah, pretty clean by those two guys there. I was a little bit nervous for them going side by side there through the chase. If you are on the inside line, which is the preferred line, sometimes if you don't turn the car in right, you can drift off to the left very wide, and if there's a car there on the left hand side, yeah, I mean, it's very easy for that car to get sent off into the weeds. But those guys did a pretty good job to keep that all clean. So that was good move there by Jarman as he attempts to climb up the order again, and just 2 seconds away from Jimmy Lee. So yeah, I mean, Jarman was in the prime position, so was Bazar, Ferbs, and pretty sure it was Lamb as well. So there's still plenty to play. It's so hard. There's so many people on this grid at the moment with very different strategies. They got damage, only pitted once, pushing hard, worn tyres, fresh tyres. So the form guide is lost. I think nearly everyone outside of Ridwan is doing something different. So it'll all come together towards the end.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be looking at around about lap 25 onwards. We'll see what the order is, but I do know Josh Green, who is leading this race at the moment, 4.5 ahead of Ridwan, is definitely going to be coming into the pit lane, definitely on some worn mediums and a low fuel tank. So he'll be coming in to serve his pit stop. Maybe try and do a little bit of inspiration from stint 2, where he actually made that 2-stop work really well to his advantage. He picked up damage on lap 4. Pitted twice in stint 2 and actually got himself up to P3, so maybe a little bit of inspiration from the previous stint that he might be trying to replicate to conclude stint 3. So keep an eye on Greeny in position 1, and then Ridwan behind Bazar in Ben Keats Still running fuel there. Oh, as you see, Ridwan's now picked up damage there. So I thought that was actually a netcode there from Ridwan, but he's actually collected the wall up at Reed Park, and he's actually picked up damage on his car. Wow, that's going to be a big game
Wow.
changer here. And remember as well that Green does have to come into the pit lane. He will lose time to Ridwan, but it will definitely close the margin up. And this could potentially invite somebody like Adam Joy in Ferbs in position 4 and HBR to close the gap on Ridwan if he does come into the pit lane, because we do know Bazza has to come in. He did put on a small amount of fuel in his Lexus RCF, so he's out of sequence. But this could definitely bring Joy and HBR right in the battle for the podium, especially even if Ridwan keeps making mistakes. It could even potentially be for a win. You never know. Anything can happen.
Wow, this has absolutely turned the race alive now, Nick, considering where Josh Green is with his strategy at the moment. Clear air going for a 2-stop. Ridwan will be doing the same as well. So he's going to lose a chunk of time here, Ridwan. We'll have to see if he wants to add any fuel or put on fresh tyres or anything like that. He might even want to put on some fresh, maybe the tyres. I'm not entirely sure. He might just want to fix the damage, but we'll have to see. But these guys are the one stop now, even though they did get damage early on in Ben Keat, Adam Joy, and Lamb, and even Jarman Dallas for that fact as well. They're going to be right into this now. So, wow, this has really turned on live. This reminds you of the Bathurst 1000 earlier this year, Nick. It's almost, we needed that safety car. Now Ridwan's got damage, so the same feeling now. So yeah, this is about to turn up a few notches.
Absolutely, and I will report there that Ridwan did actually come into the pit lane. He only topped the car up with fuel and fixed the damage. No tyre change on the number 1. But as we see there, 8.1 between now Ridwan and Adam Joy in position 4 at the moment. So, in theory, we do know Green has to come into the pit lane and put a lot of fuel in his car, but it could play in the hands of him. He's 18.7 ahead of Ben Keats. But looking at the track map here, we want to look down towards HBR. He's up coming towards Reed Park right now, up in for P5. Green is on Conrod Straight. So I feel between the gap of Adam Joy and HBR, I have a feeling that's where Green might slot into. So very nice, healthy gap there between HBR and Joy. I think that's where we're going to see him end up. But he's about to come into the pit lane right now. He's on the red bus. Actually, to the pit lane. No, he's actually going to go one more lap. So I think he just wants to extend this stint down and rev the car out and really try and make it a strong in-lap, because I wonder if he's looking at that track map and thinking I can fit into that slot right there, and that's what I'm going for, that extra lap. So keep an eye out on Josh Green to pull off another miracle like he did in stint 2.
Yeah, I think those eyelids would have lifted up about 100 degrees once he saw Ridwan come into pit lane there. So yeah, I think you're actually probably almost bang on there with your numbers there, Nick. Good chance Josh Green might fill in between Lamb and Adam Joy, who occupy 4th and 5th at the moment. But more importantly, those guys aren't too far from Ridwan. So by the time Josh Green does transit pit lane, he'll lose obviously a chunk of time, but he's not going to be that far behind Ridwan. So if Josh is going to do anything to put the pressure on for a strong podium finish for this stint, once he comes out of the pits, he's going to have to really drive the wheels off that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And just an update for viewers at home and probably for the MC Motorsport boys. Chris North in Swifty is currently in position 8 at the moment, just ahead, well ahead of Ben Purton in the wildcard entry of the 84. So he's got a nice little gap between himself and Swifty at position 8. So Ben Purton down P9, Luke Hayden rounding up the top 10. So very nice performance there by the MC Motorsport boys. Despite all the game glitches that they're having, they're still running a very good race there in P8. But we can see Josh Green right on fumes. He's literally going to be trying to coast his car there. I'm just very concerned and very intrigued to why he went that extra lap. He could have played it safe there, Chris. He probably could have just come in on the previous lap and
for sure
to get into the end there. But it looks like he's done a very good job there. Coming into the pit lane, does Josh Green get the car stopped nicely, try not to get any penalties. It looks like he's done that perfectly. So 0% on fuel on the 232. Let's see where that puts him out, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to start lap 24 of 40 for stint 3. Josh Green in the pits. Ben Keats will definitely need to come into the pit lane very shortly. He's low on the fuel numbers too. He's coming up to lap traffic with Isaac Fogarty ahead of him in position 12. Then we have Ridwan Hamza, who's about to pass Josh Green in the pit lane right now, and also setting the fastest lap of 592. So passes Green in the pit lane. Let's keep an eye on Adam Joy in the number 15 WRT Motorsport. Where will that put him? What number does Green come out on? He's still in the pit lane. Let's look down to HBR. Can HBR get ahead of Green there? He's just got ahead of him. So looks like HBR is going to be jumping Jarman Dallas, who's coming onto the pit straight right now and settles in for P5 for Josh Green. Not a very strong recovery drive, and we have to include Bazza, who will need to come to the pit lane as well. We need to include him in that battle pack for P5, but it could be a net P4 for Josh Green, and this is going to be a very fast finish for Josh Green, especially with his pace.
Absolutely, and in those 4 seconds.
Oh, sorry, I did see the HBR collected the wall there at the back end of the grade at Solman. I wonder if he actually got damage. The number. Oh, there's another car there. That is Isaac Fogarty. He's actually gone facing the wrong direction. That's very unlucky there for the 32. Really struggling to get the car turned around. Just trying to park it in a safe spot and just try and get out of people's way. Ooh, very close there. Unfortunately,
hold your breath, Australia.
Hold your breath.
That one, to be honest. Wow, geez, it's such a. To be fair, it is a very awkward spot to collect the car if you do have an incident. But what I did notice where he was spinning out was right in the traffic of where Josh Green did go just through there, but also Ridwan and the guys in between those two drivers. So hopefully everyone towards the pointy end of the field got through there okay. But who knows, they might have lost a chunk of time with trying to make sure they avoided collision with Isaac Fogarty there at the S's there. But wow, it is a very awkward spot to get the car out of the way, because it almost feels like regardless where the car is, it's on the racing line, whether off to the left or the right or to the middle. So tough luck there for Isaac. He's had a day to forget, but I'm sure he'll bounce back for the next Enduro. After this one, we do go to St. Croix to wrap up our endurance season as we see Isaac come back into the pit lane again. I'm sure he'll just want to put in some fresh rubber, fix that damage, and just go set some hot laps. But he'll do the best that he can. But yeah, I'm very interested to see. Hopefully those guys between Josh Green and Ridwan Hamza didn't lose too much time. But yeah, that race for not only the podiums but even the win, we're not entirely sure where everyone's up to. Definitely not resolved as of yet, Nick.
No, absolutely not. It is definitely not resolved here, because we've still got a battle pack. We've definitely still got a strong battle pack that's going to be for the top 5, even though it's around about 18 seconds where we're looking at between Ben Keats and HBR. It's not the battle pack that they're looking for. They're looking for that battle pack between themselves and Ridwan Hamza, who is going to be net P1, because it looks like Ben Keat is going to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap, at the end of lap 25. He's going to probably have another couple more laps next to his name, but he's losing time to Hamza, 1.9. The gap is dropping down just a little bit on this straight here, but very good experience here for Ben Keat. I'm definitely going to be throwing in my hat for man of the match or the man of the stint in stint 3, doing an exceptional job getting that 44 after what was a torrid stint 1 down the rear of the field. And obviously alongside yourself, Chris, in the 95 in Jarman Dallas that was running in stint 1. Those two are having a little bit of a ding-dong battle to conclude stint 1, but this is a much better performance for Ben Keat in Kiwi pit lane, and definitely going to be helping Justin with his confidence when it comes to the final stints, which is coming up for the 60 lap finale. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready for the last 60 laps, for the last, how many laps have we got? We've got ourselves another 74 laps of racing. If you're keen to get involved in that, stick around on the Trackstars Racing Series YouTube channel, because we've got a whole heap of racing and it's not over yet. As we see the grid, we have Ben Keats P1, Ridwan Hamza P2, Adam Joy P3, Lamb in P4, Josh Green P5, Jarman Dallas in position 6, George Smith P7. Then we have, it says Ben Purton in P8, but it's going to be Chris North in P8, Ben Purton P9, Luke Hayden rounding up the top 10 with Jimmy Lee 11th, Isaac Fogarty in P12, and Gordon Scott in 13th. And unfortunately, the DNF, the only DNF in this race, is car number 12 with Matt Campbell and Matt Donetti. So again, another race to forget for car number 12. Really struggled in stint 2 after a solid performance in stint 1 from Matt Donetti. So a lot of work for Matt to try and close up on the battle pack that is up at front.
Oh, yeah, that was tough luck there for the number 12. Matt Campbell had a really, really strong opening stint, and Donete had I think Matt, it was actually, I can't remember who was in there for the first stint, but those guys were looking very strong for a possible top 3 overall, but I'm sure they will bounce back. For the last stint, might be a little bit down, but I'm sure Donete is no stranger to going very, very fast and putting on hot laps, so those guys will just, enjoy the track for this last stint. But as we check in here, with Jarman Dalit. So as we were talking before, trying to figure out where Josh Green might pop out as he transfers pit lane. I have to see where Ben Keat might actually come out on track once he serves his pit lane stop for fuel. So he won't have to stop for as long, not as much fuel will have to go on board for him to get to the end. So I'm not entirely sure where he might pop out. Maybe somewhere ahead of Josh Green, but he's definitely going to have a very fast car towards the end. Ben Cade, we'll have to see. He might be able to put on the podium.
Absolutely, and we can definitely see Ridwan has definitely pulled the gap over Adam Joy, 14.2 between himself and Adam Joy. So the nearest closest battle pack we will be seeing is between Adam Joy, HBR, and Josh Green. But Josh Green on that fresh rubber and plenty of fuel in the car that is going to be burning off. You're going to be watching him fly through the field there. He's going to try and get himself up into P3 as soon as Bazza makes his pit stop. He'll be right up into P3 on that podium, so if he gets past HBR. But it's a very strong performance here for Josh Green. Twice in a row, he's doing the same thing. Crashes it in the opening few laps, does a double stop, and somehow he's getting that car up in the pointy and inside the top 5. And especially now at the end of this stint, could be back on the podium yet again like he did in stint 2. So he's going to definitely be giving Aidan Holton a huge boost of confidence in the last stint of 60 laps.
Yeah, for sure. Really big shout out to those guys. They've gone a little bit alternative with the strategy, but what's actually helped is obviously the clear air. He get into rhythm and that sort of thing. But these guys that are racing together towards the front earlier in that stint, pretty much all of them have gotten damage from racing each other, which is a mistake. So Jarman, Adam Joy, Lamb, all getting damage as well. So even though they have track position and it might be the preferred strategy at the time, if you can clear air, you're not going to be prone to mistakes. Ridwan, what's going on here with Ridwan?
Sorry, I just caught on the secondary cameras. He was right underneath the rear wing of Ben Keats. It was literally right underneath that rear wing. Just caught a little bit of dirty air, a bit of an aero wash, and he just faced the car the wrong direction. He gathered it up, as we see the replay here. Just got too much on the curb there. Saves the car from collecting the wall there.
That is an insane save. That is a very good save there for Ridwan. I was actually going to say that before on the lap prior, Nick. I was watching Ridwan on the rear end there of Ben Keat, and he's really struggling in dirty air. He actually gave the wall a fair whack there at McPhillamy on the lap prior, just a couple corners after this one. He gave it a really hard hit, and I was suspecting him to have some damage there. So I'm not entirely sure if it's a setup thing or just the fact that he's driving in dirty air for the first time all race. But yeah, really struggling in dirty air. So Ridwan will be very happy to see Ben Keat to go into pit lane once he does, and even you see him there, Nick, struggling through the dipper as well. So perhaps maybe a low downforce setup, or maybe just a little bit of dirt on those tyres as well. Maybe just shaking off a little bit of frustration from almost putting that car in the wall in the exit of turn 1 here. So yeah, Ridwan getting his work cut out for him at the moment, because Bazza certainly isn't his race at the moment. But yeah, he's really struggling dirty air, Ridwan. So hopefully, he'll be the happiest man once he sees Ben come into pit lane, which he should be now, looking at that fuel bar. I'm not entirely sure if he's trying to pull an Ian Ward here to finish proceedings off for stint 3. Still a lot of laps to go, but we will have to see where he comes out on track compared to the other runners of Adam Joy, Josh Green, and Jarman Dalit. He won't need to put as much fuel on board, but yeah, this is going to be really intriguing. He will be the last of our stoppers from what I can see in terms of strategy. Looks like Adam Joy is going to get past Ben, no worries here at all, and possibly Josh Green as well, but it might end up being around where Lamb will Jarm and Dallas is at the moment?
Oh, I think Dallas and Smithy might actually pass them. So I'm looking at it right now. The Jarman Dallas is actually coming up towards Murray's on the exit right now. Ben Keat is still in the pit lane. I think he does need to put in about 50 litres of fuel in that car. So we'll wait and see what the numbers are. He's still 55, so he's put 56 litres of fuel in the car. Does he get ahead of George Smith? No, he doesn't. So he drops down to P7. So I think that's actually going to invite Chris North down the back there in position 8 to close up on Ben Keats as well. So we know how fast Chris North is. He's been showing some solid performances in the top 10 shootout and the qualifying in the early stages of the week. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on Chris North to potentially use that car, use that Nissan GTR's advantage to try and get past the Lexus RCF and try and get himself up into position 7, which would be a very solid result after missing the start on the opening lap. So very interesting. So it'll be very cool to see the number 7 MC Motorsport get themselves up towards the front there and put themselves in a really strong position come the final stint there. But unfortunate for Bazza there. I think he maybe a little bit disappointed in that. I feel like he probably could have been ahead of the 95 It's Racing Esports entry, but I think just maybe a little bit too long out on track. So
yeah, he's also changed tyres there, Nick, we can see, so you can definitely tell he's got fresh rubber as well. I think that might have played a massive factor here of where he come out in 5th or 7th position, which where he is now. So as we did say before, Nick, and I even noticed myself in the shootout, geez, the tyres take a fair while to come up to temp and to the ultimate group. I did a lot of shootout runs to see what the tyres were like, and the tyres weren't quite right until lap 3, lap 4, lap 5. So Bazza putting on fresh rubber, they probably won't come up for another lap or so, but critically he's given up track position for fresh rubber, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on him, see what his lap times can be. He set himself at 53.2 as his fastest, so look for his numbers to be down to the low 53s, even a high 52. We'll keep an eye on that. But as we now have the running, and now we officially have the running order of the grid here on lap 30 of 40. It is Ridwan Hamza leading Adam Joy, the WRT entry, who we have to remind our viewers as well, DNF'd in stint 1 as well. So this is a huge recovery drive for the number 15 WRT Motorsport there. Oh, Bazza very close there on looping the car there. We're going to remind our viewers as well, position 2, car 15, was a lap down and did not finish stint 1 after some technical gremlins, and he's now put that car up into P2 at the end of stint 3. This is going to put him in a very strong position overall. Not so sure how far up they will move in the standings, but it can give them a bit of hope when it comes to that final stint in coming up very shortly in 70 laps time. And then we have Josh Green in position 3, not too far behind, 5.3, with over 10 laps of racing to go. He can definitely close that gap on Adam Joy in position 2. Then we have Lamb in position 4 doing a solid job in the number 5 Mashbuds Racing Lexus RCF. Then we have Jarman Dallas in position 6 running comfortably there after a couple of mistakes there, especially at Griffin's Bend, putting the car in the wrong direction. A nice little recovery drive for him to be up into position 5. And then we have George Smith in position 6. And then we have Ben Keats in position 7, as you said, with fresh rubber and a good tank of fuel to really burn the fuel off and really just have a bit of fun in this last stint of the race. He's coming up towards Murray's corner. Let's see what his lap time is. Can he improve on his 53.2 as he crosses the line? Probably not. It's probably because he's in that dirty air of the 787. And then we look behind there as well. Chris North is rounding up in position 8 at the moment there. So again, we'll remind our viewers, he is in position 8, obviously with the lap count not favouring him. He is in position 8. And then we have Ben Purton, the wild card, the super cheap auto replica, making PH Esports wildcard entry, car 84 in position 9. A really solid outing there for these guys on their debut series here at Trackstars. And then we have Jimmy Lee, Jimmy Superfly rounding up the top 10. Luke Hayden in position 11. And then we have, unfortunately, Isaac Fogarty down in position 12. Looks like he's really struggling. He's got more damage on the 32. He's just going to try and bring this car home so that way we can finish the stint off nice and done. there as he exits the pit lane. And then down the back there, we have Gordon Scott rounding up in 13th and last place. So very unfortunate for Isaac Fogger to pick up damage again, but he's still only a lap down, so it's not not is lost for the 32. Definitely got a bit of work for myself to do in the last stint, so I'll definitely be giving it a good old go and having a bit of fun at the same time.
Yeah, geez, how much has damage and incidents and that play such a factor into this race, Nick? We even did see it last year in the Bathurst 1023 iteration of the touring cars, Bathurst 1000, and we saw the exactly same thing. How much damage, incidents, just being too conservative and fuel, all those factors that go into constructing, a good race, played such a role in the outright result. We saw Ando Scott get damaged a few times in last year's iteration and then get pulled back into it again, and people going up and down, left and right, all through the order throughout the entire day. It's fascinating how that all works, but I think that's just Bathurst for you, Nick. I mean, this place bites. You have to really be forgiving for every corner, every part of the track, especially over the top. And a lot of concentration is required as well. So it's one of those things where, you need to put together a really fast stint. You might be a little bit slower per lap. You might be thinking you're leaving time on the table, but geez, it's a lot easier said than done. I think this is right up there with tracks like the Nordschleife in terms of concentration required, and to be able to nail every part of the track possible and really be in sync with the car. It's one of those tracks, especially for these cars that we do drive, you really need to be comfortable in the car. You really need to know what's under you and what you're capable of in that car, because if you leave a little bit too much time, like we were saying, with how close and competitive this field is, you lose so much time compared to, in other iterations of the main series. So just goes to show the talent when people are making mistakes and not falling off a position or two, they're going right down the order.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually someone said to me the other day as well, it's kind of Australia's version of the Monaco Grand Prix, with all the walls that are so close to you, especially at the top of the hill. But when you come down along here, Conrod Straight, it is the Chase and Murray's, that's where it's very open. So you definitely have a lot more freedom when it comes to making your overtake. But as soon as you get that car past Griffin's Bend, and you have to wait all the way to Forest Elbow just to make the move and make a pass, it is really tricky there. We see Ben Keith going around the outside with George Smith going defensive on the inside. So the big Smithy holding his position very nicely to keep Ben Keith right behind in the 44. He's going to try and do everything to get that 44 an extra position up the grid that can help Justin in the last stint. But he's got some confidence in the wheel of the 44, and he's going to put Smith under pressure here as they go to turn one on lap 33 off 40. This is going to be definitely a spicy finish here. Kicks up a bit of dirt on the exit of Hell Corner, and up towards Mountain Straight they go for the 33rd time of this Bathurst 1000 for stint 3 in 2024 for the Trackstars Racing Series, celebrating its 10-year anniversary here on the GT7 World. And we are thrilled to be bringing back some live stream action here at Bathurst for the Bathurst 1000. We have a fascinating finish here between Ridwan, Adam Joy, and Josh Green, all on the podiums at the moment. But we do have to keep an eye on Josh Green, who is not too far behind. He's 2 seconds behind Adam Joy in the WRT entry versus CP Motorsports 232. So we've got a couple of battle packs to keep an eye on. The battle pack for P2 and also that massive battle pack for P6, with Jarman Dallas actually pulling away from that gap in a bit of clear air. There's a sigh of relief, and now we can wait to see what can happen between these guys. We can see Ben Keith has actually lost a bit of ground there to Big Smithy, so a little bit of dirty air on the 44, not able to counteract and not able to make any moves on the 787. It's inviting Chris North into the play as well. So as I did predict earlier, watch out for this man. He's got nothing to lose in the 7, and he's going to try and get underneath that slipstream and underneath that rear wing. What can he do? Can he go around the inside, around the outside? Is it possible for the 7 to make a lunge down at the chase? No, he's going to back out of it. So no, doesn't want to take any risks just yet. Running a bit wide there. That's due to the old tyres on the number 7 there. Very unfortunate, very unlucky there, but plenty of time to go with 7 laps of racing to go.
Yeah, wow, it's really spicing up here. I'm very intrigued to see how Josh Green, who goes purple in the first sector with the 17.7, that's right up with some of the times we saw throughout qualifying and the shootout earlier in the week. We'll have to see how we try to construct this move around Adam Joy. If he can get it done with 6 laps to go here, I think he's going to get the move done. He's just got to figure out how to do it. This is one of those things where, people are running different setups, and considering the track, some people have a lot of strengths and a lot of weaknesses in different parts of the track. We did see that in the shootout as well as qualifying, where some people are much stronger or much weaker depending on which part of the road they're on. So yeah, we'll have to run a board here with Josh and see how close he can get to the back here. Actually, this is a pretty good angle here as well. We can really see not only the behaviour of the rear end of Adam Joy's number 15 WRT machine, but can also see how hard Josh is going to throw that car, how hard he's going to brake it, and the slipstream here would definitely help him there.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think he's got himself a good run. Depending on the downforce that these boys are running, it could be an easy move for Greeny at the end of this straight, or it could be just bide your time and get yourself a lot closer coming on to the next lap there. So you can see the pace difference there. He's looking at running a low wing there on the Nissan, clocking at 294 kilometers down Conrod Straight, and he's got a headwind as well. We actually never mentioned the factor of the wind as well. So there's actually a headwind going down Conrod Straight, so that's probably why the cars are a little bit slower down the Conrod Straight. We're not seeing the amount of speed that we saw in qualifying in the top 10 shootout and the early stints of the race, that we saw cars clocking at about 295, 296 with tailwinds. So it's very close there. But as we saw there, Adam Joy got all unstable there on the exit of turn 1. So can Green throw the car down the inside? He's got himself the momentum, throws the car on the inside, gets it done before turn 2, and that is a position gain for Josh Green up into position 2 for the 232 for CP Motorsports. 18.5 behind now for Ridwan against Ridwan, but that is a drive and a half there for Josh Green. He's done it twice, ladies and gentlemen. He did it in stint 2 after crashing it at lap 4, and he's now done it in stint 3 where he put the car on the wall on lap 1. A 2-stop strategy works for the 232, so this is going to be the big question, ladies and gentlemen. What can this car do in the final stint with Aiden Holson behind the wheel? Because Josh Green is a man on a charge.
Yeah, this is a good redemption drive for this pairing here after Spa-Francorchamps. So really good drive here by Josh Green. And it's funny how we try to strategize. Nick, you can do 1-stop, 2-stop, do this and do that. But first of all, you have to be fast. First of all, you have to be very, very fast and pull off what Josh has done. And he's well and truly done that. So to be able to do a 2-stop and do what he's done into P2, very, very good drive there by Josh. And as I was watching Bazza go through the dipper again, I was going to say, Nick, this guy's driving the wheels off this thing. He's out sideways, left and right. He's gone a little bit wide there for his elbow. You can really tell he's hustling to get himself back into, top position, how he was a little bit earlier in his stint. Reminds me of you, Nick, driving your car, mate, just 45-degree angle, 24/7. So he must be running the spud tune as well, Bazza here. But yeah, he's hustling that car as well. And despite these cars having a lot of aerodynamic performance, you can definitely see the behavior of the cars going down the dipper throughout the chase here as well. It's really, really good to see all the cars moving around and everyone just wrangling these things by the neck.
Absolutely, and it's a testament to all the drivers here. They're showing off their skills and really trying to battle these beasts that are the GT500s, Nissan GTR, and the Lexus RCF around Mount Panorama, the 6.213 kilometer road here and in the mountains of Bathurst, New South Wales. And it's great to see these cars in action as the sun is slowly setting here on what it has been an eventful Bathurst 1000, but it's not over. The battle for position 7 is on between Bazza and Ben Keats, the number 44, versus the number 7 of Chris Norr. So battle for P7 is on. It's going to be so close here at the end of it. We've got about 5.5 laps to go. A lot of racing to come as well, ladies and gentlemen. If you think 5 laps is going to fly by quickly, it's still a long way to go here. It's and nothing's settled yet, because there's still a lot of battle packs up towards the front, down the rear of the field. Everyone's getting a lot of action here, and it's great to see that it's not just a stale race between one driver dominating the field, which is Hamza, but he himself has come through a lot of pressure as well, getting that car settling into position 1, because he's had a couple of moments as well, most noticeably picking up damage at Reed Park.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're going to get to the end of the day today, Nick, and I think everyone's going to say they had a moment all 10. So that's just absolutely the nature of this race. But the strongest survive, and that's our top three at the moment with Hamza, Green, and Adam Joy filling out the top three. And a really great drive here by Adam Joy, by the way. Just do have to mention the technical difficulties on his end with stint one. Was unable to complete stint one on board that number 15 GTR, so he's put it into third position for this stint at the moment. So that's a really good drive there for Adam Joy. I'm sure the viewers on his channel and LJ's channel will be enjoying the show as well. And big shout out here to Lamb as well, running in P4 at the moment. Prestale and Lamb did have an up and down Spa Franco Champs the last round of endurance races we did have. So this is a really good performance by both of those guys here, especially at Lamb. This is really, really positive for him. And these guys heading into the next race at St. Croix, which will be the last of our endurance races. So now we're at that point of the race where everyone's got enough to get home. At least it's just all about raw pace at the moment. And yeah, Lamb not too far off. Or actually, he's got a little bit of, he's got blue flags. So that is the other WRT car ahead of Lamb there, just getting the blue flags as well. So yeah, I mean, he is a lot closer in this stint than it was earlier on, Nick. So yeah, these guys are, there's going to be nothing left on the table at the moment. But as I am saying that, Ridwan, just, despite having to come in and fix damage, first of all, you need to be quick to do 2 stops and that sort of thing. So yeah, Ridwan, a comfortable lead despite having to come in. What would have been if he didn't have to come in for damage there, Nick? That margin would have been probably quadruple than what it is now. So yeah, it goes to show, you need to be fast before we even think about a strategy.
Yeah, I think the only thing that can ruin the car one's chances of winning the Bathurst 1000 is definitely a mishap in the final stint or DC from the lobby in stint 4. So if there's anything that can happen in this race, it could be that. But that's exactly what they're not thinking of. They can see the checkered flag is within reach, especially to conclude stint 3. But when it comes to stint 4, that's where it's going to be won or lost later on. We're going to be seeing a lot of battles up towards the front and the rear, especially with these cars that get light on the fuel. The drivers get tired because you're going to see a lot of drivers going back to back, especially Ridwan. He's going to be doing
this
about
guy's
100.
dancing with the devil. I've seen him clip that barrier and McPhilly me.
He's pushing it. He knows he's got a good lead over Green, but he's pushing it like crazy. So he's coming up towards the top of the hill. It's a good chance to go on board as we are right now. See what he can push from this car on very worn mediums. Can he go for that fast lap? I think he sees Green's lap time and thinking, you know what, I can match the exact same thing as well. But he is the 10th down on his personal best. He's about to lose it. Oh, he's so happy. He's so glad that he did not get damage from that. Wow. That was very close to Ridwan. I think now for him, it's just like, all right, I've tried. Let's not do that again. Let's just bring the car home.
Yeah, not me getting PTSD flashbacks after my little moment there last night. There at the Dipper as well. So Ridwan has a comfortable margin, so he doesn't need to be pushing the car too hard at the moment. But maybe, again, it's a worn tyre thing or maybe even a setup thing here as well, Nick. So, yeah, Ridwan definitely doesn't need to bin it anytime soon. And knowing him as well, he'll probably want to get the fastest lap as well. And another little moment there by Ridwan. So probably lost a chunk of time to Josh Green on this lap, but he's got enough margin here where he just needs to sail it as well. Yeah, a whole second there. But, yeah, not enough time there for Josh Green to close the margin. So Ridwan should at least bring this home for the time being at the moment. But already we've seen, again, I've just noticed Jimmy Lee P8 at the moment in the WTC machine sharing with Jacobs and Von Duve. So he did get damage early on as well. A bit of a tough start to the race for him, but he's climbed up really well coming up into P8, or actually might end up being P9 at the moment from what I can see. And Pertz again into P9 for this stint. Similar result what he got in the opening stint. So the wild card with Ben Pert behind the wheel in a super cheap auto-inspired BH livery. Those guys have done a really, really good job.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't fault the livery. You can't fault the team that's behind it. That's come in as a late wildcard entry for the Bathurst 1000. All came about on the Tuesday morning, the week of the Bathurst 1000. put themselves a PowerPoint presentation to show their wives to say, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to go. We want to race this Bathurst 1000. We want to make this a historic event for us. The wives approved, the wives are cleared with them, and they are here today for this Bathurst 1000. It's great to see these boys having a good time. And actually, funny enough as well, they're actually in the same household as well, because they are two good mates, Ben Purton and Liam Hedges. They're actually sharing the same household, with Purton still on the controller and Liam is actually running on the wheel as well. So the same setup, but just different driving styles, different hardware.
Yeah, for sure. Really good to see those guys, and they're big credit to them, as we see Luke just scrape the wall there on the inside and still getting squirrely as well. Geez, the amount of cars that are having issues through the dipper there. I did mention earlier in the broadcast that everyone seemed decent enough despite what the dipper's been doing to all the cars here in the group. But yeah, we have seen a fair amount of incidents through there. It needs to be the most difficult part of the track, how it just slides you in and out and left and right, and it's very, very hard to stay consistent. I think that's actually been the narrative of the whole day so far, Nick. We even see, despite Ridwan's outright speed, we've seen him get damage as well. So consistency is really, really paying off for overall result here, despite some of the drives' outright speed.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see some close racing. But speaking of close racing, this is a battle pack we did not picture that we were going to see. Jarman Dalitz and George Smith on the final lap here, the battle for P5. What I did see was Jarman actually closing up to HBR. It was around about a second and a half on the secondary cameras, but now he's actually lost all that time, 4.3 to HBR. Now it's less than a second between himself and the 787 of George Smith. So this is going to be a spicy finish for the top five, as that is not one and done yet, as well as the battle for P7 between Ben Keats and Chris North for position 8. But we'll keep an eye on the battle for position 5 as we get ready to see Ridwan cross the start finish line as he's exiting the elbow right now. He's got a whole Conrod straight to go and a couple of sections in the last sector. But going back to P5, it's on between these two drivers. It's all single file here, so all Smith needs to do is stay as close to him as possible, so when he gets to the Forest elbow, he can get himself the perfect exit out of the corner and try and get that traction that he can on the 787 Lexus and try and fling it down the inside. But he's gone onto the grass. He's done the Scott McLaughlin line. He's going to lose a little bit of time, a little bit of rubber, a little bit of grip, motivation there. He's lost the car a bit. Oh, he's just over a second now. I think that's one and done as we go across the finish line to catch Ridwan Hamza. He's about to cross the start finish line and take the checkered flag and conclude stint 3 as the race winner of stint 3 to the number 1. That's 3 out of 3. Can they make it 4 out of 4 to conclude the Bathurst 1000? We'll find it in due course. Josh Green is about to cross the line in position 2. What a drive from the 232 after the lap 1 crash at Griffin's Bend to recover the drive and put it into P2. We've got Adam Joy. A round of applause for the 15 in position 3 and getting that car onto the podium and starting in a very good spot for the last stint. HBR in the number 5 MSR rounds up in 4th. Jarman Dalitz looks like he's just about to run out of fuel, but he gets over the line. And then we have George Smith, then Ben Keats, and then we have Chris North rounding up in 8th place. So keep in mind as well, ladies and gentlemen, he did finish 8th place. Jimmy Lee is coming to start down the main straight, down Conrod Straight to finish up in position 9. And then Ben Purton rounding up the top 10. But I'll tell you what, Chris, that was an absolutely epic race, that one. That was really strong and a really good performance there by Ridwan, but also the rest of the pack there. You have to give honorable mentions to Josh Green, Adam Joy, HPR, and Ben Keats. So many good drives in this stint.
Yeah, there was a lot of really good moments throughout that race, Nick, for this second last final stint here. And I think Ridwan was, despite getting damaged there and having the car on 2 wheels instead of 4 there towards the end there, really set up Guy Barbara there to really bring that entry home strong. And hopefully for those guys, they'll be wanting to finish on the top step of the podium, and that would end up being back-to-back years for Ridwan as well if he's able to pull it off. But also a massive drive there for Josh Green, and special shout-outs to Ben Keat. Really strong race early on in there, as well as Purton ended up P9 or 10, I think it was, in that wildcard entry as well. So yeah, a lot of good stories throughout there, Nick. And yeah, time for us to get out of the comment box and go jump back in the car.
Yeah, absolutely right there. So it's a great result there, and all the drivers have crossed the line. And these are the unofficial results here. As we see, the top eight it says rounded up by Jimmy Superfly, but that position 8 will go to Chris North after a fantastic drive there, recovery drive to get himself up into P8, and then Jimmy will be finishing up in ninth place with Ben Purton rounding up the top 10. So great performance by all the drivers here. And then we have Lurox down in 11th. And then we have Gordok 12th. Isaac Fogarty, a day to forget, a race to forget, unfortunately, down in 13th. And the only DNF in this race going to Matt Campbell in car number 12. So very unfortunate to see that car disconnecting and DNFing. Very unfortunate to see that car down there, but they've got a lot of work to do as well as myself. So definitely going to get myself in the car, ready to go. And as we conclude the final stint here at Stint 4 at Trackstars Racing Series, strap yourselves in. We're going to have Isaac back in the commentary booth to conclude this Bathurst 1000. So get yourselves ready, ladies and gentlemen. Grab yourself some lunch. It's 2:45 in the afternoon if you are in the New South Wales Victoria time zone. Wherever you're watching, get yourselves ready because this next 60 laps is going to be a classic. So stay tuned and we'll get ourselves ready for Stint 4.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Track Stars. I believe we are just about to get underway here for stint 4, 60 laps ahead of us, 2 hours of racing to finish off this Bathurst 1000 event here at Track Stars. Round 9, of course. And what an amazing bit of racing we've had so far in stint 1, 2, 3. A lot of stories up and down the grid, some positive, some negative. Unfortunately, we've experienced our fair share of glitches in GT7 today. Sometimes that is just the way that it goes, just the way that the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. But we definitely are looking forward to now the final stint. 60 laps to go to determine who will be our winner today. Most likely looking to be Ridwan, Hamza and Guy Barbara, who have just been setting stint after stint after stint that is absolutely superfluous, making very, very few mistakes, and often just, getting away very nicely at the beginning, which of course means that they don't have to worry about who's racing around them. Those P2 all the way down to the bottom of the field, having their own issues, having their own battles, and such like that, causing them to, lose a bit of time to those incredibly speedy chaps at the top. But it is just one of those things at the end of the day. That is how it goes in racing. Excuse me. Still very unwell, of course, so not quite still at my full potential. Big news, of course, around CP Motorsports 232, continuing a run of really, really good form, able to take P2 in stint 3, lands themselves in a really nice place to begin this stint. Of course, the number 12 car, Matt Dernedy, and Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell, unfortunately, had an issue and was not able to run in stint 3. That puts Matt Dernedy right down to the back of the grid with a lot of work to do. Likewise for Nick Pautasso and Isaac Fogarty. Isaac will be joining us in the comms box at some point today, during this stint, I should say. And Nick Pautasso has got a lot of work to do as well down in P13 on the grid, and he is going to have to drive that RCF Lexus to its absolute limit to get himself back into a position at the end of this race that he and Isaac will both want themselves to be in. Not an easy thing to do at Bathurst, of course. 60 laps, so there's an extra element of strategy. Will be a minimum of 2 pit stops for all the drivers. Those running the longer stints will be looking to do only 2 pit stops. Those maybe like CP232, who have been running essentially a 2-stop race in a 1-stop strategy. So what I mean by that is that over 40 laps, you really only need to stop once, but it means you need to manage your fuel, you need to manage the tires a little bit as well, but mostly on fuel, and depending on the car setup, that can go one way or the other. But in this race, if they were to do the same thing, it will end up being a 3 or even 4-stop race for those faster runners that want to have just a bit more fuel, just be able to put the pedal down on the metal a little bit harder, which we see for CP Motorsport 232 has been a strategy that's worked out very, very nicely. We're just about to go out on the grid, so things are looking to start here in stint 4, 60 laps of racing ahead of us to determine our final order and the final stint. Then, of course, all of that will be calculated into the results, which will be available on the Trackstars Discord. Let's hope we have a clean start this time. No one getting disconnected or glitched into -1 laps like we saw for Chris North and the number 7 car. By the way, they do start up here in P8. Ian Ward back in the car. Ridwan leads us away. Slow start for Xylon. So it's Calestra, Federico, and CP Motorsports 232 around the outside. At Hell Corner, up into the lead immediately. Ridwan pulls into the slipstream, doesn't want to give up that position too easily. Les has had a good start, MP3 in the number 15. CP Motorsports 232 got the inside line over the number 1, and Ridwan will probably have to concede that position. He's going to try around the outside. That's very, very brave this early on with tyres that are not up to the temperature they need to be at. Doesn't manage to get the move back on CP Motorsports, and Aidan Holton, after a brilliant couple of stints from Josh Green and himself, now launching themselves away in P1. And we may end up in a situation where we have a leader of this race who's led only a few more laps than being in P2. Of course, the P1 runner, most of the laps today have been in the hands of the number 1 car. In behind Les, then we've got Federico in the number 5 car. Then it is Anno 787 who's got to a good start here in the 787 car, still ahead of Ian Ward. Oh, it's a bit of a move there from Ian Ward, getting a bit opportunistic into Forest Elbow, taking a very slim line, touching the barrier on the exit, under a lot of pressure now from Chris Lashbrook, who's been in the commentary box in stint 3. Behind them, it is Nick Pautasso. What a start he has had, up from 13th to 8th in 1 lap already. Lots of movement on the grid. Chris Lashbrook wants to go from the outside to the inside, gets hard on the brakes. Has he been given room there? He hasn't really. I think that's a little bit of a send there from Chris. He's redressed the position for the most part. It's going to cost both him and Ian Ward a lot of positions. Or Ian pulls in front of the 117. They're all going side by side into Murray's Bend. Gets through there cleanly, luckily. Matt Dernedy also having a great start as well, up to P10. Nick Pautasso barges his way, not barging, but he's navigated his way through a true tornado of action and found himself in P6 after the first lap. Then it's Ando Federico, who is someone that Ando does not want to be stuck behind as long as he was in stint 2, followed by Les Sandwith for the number 15 car, having a great comeback drive for themselves. In the meantime, Captain Muffin, it's Aidan Holton in the 232, starting to drive away with things. Grid 1, Hamza not having an answer to this speed this early on just yet. We will see him catch up almost certainly. It is one of those things where Ridwan, we know how quick he is, especially over the long run. This is a 60 lap engagement here, so there is plenty of time for Hamza to make his way back into the top spot, going purple already in sector 2 as we come down through Skyline and the Dipper. Good run from everyone so far. Fresh tyres, all getting up to the right temperature now. Federico still under pressure from Ando. It's the battle for P4. And Nick Pautasso, this start has just been amazing. Oh, right up to the point where he smashed into the barrier. Won't be any damage on the car as a result of that, I don't think. But yeah, Nick Pautasso has had a start of legends from P13 to P6. And we do have his co-driver, Isaac Fogarty, who's unfortunately ended up putting Nick into this position in P13. Well, it seems like all that's been undone. Welcoming back Isaac Fogarty to the commentary box. Welcome back, mate, and hopefully you've had a time to forget about what's happened in the previous stint, especially considering your teammates now up in P6.
Yeah, he's made a great start. Wasn't the best stint for me. Made a couple changes to the car that didn't sort of click with me, and I just wasn't able to mesh with the car and just sort of ran out of talent. So wasn't the best stint for me, but you know, we've got 57 laps to go, and he's already up into P6, so there's plenty of time left to find some of that time back. So he's done a great job so far, and it's making me feel a lot better that he's already up into P6.
Yeah, exactly. Really avoided the chaos, especially early on. We had the Ian Ward and a few others just kind of battling a little bit, and Nick just got his crystal ball out, saw that there was going to be a place to be that didn't involve becoming part of the scenery, and he managed to get his way through, so very nice work there. He'll be battling Ando 787 very, very soon, because the 787 car tucked once again behind Federico and the number 5 car. So once again, we have a WTCR sandwich on our hands, and Ando, don't know if he's going to have the keenness this time to try and make it past. He was held up so much by Federico last time. I would assume that he's probably planning just to absolutely send it, but maybe that's not the best way to execute a strategy across a 60-lap stint.
No, I think he won't want to spend as long this time as he did last time behind Federico there. I know it's very difficult to overtake Alexis with Alexis because of their very similar straight line speed. We saw earlier Christopher Lashbrook made it look really easy because he has that Nissan that's just that much bit quicker in the straight line. But he won't want to spend too long in this sandwich here. He'll want to get out of it as soon as possible. So he'll be pushing really hard. But as you said, there is a long way to go in this race, and he won't want to do anything silly too early. So I think we'll see him bide his time for a little while, size up where Federico might be vulnerable, and then he will size up his move when the time is right. But this looks like a spicy battle going on up the front here.
Oh, this is brilliant. Fastest lap by Ridwan Hamza, 152.918, and he is finally finding his legs after what was a very slow start. Got overtaken around the outside at Hell Corner on lap 1 by Captain Muffin. That's Aidan Holton, so really nice work there by the CP Motorsports 232 car. We've had someone join and then immediately leave. Good, because we have everyone in the grid that we're expecting. Yes, spicy battle. I'd expect Hamza to really put the pedal down now. Depends a little bit on strategy, I suppose. I was talking about this earlier. The CP Motorsports seem to be go full send, pit 500 times, and still end up in the top 3, whereas Hamza's been taking more of a conservative approach to it and trying to limit the time lost in the pit stops.
Yeah, Ridwan is he's brilliant with his fuel. He is excellent at fuel saving. I think the CP Motorsports 232 car, they've been a bit unlucky with damage, especially in both of those middle stints. Josh Green, he got a brilliant start in the third stint, and just some contact with a couple cars. There was a bit of a mess at Griffin's Bend on lap 1, and then he made contact with another car at the cutting, and I think that just sort of was unlucky for him that he had damage and put him on the back foot. I think he would have had a lot more of a conservative stint if it wasn't for that. But they do seem to suit the push really hard and go hell for leather very well at CP Motorsports. So we'll see if that's the strategy that Captain Muffin sort of chooses to stick with. I think a few people have said it will be 4 stints of qualifying laps for them. So we'll have to wait and see if that's something that CP Motorsports are going to do.
That's right, yeah, we did just see a big accident at the Dipper just a few moments ago. Looks like Vert Wheeler in the 56 was caught up in that, amongst others. So already some action. Nick Pautasso has made a move on Ando, and as I don't know if this is team orders, maybe you can shed some light on this, but Xylon has let him go, so none of the typical defensive maneuvers we've seen Xylon do before being applied to Nick Pautasso. So I assume that's just a team orders, let him go kind of situation. Can you shed any light on that?
I wouldn't know for sure. I know Chris, he races everyone very hard except for Spud, because Spud is the team boss. He doesn't want to annoy the team boss, I would think. But
yeah.
No, I think there may have been a little bit of, we're on different strategies. Pautasso wants to push really hard and he has a lot of time to make up. So I think it was just a case of, let's not drag each other down here and hold each other back. Let's swap cars now. And that way, Spud can push on, and Frederico can hold his position and try and defend from Ando.
And
you make contact with the wall, and that is so easy to do. I've been there many times myself today. He's been held up with other cars, and that is a massive melee of contact between multiple cars. It looks like Race Pig was caught up in that, which is Ward's. It looks like Denano has been caught up in that as well. Wow. That was just unfortunate. The rear end stepped away from him into Skyline, down Skyline, like it has many times for me. I can relate to that feeling, and it just created a bit of a bottleneck for everyone, and there's been a fair bit of contact there, George. Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. I was thinking throughout the last stint that it was getting very dark for the time of day in which we started this race. So given the length of this race, and we still have a fair way to go in this, I think it's very possible we could see this race finishing in very low light, if not in the dark. So that will increase the challenge and at a different level of complexity towards the end of this race when drivers are pushing really hard. At the moment, they're pushing, but I would say they're mostly trying to conserve and not make too many silly mistakes. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of drivers pushing a lot harder towards the end. So that, along with light running low, will increase the challenge, which will be exciting to see. No, we've seen a couple cars pull off moves around the outside at various corners, but Hell Corner is not one of those places. If you get the wider line into the corner, you can sort of turn in later and do a bit of a switchback up towards Griffins. But Christopher Lashbrook was very defensive in his driving there. It was a great piece of driving to hold on to that 8th position from Vert Wheeler. And now we can see I Ward. He is pushing on in P10. He's pulled away from Von Duvet a little bit. So trying to get himself back into a rhythm now. You'll be very frustrated, I'm sure, with that incident earlier on in the race, but it's all about now recognizing that there's a long way to go and getting yourself back into that rhythm, which I think these guys will be trying to do. Yeah, exactly. I think it's been really difficult at times to sort of, I know for a lot of drivers, to not just sort of go, that's it, I'm done, and just sort of give up. But I think it's a testament to everyone to still be here and still racing, and it's been a great effort from everyone really to be running as long as they have. And it's a long day. It's a lot of racing, and especially this last stint, as you said, over 400 kilometers just in this last stint alone. So it's a lot of driving time for these guys.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you for letting me know in chat, guys. Cool. So you wouldn't have heard the difference there, Isaac, but everyone in chat did, because I'm actually wearing 2 microphones right now. Yes, no, my microphone did run out of battery, which is great. So they won't have heard the last, I don't know how long. You guys can let me know how long that was that I was sitting there not talking to you in chat. But yeah, no, absolutely agreed. And sticking it out for 1,000 kilometers is no small feat. We're going to be ticking up to somewhere around 7 to 7.5 hours, I think, total runtime on the stream. It'll be a little bit less than that for racing, about 6 hours 15 or so. Like, it's not a small amount of racing. And as Nick's alluded to a few times, many hall passes being handed out by families and wives to allow us all to go and have our fun here at Bathurst.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of asking for, hey, look, I know it's going to be a long day, but I think, I feel like everyone's been really got around it, which is great to see. And I know for a fact, like, a lot of partners and that have been really supportive of it, which is great because we all love doing it, and all these boys absolutely live for it. So it's a long day. You know, we started at 10:30. It was a bit different to Spa, where we started at like 1:30 in the afternoon. So at least you still had the morning to sort of, you know, get yourself in order and get organised and sort of do what you need to do for the day. Whereas this one, it's sort of you get up and go. So it's been a long day for everyone, and we've still got about an hour and a half of running left. So still plenty of running to go, which will see us wrap up about, I think, 5 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard, or Australian Eastern Daylight Time, I should say. That's what we're in now.
Yeah, it's
But yeah, they've done really well.
Yeah, AET, because we just don't know. It's one.
Yeah.
It's AET. We just don't know what
One
it
of
is. It's
them.
just one or the other. And then what is it? Queensland that doesn't change properly, or I can't remember.
Yes, yeah. Queensland stays the same. They elect to not observe daylight savings.
Well, it's smart, but it's also really annoying, right? So I can understand the logic of not observing it.
It's frustrating from a sim racing point of view, because a lot of sim racing is organised around Australian Eastern Daylight Time, New South Wales and Victoria. So it's harder for the Queensland people and New Zealand, and we have a lot of Kiwis in here. We have some Western Australians as well. We have some international drivers, obviously.
I see some. You've got a bit of a fan club in chat. I do notice this. And there's one comment here asking about your flag waving at Bathurst 1000 last week. Do you have some information that you can send our way? What have you been up to? No comment from Isaac Fogarty. We might have actually just lost his microphone for a moment there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully he'll be back in a few moments' time. In the meantime, Slapper's mate, it's Wade Von Duvet going at it. Got Justin Lattaway, Justin behind him, then Matt Dernady. So there's a very fast pack, very far down the field at the moment, and they will be going for it. They need to find a good result. Just coming up to the 10th lap of this race. Van Drake TV, and is this ACC? No, this is GT7. This is Gran Turismo 7. I actually specialize in ACC broadcasting, but I'm here doing GT7 today for Trackstars Racing. But no, this is Gran Turismo 7, and this is a brilliant game, a brilliant simulator. And Matt Dernady is going for it on Justin Lattaway. He's got the inside line, so that'll likely be a beautiful pass there for the number 12, and it is. So CP Motorsports number 12 moves up into P11. Sorry, P10. And now that they're in P10, they can go after Wade Von Duvet in the 117 car, who've had a bit of a miserable day so far. Seeing if we can get Isaac back in. Hopefully his mic has fixed itself up magically. Give it the magic click of the fingers, and hopefully it will be all sorted out. So now both of us have been talking without being on the broadcast. So that's wonderful, wonderful stuff going on. Yes, there is a battle for P3 and P4, and actually Les has lost the position to Nick Pautasso. Nick Pautasso has moved up into the third position, 6 seconds behind Ridwan right now, and your current leader still Aidan Holton, out to a decent gap, less than a second though between those two at the top. Nick Pautasso is going to be very keen to join in and see what he can do, because this is an opportunity for him to really launch this car up. Oh, but he's launched it into the barrier instead, so all that hard work. And Les Smith will say, thank you very much, I'll take it back. Isaac, have you returned?
I have returned. Apologies, I lost my hearing for a minute there.
Yeah, all good. We've both done it now. Both of us have had a technical issue. So that's all the gremlins out of the system, we're hoping. So we should be all good to go from now. I was just saying about Nick Pautasso. He's still going for it. You'll see on screen in a moment's time. He was up in P3 for a little bit, then slammed it into the barrier on the exit of Griffins. I don't know if there's any damage. It might have just gotten away without any. But he's working hard to try and get past Les. Only 6 seconds was the gap up to Ridwan. So that is a major, major shot at a good bit of potential for not just top 3, but potentially top 2. And that was another moment. You can just see how hard Nick is pushing the car right now.
Yeah, he's pushing really hard. I think we're very similar in the sense that as soon as we make a little bit of a mistake, we try and overdrive the car. So I think it's important for him to sort of get himself back into a rhythm and not try and push too hard to make a mistake, especially if he is carrying damage. I don't know if there is much damage to that car. I missed the replay of I missed seeing the incident, but if there is damage on that car, it's just important for him to not overdrive it. These Lexuses, especially when you lose a little bit of downforce or a little bit of handling with contact, they're very difficult to drive, and it's very easy to make other mistakes on top of that, as I learned the hard way. So it looks like he's very close to the back of El Sandwith here, so he could be potentially trying to shape a move to move up the inside and back up into P3, but I think patience is the word of the day here at Trackstars, and I think we need a lot of that at the moment. But here we go. He's going to have a look up the inside into Griffins, so he's going to, and LJ backs out of it, so that was really smart driving from LJ just to break that a little bit earlier, give the position back to Patasso, and he has done a great job to get that car back up into P3, and LJ now has to look behind to see a hard charging Andrew Scott behind him.
Yeah, so I don't think LJ's battle is with Nick Pautasso today. Pautasso's got a lot of pace on him at the moment, and Les just does not. I don't think he's interested in running a strategy that's that high intensity. I think that's all that Nick can do really at the moment, is just try and push the car as hard as possible. As he said before, any damage he gets will make that increasingly more difficult. But he's got an opportunity. He could be running up there potentially with Ridwan. At the very least, if Ridwan does find his feet a little bit later in this this stint, maybe he'll get ahead of Aiden Holton, so there might be a battle on for P2 right now for Nick Pautasso and the number 32 car, which would be an incredible bounce back after a very up and down, I hope you don't mind me saying this, up and down for last four stints, not for any reason in particular. And now Ando going for it, cool, calm and collected, but I think this is where Ando's battle is right now. Needs to keep hold of Nick if he can do, because he's running at about the same pace.
Yeah, I think this for Ando is very crucial. He's run very well all day, and I think this is a potential podium for these guys, which would be brilliant. Obviously, we have to wait and see the overall results and it all added up at the end of the day. But he's run really well so far, and he's driven brilliantly. So I think this is where his battle is, and he knows that he needs to clear Sandwith soon to give him a chance to sort of pick a battle with Pautasso here. So this will be interesting to see what he can do. Obviously, we know that the Nissan has greater straight line speed than the Lexus, so I know that LJ is running a bit of a higher downforce setup than most of the cars in the field. It's certainly a higher downforce setup than what I know we are running, so he's probably lacking a little bit of straight line speed compared to us, maybe not necessarily Ando here. I don't know what he's got on in terms of a setup, but that'll make it interesting in the straight line. So Ando have to be nice and close to make sure he can get right in the slipstream of LJ down Conrod Straight. So it's all this run down the hill here is really important for Ando to make sure that he closes up, and it looks like LJ has just had a little bit of a better run down the hill here. He's had a brilliant drive. He's brilliant across the top, LJ. He's got a lot of pace in these corners. It's all flat out, and he just does a great job. So it looks like he might be far enough away, but with the slipstream, you never know.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable. The body language of the car looks like it's responding to every input he's giving it, which is exactly what you want to see. And I do get the feeling this may be a disadvantage to Ando, and one of the reasons why we haven't seen him do too many overtakes. He does like to conserve his tyres as much as possible for a number of reasons, and I don't think necessarily fuel, but I get the feeling that the lacking top speed of the Lexus on the straights is not being made up for as much in the corners with Ando's generally conservative approach to tyre life and tyre conservation, which is polar opposite to what we saw with Nick Pautasso, who's just going for it. And it was, in fact, all the corners and the ups and downs of Mount Panorama Mountain. That's where Nick got it done. We haven't seen Ando really close up, and with Les feeling so comfortable in that Nissan, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a hard stretch for Ando, but I think he's probably quite happy running in a slipstream right now. We saw this in stint 2 or 3, I think it was. Seems to be a general tactic for jump into the slipstream, save a bunch of fuel.
Yeah, that's right, and the slipstream is so... Oh, hang on, sorry, I can hear myself twice. Let me just turn myself down.
Oh, yes. What you can do is mute my stream. So my stream has audio, perfect. So just mute my stream. There we go.
Perfect, there we go.
Sorry,
done.
You were saying?
No worries. No, that's good. It's so easy to save fuel around here in the slipstream. Like there is such an advantage to it. So Ando will know that, and he will know that all he has to do to get himself into a bit of a better strategy position is just sit behind LJ here, who will be using a lot more fuel because he doesn't have the benefit of Pautasso's slipstream in front. So that'll probably be where Ando's head is at. As you said, he's definitely trying to conserve tyres. He's trying to look after them to sort of save himself time and extend his stints a bit longer. And these guys are going for it. They're absolutely sending a hell of a load. I think Ridwan will be saving a bit of fuel in behind Aiden Holton here. So he'll be having that effect and that advantage as well. It's where you're running either the car in front, if you're the car in front, or you're running on your own, that you struggle with the fuel. So yeah, the benefit of the slipstream and the fuel saving benefit of that around here is mega. But these guys, it's really shaping up to be a great battle for the lead, and I really hope this goes all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, I think strategy-wise, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more cars be a bit more tactical about their position behind others. You know, if I'm Ridwan Hansa here, I wouldn't be full throttle, and I think that's kind of indicated by his lap times at the moment. They're not kind of Ridwan speed at the moment, unless he's done something totally different setup. He is actually maybe going to make a move around the outside. We've only seen one person do that successfully so far, Nick Pautasso. Oh, it's ended in tears. It's ended in tears. Yeah, 99 out of 100 times an overtake on the outside of Griffin's ends in tears, and we have seen that there. I think that'll be a bit of damage as well for Ridwan.
I definitely think there's a bit of damage. The contact, the level of contact he made with that outside wall is a strong indicator of there being damage, and that's so devastating for those guys. They've run really well all day, and it was a very, very bold move to go around the outside at Griffin's, shades of Nick Pautasso, as you said, and Aiden Holton, he held his line up the inside, and it's very tricky to call that one. I think that one's going to have to go down to the stewards for it to be had a look at. But yeah, very unfortunate for both of these guys, and I do question whether maybe, depending on the level of contact, there might be damage for the CP Motorsports car as well. But yeah, definitely will be some damage that Ridwan will now carry. So it's how long does he carry that damage for? How bad is it? Is he still able to keep up? He's 2 seconds down so far throughout this lap, so it might be okay. He's dropped a second to Aiden Holton at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that because as he comes along the pits here, is he going to stay out? He is. So if he does have damage, I think he thinks he can live with it for now.
Certainly seems that way. Nick Pautasso has taken, of course, a chunk of time out of these two now as a result of that contact. And yeah, the 50 million shades of grey and how to dissect Griffin's Bend's accidents is going to be what the stewards need to go and look up, because there's so many ways to skin a cat down at that corner with incidents, and you got cars on the inside bouncing on the curb and not being able to control their momentum, and cars on the outside turning in, because you know you get that panic moment when you're on the outside, you've braked really, really deep, and suddenly there's a barrier right there, and you're thinking, oh, I've got to turn in. Is there enough space? There might be, and it's all split-second decisions. It's a really tricky place. This is why we say it just ends in tears. It's so difficult to get the overtake done unless you know the other driver really is wanting to work with you. But yeah, Nick is actually moving very quick, so I get the feeling this is, while maybe it's not enough damage for Ridwan to think, okay, I need to come into the pits and get this repaired immediately and compromise this early stint. Bearing in mind, it's on the 16th lap, so you can probably get away with another 4 to 10 laps, or 4 to 8 laps or so of running, so that you can kind of keep to your strategy. That might be what Ridwan's thinking, because yeah, Nick has been putting down the pedal, and from third place, he's taken yet another half second out of Ridwan. Gap just creeping underneath 6.5 seconds. So this could be the chance that Nick's been looking for, and he certainly seems to have a decent amount of speed. We'll see if we can keep an eye on the timing, the delta between these two as they head down the straight, see if it does get a little bit lower. If that was any damage at all, it probably would have been a little bit of front splitter, maybe the front left tyre.
Yes, I think that looks like a front left contact, so it would have been a little bit of damage to that front left, if anything. But yeah, you can see both of these guys, both Aiden Holton and Ridwan, are struggling across the top of the mountain. So that sort of says to me that maybe they are both carrying damage, but then they have pulled this gap out to Nick Pautasso a little bit down the bottom of the hill. So maybe not as bad as I originally thought with these guys, but Nick Pautasso, he has pulled away from Sandwith now, so he started to sort of form his own little race with himself, and space himself out. The field is looking very spaced out now. Cars pitting obviously to repair damage and to have early stops. I don't think we're going to see much more, or see many more laps go by before we have our stops. Obviously these cars only start with 75 litres of fuel, so if you really stretch it out, you can get 20 laps of fuel in, but I wouldn't expect many people to be going for 20 laps of fuel here when there's such a long way to go, and a lot of people are just going to go for 4 stops and push. So I think the pace difference you can get from just pushing and then pitting that extra time, especially in this longer race, may well outweigh the fuel saving and going a few seconds a lap slower. So I think it speaks to the fact that these guys are in the 53s and 54s, and the faster guys are pushing in the 53s, that we're seeing cars not sort of save too much fuel in this early stint, but maybe look to do that later on when they have full tanks of fuel.
Yeah, and I think it was either you or Nick who said it before. Fuel is cheap in this configuration, 4 litres per second, of course, times 3 fuel burn rate. So fuel is technically cheap. So it's worth using it. We've seen that from the CP Motorsport car 232. They've just been using the fuel every single litre, early stops, going out again on a full tank, absolutely sending it, going full acceleration down the main straights, and it seems to have worked out quite nicely for them. You need that consistency, right? A little bit of bravery to make sure that you can navigate the track consistently at that pace for these longer stints. But definitely no one needs to be worried about fuel today, I think. Les does pull off into the pits. Ando will go up into P4 overall. As Nick is still catching up to Ridwan Hamza. Another half a second being cut out. He can see them in his front mirror. And LJ, 2% of fuel, so I'd be surprised if everyone... we don't see nearly everyone on the track come into the pits. Do also note that on the previous lap we were watching LJ's car, saw a little spit of blue flame. You usually only get to see that when the light is starting to fade. And it does appear that the shadows on the ground are getting rather long now, so I don't think we're actually that far away from twilight, if not nighttime running here.
No, I think you might be right. I think the more this race goes on, the more it looks like we're going to be finishing this race in the dark, and we may have more of this race in the dark than we think we're going to do. But LJ Sandwith, he is the first car to blink in terms of pit stops, and I don't think it's going to be too long before we see our front runners all come in. I think Ando will be the best positioned in terms of fuel for that group of front runners, as he had all that time behind LJ to save fuel. So he'll be the best positioned, I would say. Ridwan probably the next best off, but Aiden Holton and Ridwan and Patasso are not going to be too far away. We can see Justin Ladaway right on the back of El Sandwith here, and I think that Justin, looking at the timesheets, is yet to stop or has stopped really early. So it's battle for position, but I feel that this is a bit out of position for Justin, as he's yet to stop and make his initial pit.
Yeah, not that you can really tell, well, I can really tell, but that car looks rather light and certainly aggressive. So whether it's Justin's current attitude towards his position, oh dear, and
no!
He has had a major spin. 2 tyres on the outside of McPhillamy. Equal spin, and oh dear, that's a scary place to have to rejoin. And that is Federico, who's come barreling on by. Nothing he could do. There's a car right there, got a little bit out of shape. Actually, lucky there was a car there, otherwise he would have been 90 degrees into that barrier.
Yes, that was very unfortunate for Justin to sort of spin the car where he did at McPhillamy, and then for Frederica, it was really hard. It was really hard through there when there's a car loose. As we've mentioned many times across the coverage, it's very narrow across the top, so there's not a lot of room to move and to navigate around cars when you're trying to rejoin, as we see the other MSR car, the 32 of Nick Patasso, in the pit lane. He puts in 97 litres of fuel, so almost a full tank. But yes, it was a very, very interesting moment there, and I think there might be a need to be a change of pants for both of those drivers, especially coming down the hill there. And you sort of hope and pray that the car that's going slower stays ghosted. I'm sure that's what Cristale was hoping for. However, obviously did not end that way, and there was probably a little bit of contact, but I don't think it was anything too serious. And hopefully, as we see, Justin has come into the lane, so he is serving his first stop and potentially fixing damage, but hopefully there's not too much damage on the number 5 car as well. As a result, as we see Ridwan Ibn Hamza, he's in for his first stop, so he's the first of the first 2 cars to blink, and with 1 litre of fuel left. So I don't think you can get any closer. Maybe you can get to 0, but I don't think you can get any closer to an empty tank. And Andrew Scott, is now in to the lane as well with 2 litres remaining. So Aiden Holton now remains the last car to stop out of those front runners, and I believe that is the 44 of Justin Ladaway getting out of the way under blue flag. So and he just flashes the hazard lights to say thank you there for getting out of the way. But yes, the last of our cars yet to pit out front. Aiden Holton still running, which he's done really well, I think, to stretch out 20 laps on this tank of fuel, while having the pressure of the number 1 car behind him.
Well, exactly right. And it kind of blows our theory about saving more fuel than your competitor when you're running in the slipstream, doesn't it? Because Aiden Holton's managed to do this beautifully. Got to have at least 2 to 3 litres on board to make it through a lap. So he's obviously saved just a couple of more litres wherever that ended up happening. But yeah, no, it's been a really, really good bit of driving here for Aiden Holton. He'll continue around the course for now, setting 153.5, really consistent as well, which is definitely going to help him. Good to see that we've got a few running a little bit longer. That'll be a little bit of a mix-up to the strategies, but only a 3rd race distance. Still a huge amount of distance to go, so I would expect to see a little bit of a mix-up as we head, especially into the nighttime racing. I think the nighttime racing is going to really mix things up. There'll be more mistakes. There'll be more conservativeness in terms of how you run the car. So now that it's light, it's time to run the car hot and fast. And then at nighttime, you want to be probably just cooling down your driving style, just taking it just that little bit easier. Provisionally into the lead goes Chris Lashbrook. He'll no doubt be in on this lap as well. He's managed to hold on to a bunch of fuel. Then Ridwan just coming through Forest Elbow. Matt Dernetti, and I think he has yet to pit. Yeah, he's yet to pit. Nick Pautasso gets out ahead of both Ando and LJ. Slapper's mate yet to pit. Ando a lot closer now, though, to Nick Pautasso, so maybe he has saved a lot in the slipstream. That's probably quite likely. We will keep a very close eye on that one because Nick's under a little bit of pressure now. Not as close as he was to Ridwan. I think there's about an 8-second gap there between him and Ridwan. The question is, how much fuel will Captain Muffin take? It's a critical final lap, in-lap for him, and a critical amount of fuel to be taking. Ridwan's just coming round Murray's and across the line. Captain Muffin is out, so he's actually extended his lead quite significantly with a lower fuel.
Yes, and I think Captain Muffin, I think Aiden Holton, he's doing the complete contrast, the complete opposite to what we've seen this 232 car do all day, which is burn fuel and just push really hard. I think he's taking on 78 litres of fuel. He knows that he can get another 20 laps with that, and he's going to split this race into 3 20-lap stints, it appears. So it's given himself a little bit of buffer to Ridwan, which means he has the opportunity to save fuel, while Ridwan probably is trying to push to close up. And I don't think Ando took on as much fuel as Pautasso did, which means that's why he's closer up. I think there's a few cars that have probably realised that they can get to lap 40, they can fuel up and get to the end. I think the critical lap will be, I know I love to talk about my critical lap numbers. I think if you are saving fuel, you can get home from we're about 23 to go. So, wow, contact between the 232 and the Make It PH car, the wild card. That was very messy into the dipper, and we've seen that in real life as well over the past couple of weeks, cars making contact into the dipper, and that will not be, he will not be thrilled with that, Aiden Holton, I know for sure. That's very frustrating, and it leaves a question mark on whether there's any damage on that car now, as that was fairly heavy contact, George.
That was heavy contact indeed, yeah. Did look like the blinkers went on for Aiden Holton. I think he might think that's on him. I think I might agree with him, actually. But that said, the PH car, very awkward place to be trying to get out of the way for a blue flag. you know, if you're one corner away from the straight, just get onto the straight. You know, you're going to be fast enough through a corner. Just got to get there. And basically the rule that I would say for anyone under blue flag conditions, as soon as you're up the hill, that's it. Don't try and pull over. Don't even bother. There's such a short margin where you have to let the driver behind know what you're doing, be consistent with that offline, which is tricky up and down the hill, and then see, it's just, you know, it's just the split-second nature of it. It's too quick for anyone to react to.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's really difficult, and there's a spot just here where in real life they love to do blue flags, but it's so tricky in Gran Turismo because that's right, you don't really know. You're relying on the car behind you that's catching you to know what you're doing, and if they don't, or you don't quite get offline enough, then it can result in contact like we just saw. He probably went a little bit too ambitious there, Aiden Holton, and could have waited for the straight, and probably you know, would have been better for both cars to wait till they were on the straight. And I think that's the way to go. That's the way that I certainly approach it, is wait till you're in a straight line and you're able to just sort of roll out of the throttle and let the cars sort of go around you. But it looks like it hasn't hurt him too much. There's still the XFR car of Christopher Lashbrook is still running in first, so yet to stop. So he's run very long in this stint, or did he pit early? I'm not entirely sure. I cannot remember whether he pitted early or not, but he's running for a very long time and he's still going, so I would think that he would have to pit early because 23 laps of fuel on a 75 litre tank is very impressive if he hasn't pitted. So I would think that he's already come in and is slightly out of sequence with the cars behind him, but it's going to be fascinating to watch now Aiden Holton in second, because there's a question mark over whether he's got damage, and we know that he needs to try and save fuel to get to the end of this one. So it's going to be very fascinating, as I said, to watch this one to the end. Ridwan now 4.5 seconds, 4.7 to be exact, off, and then you've got Matt Donetti behind him by about 2.5 seconds. But I think he's also out of sequence with these guys up the front. So once he stops, you will have Nick Partasso move up into third place. He's currently running fifth, still a brilliant result. Ando in sixth. I think those guys are still fairly close. They are sort of close together, but Partasso has the pace advantage over Andrew Scott at the moment, and has pulled away from the car behind. So Ando still running in sixth, and then Von Duve, back in seventh place with LJ not too far behind. So a bit of a stronger middle stint for the 117 car. However, I do believe, again, they are also out of sequence. So it's a little bit tricky to keep up with at the moment, because we've got cars that stopped early due to damage or other reasons that are now technically out of sequence with the cars that are around them, because they are a bit fuel compromised in comparison. So it'll be interesting to see when we get to the final stint where that all plays out, and who's fuel saving and who's just pushing hard to try and make up as much time as they can. El Sandwith now finds himself down in 8th place as a result. There was a bit of contact earlier for him, and now finds himself down in 8th. Still running very well. And then we have Federico Castale down in 9th with early contact. Couple incidents for him meant that he's now down the order in 9th. And then we've got Ward down in 10th place. So that incident again early on the race. So these are cars that have been caught up in early incidents and just need to get themselves back into a rhythm. This 7 car has had a difficult day. They did really well in the first stint, and then ran out of fuel towards the end, and then just got unlucky with Mitch Curry in the second stint to have that broken diffuser and that contact on the final lap. And then we have the 964 car, I believe, this is the other WTC car. Yeah, the 964 car down in 11th. I'm not quite sure of the driver's name. I struggle to remember all of them sometimes. I get a bit lost. But then we've got Justin Luttaway in behind him. So he is, again, down the order after that spin up the top of McPhillamy, which he will be pushing hard to come back from that. So he's got a bit of a gap in front of him to catch up to the 964 car, and then he's got a fair, almost a minute gap to the wild card behind him, with Hell Hedges behind the wheel, who's just trying to get out of the way again in an awkward spot. A very awkward place to try and get out of the way there through the dipper. So I have to see, there's another car coming up behind him, which looks like it might be El Sandwich, so he'll get out of the way of him on the straight. They've had a fairly strong day. A couple top 10 results in the stints for them. He's indicating right for LJ to go around, I believe, as they come down towards the chase. So that he should move out of the way here, let him go, and side by side into the chase, and it does let him go and just flashes the hazards there to let him know that he's through. And then we've got the other KPL car of Vert Wheeler behind the wheel in the 56 running down the back, and a difficult day for those guys. So that's our current order, that's how everything stands at the moment, and we've still got Christopher Lashbrook running out in front. So that's how it currently stands, and it's a very interesting looking totem pole at the moment, George. It's very up and down with these cars at the moment, and a question mark over where everyone sits in terms of strategy.
Yeah, big couple of questions on the strategy, and we're only 5 laps away from half distance. It does make me wonder, and I was wondering this a couple of laps ago, I was going, well, hold on, these guys haven't pitted yet. Are they really trying to extend to a one-stop? A one-stop in a 60-lap race? I don't know if that's even possible. I think the only person on the grid who's done anywhere close to that kind of fuel conservation would be Ian Ward in stint 1, where he had to go fuel map 6 for 3 laps, and lift and coast around every single corner using gravity more than his car's engine to get his way to the end of the race. So I don't know if it's even possible. I can't see that Chris Lashbrook has pitted yet. If he does make it to 30, I'll be mighty impressed. But if we take 75 litres divided by 30, that's not a lot of fuel per lap. You're running just over 2.15-ish litres per lap. That's really, really conservative to be doing 153.1s and be only using 2.1 litres of fuel per lap. I'd say that's a bit of a miracle. And yeah, I'm absolutely right, because he's coming to the pits on lap 25. Is there a potential way, though, now that he can fill up the fuel full, if he can make it 25 laps, he could make it 35 laps on a full tank, surely?
I would think so. Part of me believes that he did pit early in this one to sort of get himself. I think there may have been damage at the start. Obviously, we know these starts with the standing starts have been a little bit tricky, so possibly an early pit for him and then he's just sort of out of sequence slightly with these guys. But if he did stay for 25 laps, that is a brilliant effort, and I cannot see any reason why he wouldn't be able to one-stop this and go to the end if he did do that. But I think we will see him come in again after this.
Yeah,
probably with a not long to go, I would think, though. He's going to get about 23 laps out of this tank of fuel, maybe. So we might see him coming with 10 to go for a splash and dash.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case, because it was 75 litres. If he was trying to go to the end, it'd have to be 100 litres. Absolutely no doubt about it. We also do know that if you pit early to put a little bit of extra fuel on the car, to extend out to 26 or to repair damage or anything, I definitely was involved in something early on. I do recall that. You actually do save a little bit of time relative to the field, because the field's not so spread out. So you don't lose as much time to the leader as you would have, a little bit later on in the race. There's a little bit of an advantage. We've seen that with CP232. Keep coming back to the CP Motorsports guys, because their pit stop strategy of pit early, get into clean air, which hasn't been really the way that they've been running this race, but certainly previous stints, that seems to have been the strategy, regardless of contact or not. So it's really weird, because it almost seems to be that those who get damage early on and come to the pits seem to be at a little bit of an advantage, which is bizarre. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. But if that's how it's working out, then that's kind of how it's working out. Surely 2 more stops for most of these guys out on track. The other is, of course, Matt Derneddy, who must have also come to the pits early, is running long, doing yet another lap, so we'll be at least lap 27 before he comes in for a pit stop. And when he does, he will lose a number of positions. Nick Pautasso only 10 seconds behind, then Ando another 3 seconds behind him. Then Slap is another 4.5 or ish seconds behind him, so probably losing 3 positions. Might be fighting with LJ when Dernedy does decide to come to the pits and get refueled, which could make for a great battle. Those two have been on a similar pace for most of the previous stints. but we're all,
Yeah.
all coming up to halfway now, so this is critical. But as you said, hard to tell. Totem pole, great way of describing it, a real mixed bag.
Yes, 100% at the moment, a real mixed bag. And as you said, we're approaching the halfway mark, so I think we're about to see sort of a clearer picture. I think the 232 car have done a great job with that strategy that you mentioned earlier of pit early, get out of the way, get out of trouble, and sort of give themselves clean air. They've done a great job to now get themselves into this position to be where they are now and lead this race. And I think that means that they can now adjust their strategy and go back to the norm that we've seen everyone else do throughout the day, which was run longer stints, fuel save a bit, and make sure that they can get home to the end comfortably. And that's what we're seeing now, with still a 4.2 second gap to Ridwan. So not comfortable for Aiden Holton at the moment, but not under an immense amount of pressure at the moment. I think Ridwan is now probably under more pressure from Danetti behind him at the moment, who has closed right up to the back of him. So this could actually, depending on how much longer Danetti is able to run for, this could create a bit of a headache for Ridwan, who is probably trying really hard. He's shaved about 2/10 out of Aiden Holton on that straight, which just probably is an indication of the damage that Aiden Holton is carrying on that 232 car. But the other CP Motorsports car isn't going to make this easy for Ridwan. He's going to sort of try and give him a little bit of pressure from behind to either force him into a mistake or just make him be that little bit more conservative to make sure that they don't he doesn't fall behind another CP Motorsports car, because there's a long way to go in this one still. 33 laps remaining in this race, and with a 4-second gap to the car in front, there's plenty of time left to conserve fuel. As we see Cristale into the lane again down in P8, so he's come back in for another stop. So this will be his second stop, so I think we'll see him make one more stop before the end of this one. So that'll be a 3-stop strategy for the number 5 MSR car. And then we have, I think that's Smashing Apex down up into 8 now as a result. And he's going side by side with, I believe that is Ward. He's made that move stick. Ward has a little bit of a look to the outside as they come up towards Griffins, but he's made that stick up into 8th place now, so a great result. We will see when Danetti eventually pits. I believe he will come out behind Apex, as Apex was leading before he stopped. So wherever Danetti spits out, it will be behind at least these 2 cars, I would think. And then maybe, I would say probably most likely between Ward and the 964 car in 10th place. So, but this is good from Smashing Apex. He's got himself into clean air. He's got 9.5 seconds to Samwith in front, so he can push a little bit now. He's just done a best sector across the top of the hill. His personal best sector across the top of the hill. So it's whether he can continue this pace down the hill, and for the remaining laps, he put about 75 litres of fuel in the car. So we should see him run, hopefully, until with about 15 laps to go in this race, most likely. And then he'll fuel up to go to the end, I would say.
Yep, absolutely. It's been consistent laps there from Smashing Apex. Chris Lashbrook, back in the car for the last time, has been on commentary duty as well. But I think there's something that people maybe don't estimate enough into these calculations, and that is the fact that you've been racing out there for nigh on 6 hours. It's already been a very long day, lots of preparation leading up to this race as well, and that starts to play all sorts of effect, especially when you're getting tired towards the end of the day, and the game's like, oh yeah, we're going to go to nighttime. So what does your natural circadian rhythm do? It starts to put you to sleep. So this go fast, go hammer it, pit stop lots, use lots of fuel strategy, it's one that comes with a lot of risks. It's got to be managed well by the drivers, and if it's not, then we're almost certainly going to see some on these faster strategies make some mistakes. As we all know, Bathurst will bite, so we shall see. Do want to say as well, there might be a little bit of if I'm Chase Purse right now, leader of CP Motorsports, I'm probably going to be on the team order saying, look, Danetti, hear me out. Just drive a little bit faster, all right? You only got 1.4 seconds. Get up to the back of Reward. Just get ahead of them, all right? And just don't tap the brakes, but maybe just lift and coast a bit. I think there's an element where I think CP Motorsports could be playing a bit of a team game here, but look at those lap times, 52s for the last 6 or 7 laps. Looks like it's going to be another one, potentially in that range. So we have to wait and see when he pits.
Yeah, I don't think he would be far off pitting, especially if he did pit early on in this race. And there we go. He's done now. He's in. He did lose touch a little bit there with Ridwan, so I think maybe he went, my work here is done, and he's got 1 litre of fuel left, so he wouldn't be able to stretch that any longer, even if he wanted to, as Ridwan, fastest lap of the race with a 52.3. So he's starting to put the hammer down now. He's closed that gap to Aiden Holton in front of him to 3.2 seconds. So he's getting closer. He is moving his way forward towards the back of Captain Muffin, who there still is that question mark over damage for this car. How much is it carrying? How much is it affecting the handling? He's still in the 52s, but it's how much damage does he actually have. LJ El Sandwith now finding himself back up into 5th. So we're starting to see the regular, or the normal order, I should say, be re-established with cars in the lane. So Apex goes through up into 6th. Danetti, where is he going to come out? 81 litres of fuel in the car for him, which will get him to about 10 laps to go. So he will splash. He will be one of those cars that splash and dash towards the end as well. And that gets him up into 7th. So about 9, maybe 10 seconds behind the sister car, the sister It's FR car of Ridwan Ibn Hamza. So now it becomes a case of these guys battling and squabbling for position as well. I'm sure in no time Danetti will close up to the back of Apex. He's certainly not fuel compromised, so he can afford to push as hard as he can. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this now, because we are approaching half race distance. We're about to cross the halfway mark the next time the leader crosses the line. So here we go. It's time to mark the halfway point with, what is this? That is 130 laps down and 130 laps down, 131 laps down, 130 to go. So
yeah, I
almost
think,
there.
Yeah, I usually try and refrain from trying any kind of mathematics on stream, but I think that was actually a pretty good effort, I have to admit. I think it's something in the order of 150 to 180 kilometers remaining now, because this 60-lap race is a reasonable chunk of the racing today in the 1,000 kilometers. So I think it's about 150 or so if we take, 6.2 kilometers times 60. Yeah, maybe 180. Yeah, 180-ish kilometers to go. My math is probably totally off, but
my calculator tells me 186 kilometers to go once they cross the line on the previous lap. So you're very close. It's very good maths off the top of your head.
We have the ballpark. It's plus or minus 180. That was the thing.
Yes.
That was
around that.
180 plus or minus 180. Or thereabouts, maybe. That's usually the answer on stream. Yes, half race distance. So, on that note, I have been told we're going to be getting some telemetry, so it's time for us.
Here we go.
Isaac, to have a little look at what people are actually doing. No more speculation from us. We get answers to our questions. That is below 50% fuel for Captain Muffin. No surprise there. Let's take a little look at Ridwan, though. He's at 50%. That's no surprise either, but Muffin has taken a lot less fuel than Ridwan, so it kind of explains the gap a little bit as well.
Yeah, so I think we can see that Ridwan is pushing harder than Aiden Holton in front of him. It also confirmed for me, Aiden Holton is carrying no damage.
Aiden Holton no damage, and so Ridwan is carrying front splitter damage.
Front splitter damage, so there you go. So he's doing... Oh yes, actually, I just noticed that gap has blown out to 11 seconds. So something has happened within the last couple laps for Ridwan to lose that much time to Captain Muffin. So we missed it. We've been obviously engrossed in something else, most likely how long was left to go in the race. But something has happened to the number 1 car, and he now finds himself a fair way back on Aiden Holden. I would suspect he will try and deal with this damage. It's only front splitter damage. I say only. It will have a massive aero effect on the car. It will hurt his straight line speed. It will hurt him in corners. But I would suspect he will try and live with it to get towards the end of this stint so that he can avoid having to 2-stop before the end. He will want to only get away with 1 more before the end. And I'm just looking at his previous lap, and it's a 2:01.8. So whatever happened, it happened on the previous lap.
Yeah, and it cost him all of that time. I think we do have to bear in mind as well the overall gap that the number 1 car that we're looking at right now for FR Racing have had in stint 1, 2, and 3, which has all been finishing the race somewhere between 15 and 30 seconds ahead of their competitors. So, yeah, it does maybe reduce the urgency of this situation that he's in right now. Doesn't obviously want to lose too much time. To Aiden Holton ahead, damage will be affecting this quite significantly there. There must have been an almighty crash because he's really damaged, and yeah, total brain fade from us. They would have, of course, come into the pits and repaired that early damage from the earlier squabble that they did have. And now that is, of course, a secondary incident. Let's continue looking around the grid because there's a bit of action back here for P3. Ando looks to have just made an overtake, I believe. Yes, just made an overtake on Nick Pautasso. So Ando finally putting the pedal to the metal and getting the power down on the tarmac. It's going to be a close one, though, between these two. We know that Nick does not want to be sitting in P4. He wants to be sitting in P2, but look at the damage. So not just an overtake, but an overtake as a result of the damage to Pautasso's car. The 32 in the wars once again.
It's not been a day where 32 and the walls of the mountain have agreed with each other. I think we've had a fair share of disagreements today. So it's frustrating for Nick Pautasso. I know he'll be trying to make it to the end of this stint again. He'll be similar to Ridwan in the sense that he just wants to get to the end of this stint so he can one stop and not have to stop again. If he stops now, he has to stop again before the end of the race. So it's all about mitigating the damage and reducing the impact that it has on him. I suspect maybe he will let Ando go here. He want to stay as close as he can to Ando, but he won't want to try and fight him too much. He'll just want to maybe save a bit of fuel for when he gets into the pit lane, and also benefit from his slipstream down the straight where he'll be lacking a bit of straight line speed with that damage on the front end of his car. So he's sticking with him fairly well across the top of the mountain here. So he definitely has a lot of pace in that car, does Nick Pautasso. He ran a little bit wide of McPhillamy, which hurt him, but he looks very strong, very comfortable down the hill, which is contrast to how that car's been pretty much all day down that hill. So he's doing a great job at the moment trying to stick with Ando, but I think the gap is just sort of becoming a little bit bigger now, as is that gap between Captain Muffin and Ridwan. So Ando finds himself in a brilliant third position, and he's pushing for a top 5 result overall in this one, which is, it's difficult because we want to try and bring you all where each car is in terms of the overall standings, but we're not really going to know until later tonight once the results are published, the unofficial results. So it's hard to tell at the moment, and in previous years gone by we've had the safety car implemented, which means that we've been able to sort of know where you finish is where you actually finish. Where you finish in stint 4 is where you finish in the race. But it's the first year that we've trialled this new system, and I think it's great because it means that there's less safety cars and we don't have to worry about the safety car procedure as much. And there's a lot of people that are new to Trackstars this season and would have to learn that procedure. And I think it's been really good in terms of just being able to go green the whole time. However, it does leave a bit of a question mark for everyone over their actual overall finishing result, and leaves you a bit on edge. You don't get that immediate satisfaction of crossing the line and knowing where you've finished. You have to sort of wait and see and hold your breath.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a trade-off, isn't it? But I can understand the complexities of running a safety car, especially in Gran Turismo 7, where things get all sorts of mixed up as a result of it. Then everyone has to be in the same PSN chat. And there are other platforms that have not inbuilt systems for it, but certainly make it a little bit easier to figure those things out and to implement systems like that. I think it's a very worthy thing to have tried. I'm actually sitting in a safety car in game at the moment, so if absolutely necessary, I can always jump out there. Maybe I'll jump out there for a bit of a botched drive or at the end when the switches back over to a practice session. But I think the format here of just go makes a lot of sense. Means you don't have to worry so much about the flag rules, and there's less complexities in getting people into the right order. How and when do people get the call for the safety car, and were they in the middle of an overtake, were they not, and all the discussions that come with it becomes very complicated very quickly. I just think that full racing like this is worth doing. I think at this point we can say that the number 1 car, it's FR Racing, have built enough of a gap that we'd probably be able to argue that they're. I don't want to give anyone any guarantees, because this is certainly not a guarantee, but from what I've seen so far, probably in the range of a minute to a minute and a half of distance in front of most competitors. That'll be getting cut into now by Aiden Holton. But I think it might also just show a slight lack of urgency from Ridwan. Done enough in the first 3 stints maybe to secure it. They're probably tracking the map a little bit closer than we are for their specific situation. But we shall see. It'll take, I don't know how long it'll take for Nick and the admin team to compile the results, but I don't imagine it'll be that long.
No, well, if I know Ridwan quite well. He's my team boss in another league, and I know he loves his stats. So if there's one person that's all over where they sit in this race, it is Ridwan. So he'll know what he has to do. He'll know what he has to do before the end, and I think it'd have to be something fairly drastic for them to lose this race. They put themselves in a brilliant position, and I'm just trying to see, because they did post earlier the endurance timekeeping, but I'm not sure how up to date that is. I was just going to check it out. So it has been updated since stint 3. So coming into stint 3, they had a 57-second gap over the 16 ITSFR racing car, and they had about a minute and a half gap to the CP Motorsports 232 car. So as it stood coming into this stint, we had ITSFR 1 and 2, so number 1 and number 16 were 1 and 2. We then had WTC Racing, the 787 car of Ando, in third place overall. So he's doing a great job at the moment to continue to secure that third place for him. The number 232 car in fourth for them coming into this stint, so they were sitting fourth overall coming into this one. And then WRT number 15 was fifth. So that was our top 5 coming into this race, and all cars seem to be having a fairly strong run so far, those guys. So I think that will most likely be what our top 5 looks like in some way, shape or form. Which car was that one? The CP Motorsports car was only a second off the 787 car, so the 232 wasn't that far behind 787, so I think that could be a position change late in this one. But yeah, definitely don't rule out those guys. And the 56 car was about 18 seconds off the back of the 15 car, so they're running well so far. It's great to see all our drivers getting and having a go. This has got the wipers going for L Hedges here.
Yeah, I've been wondering about this. why are they on? Maybe an electrical fault going on. Certainly no rain on the track, but I had a moment.
I was about to say, is he expecting some rain maybe before the end of this one? But I wouldn't think that there was any rain on the way. So we'll keep an eye on that as we continue on. But yeah, it looks fairly strong so far. The only car I can't see on this overall results board is, oh, there we go. That actually looks a lot better. There we go. Okay. I've just updated the gaps. I've updated the spreadsheet. It's actually 83 seconds between car 1 and car 232. So
wow,
fairly large gap between those cars, and that is 56 getting out of the way. And actually, I realised I've done the world's biggest blunder. I was looking at the Spa 500 results. I wasn't looking at the Bathurst 1000 results. So I was just reading out results, and I was reading out the complete wrong thing.
It's all right. We in the words of the great Murray Walker, we don't make predictions here. We make prophecies that turn out to be false. So you can read any numbers you want. We'll be forgiven.
We'll be forgiven. Well, in an update to that, car 1 was leading the way, obviously, and they had an 83-second gap to car 232, and then not all the numbers have been put in for stint 3 yet, so we're not exactly sure. I think there's a couple question marks over some cars and how far off they are to other cars, but we'll keep an eye out for that as we go.
Yeah, we do know the 232 car finished P2 in stint 3, and we know that the gap was about 18 seconds between the number 1 and the 232, so we can almost add 18 seconds to that, or thereabouts, and it'll be relatively accurate. So that's why I'm saying, Ridwan probably not too fussed about what's going on track right now with a 17-second gap, and Aiden Holton's just going to go, well, I'm in the lead of the race, I might as well show my stuff and absolutely go for it. Let's see what kind of gap we can pull over it and see how far we can reel in this car number 1 that has just been dominating round 9 here at Bathurst. Ando, so is it Ando and the 232? They're quite close in terms of their timing at the moment.
They're currently on the they sit 7th overall, so they're about they're a fair way off the lead. They're about 110 seconds off the leader. So they're actually sitting quite well at the moment. They could potentially find themselves definitely in the top 5, but possibly within the top 3 if things go their way. So Ridwan Ibn Hamza, he's in for another stop. So this will be, I would think, his final stop with 23 to go. It's a fairly early stop
early, yeah.
for him. So obviously he thinks he can fuel save and get away with it towards the end. I know he's very good with his fuel, but he's going to have to be very good to get 22 laps out of this tank of fuel. But obviously he thinks he can do it, and you never question Ridwan. So we'll let him do his thing and see where he ends up at the end. Big shout out to the PH Esports car as well, the number 84 entry. They're currently sitting inside the top 10 overall. So it's been a bit of an up and down day for these guys. They have not had some of the stint results that they wanted, but they find themselves well within that top 10. And I think they've done a brilliant job to come in as a wild card, a very last minute wild card as well. They only found out on, I believe it was Thursday morning, that this was 100% happening. They already had the livery ready to go, but discussions started very late for that wild card to happen, and they made it happen very quickly after the unfortunate withdrawal of the other MC Motorsport car. I believe it was 17. Was not able to make this round, and they weren't able to secure a co-driver for the other car, so they had to withdraw a car, which was not great news for them, but great news for the fact that we could get the wild cards coming here, and I think they've done a great job. Both drivers representing PH Esports in TS2 and running very well down there. So they've done a brilliant job to step up to the main game this weekend and put themselves out there as drivers that can compete when the conditions are suited. I think they've been a little bit unlucky in places, but it's another car that's running really well, the 117 car. They were 7th overall coming into this final stint, so a strong result for them as well. So the WTC cars have had fairly good races for them, especially after having a difficult first stint as well for both of those cars, and the 117 particularly a difficult second stint, finished 87 seconds off the lead. So they've done really well.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it's a tricky thing to sort of bring yourself back from the brink once the car and the race situation has gone so against you. It's hard to sort of regroup and refocus and go, well, I see there's a lot in other leagues, not naming anyone, any particular leagues or any particular platform, but there's a human instinct to go, oh well, what's the point? Why should we bother, sort of thing. And I think what the 117 and what the 787 have done at the moment is really show that it is worth staying in the race regardless. It is worth, even just for that feeling at the end. I always say this at the end of endurance races, everyone who gets to the finish line is a winner, because I think that's true. I think it really, whether you finish 1st, 5th, 30th, 60th in an endurance race, and I've done some big endurance races, 24-hour races, continuous racing as well with a team of 4 or 5 people. And do we have great results? No. But did we make it through the 24 hours? Yes, we did. So everyone here is going to have made it through the 1,000 kilometers. No mean feat at all. And he did also mention a few things around the real-life cars around here and where blue flags happen. Well, these are Group 2 cars. Incredibly quick, incredibly difficult to drive. A lot of precision required from everyone on the grid. So, when you're in that situation, you've exhausted all this energy and put everything into it. You just got to take some time to pat yourselves on the back, and I think that especially goes for the guys at PH. Latecomers to the situation, as Nick Pautasso does jump into the pits now. And coming in late to a race like this where everyone else has had a lot of time to prep, get ready, and then to suddenly jump in the car and go for it, especially in a field that's going to be, you're going to be blue flagged in, is a tough realization, I think, for any team, any driver out there. So to see them in there for the fun and enjoying themselves is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. And as you said, it's such a long time to be at 100% in these cars, and especially in this final stint. Like all these guys that are running in this stint now, we're 40 laps in. This is the longest race distance that most of them will have done all day, maybe give or take a lap, and they've still got another 20 laps to go. So we've still got the equivalent of the first stint left to go. So these guys are doing an extremely good job, because most of them will have done either the second stint or the third stint and this stint. So for Ridwan, he's double stinting. So he's done 100 laps in a row. Christopher Lashbrook here, he did the second stint and ran 41 laps in that stint, and now is running 60 laps in this stint. So he gets a little bit of a break between stints, but I know he was in the commentary box as well. So it's a little bit of a break, but it's not really a break, because he's still, he's in and he's up and he's moving and he's doing things, and he's
That's
still
right. That's
he's still
right.
keeping busy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate that point there. Commentary and broadcasting is hard yakka. You think they've got it tough out on track? You try come here in the commentary box. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding, of course.
Hardest thing I've done all day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sitting still, enjoying other people's misery and happiness vicariously. Yeah, nothing easy about that.
No, not at all. And I do think, like, props to yourself as well, George. You did the top 10 shootout yesterday, and you've been in the commentary box the entire day, not feeling particularly well. And I think it's a testament to you and the passion that you have for what you do, that you've been able to stick it out all day. And it's been good that some of us have been able to jump in and give insights, and also help you out by giving you a little bit of vocal rest, so that you're not just talking to yourself for 6 hours straight. I think I'd go insane talking to myself for that long. But no, it's been brilliant that you've been able to jump in. It's my first time commentating Trackstars. I've done a bit of commentary for other leagues, and I know a lot of these guys through those leagues. It's my first time commentating Trackstars, but it's been a really great experience to be able to share the commentary box with yourself, and just watch some great racing.
Yeah, likewise, mate, and I appreciate you guys so much for jumping in and helping me out. Yeah, feeling a little under the weather does not help with the longevity of being in a commentary box. So luckily it is sitting down and not worrying about what's going on circuit too much. You guys have made it a much easier load to bear, so I appreciate it. We'll be back, of course, for St. Croix next weekend, I believe it is. I might have to check my dates on that.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, thank you. Yes, 2 weeks. Good. Well, I think I'll be well by then. And it will be a very long stint in the commentary box. I've done worse, though. I won't tell you how many hours, because you'll probably think that I am insane. And I have got insane in the commentary box before. It's definitely happened. You go a little bit loopy when you get past the 12-hour mark. But I work in an organisation for commentators as well. And the guy who's in charge of that, he is the man that can go 24 hours straight with commentary. So there are some really crazy commentators out there, and I'm not in that category, but no, honestly, such a pleasure to be here at Trackstars as always. And thank you to yourself, Isaac, for jumping in, Nick and Chris as well. What an overtake we've just seen. Matt Dernedy, since we've digressed rather largely off the topic of the stream, it is Chris Lashbrook in the pits now on 1% of fuel. This will be his last pit stop of the race. Matt Dernedy is now in the lead of the race temporarily. He's going to have to come into the pits, so we've got this interweaving number of strategies, creating a bit of a tapestry. All those threads inevitably going to be woven back together towards the end of this. So Dernedy will probably be falling down to P5 or P6 at the very least. CP Motorsports 232 still in P2, gap to Ridwan, 20 seconds now. Wow. Isaac, so it's a big gap that he's pulled, and he's really going for it. I think he's good to the end as well. Same with Ridwan, same with Ando.
I certainly think he is. I think that overtake we saw between Dernedy and Aidan Holton was a bit of strategy. I think it was a bit of team orders there to say, our race is secure. We have 20 seconds to Ridwan behind us, so we're going to let you go, because that battle between Dernedy and Christopher Lashbrook is getting closer. It was only about 4 seconds before Lashbrook came into the pit lane, so it is getting closer. It is heating up, and you've got was this Patasso not too far behind Slapper's mate there, but also Lashbrook not too far behind Patasso. So this battle for the lower points of the podium, and also probably the top 5 in this race, is they're sort of converging on each other. These strategies, these alternate strategies we've seen early on in this race that spread cars out a fair bit have worked out, hopefully, well, have worked out how I hoped they would, in that they've brought everyone a little bit closer together on slightly different strategies. So Lashbrook now has a lot fresher tyres than the cars in front of him. Danetti will come in and have fresher tyres than all those in front of him, and slightly fresher tyres than that of Apex, Lashbrook, I should say. So this is going to be interesting to watch, because the 117 car, obviously teammates with Ando in the 787 car, so they get to play the team game a little bit here, and how much are they going to hold up Picasso? So that gap is blown out a bit as well. 13 seconds now, but he will try and probably play the team game here a bit and try and push Spud back into the clutches of the XFR racing car behind.
Well, the great thing is he's got plenty of fuel to do that, so he's got a few laps. As long as he can survive the straights, gets through, you know, up Mountain Straight, gets into the hill, up and down, there won't be an opportunity for Nick Pautasso to make any moves despite his better grip, despite more fuel in the car. So it's really going to be critical couple of corners. The chase going to be critical. Murray's Bend going to be critical. Hell Corner going to be critical. And the rest of it probably doesn't need to worry too much. Don't want to be backing up Nick by any means, but every time you get a car running in the dirty air, you're going to be compromising them, as we've seen throughout this race. There's no need to fuel save at this stage with another 18 laps to go, so everyone should be good to go on fuel, except for those obviously who need to come into pit at least one more time. But yeah, I think the team game now is a really, really key thing to be thinking about. I'm sure Ando will be on the radio saying, hey, look, you know, just if you just in case, yeah, just slow him down a bit, just run in the dirty air. And you can already see the gap has opened up a little bit just as we come up the hill. So I wonder if Nick's just maybe thinking, okay, well, if I don't get him here, I need to make sure I'm not running in dirty air and making potentially a silly mistake or something happening in the dirty air where the car suddenly snaps. We actually saw a really good example of that dirty air effect in Formula 1. I really liked how you described the Group 2 cars. They are basically Group 3 cars, but with F1 aero. We saw this actually happen to George Russell in the sprint race. He was trying to tuck under the wing of a certain McLaren, and the McLaren sat right in the middle of the road to give him a little bit of clean air. And then as George Russell's car moved through to the middle of the corner, suddenly he got into the dirty air, and the downforce changed rapidly on the car. And you can get a similar effect happening here as well with some of these cars. That dirty air is just nasty to deal with.
It is. It's very nasty. You can feel it as well. As soon as you're close to a car, the mountain especially, where it's supposed to be flat out, you'll find yourself having to lift and coast a little bit because you can just feel the understeer, and the wind direction as well wouldn't help them too much. It might actually be in their advantage because it's currently sort of pushing them towards the apex of the corner across the top, so it might actually be a little bit helpful for them at the moment, especially through Salmon Park and the Great. But yeah, that dirty air does not help at all, and that will be something that Nick Pautasso is thinking of. He'll be saying, I don't want to get too close, I've got a little bit of breathing room to Lashbrook behind me. And he also, I would say, knows that it won't be too much longer before this car in front of him comes in and he'll be in clean air. So he'll take this time to sort of just not rush too much, not get ahead of himself, not make any silly mistakes. And he will, because he knows that this car will get out of his way eventually. So as long as it doesn't hurt him too much.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like a couple of laps. This lap, maybe one more, based on the amount of fuel currently sitting in Slapper's car. But the tyres combined with that, they're not actually in too bad a shape. I have to admit, Slapper's doing not a bad job with the racing medium tyres, keeping them pretty well alive deep into a stint. I don't know how much he refueled, but might have not been a massive amount. Either way, the tyres looking relatively healthy. Oh, it's a snap for Nick Pautasso. Wow.
He's done well to catch that.
Yeah, he has. Well, he's got the... See where the wind's coming across. So as soon as you get in past the initial midpoint of the apex in Forest Elbow, suddenly that wind's catching your rear wing and pushing you forward. That might have just caught him out ever so slightly. This is the complexities with the wind, where it sits across the track, and it does make a huge impact for anyone who's driven the X2019 or F1 style cars in Gran Turismo 7. You'll know for a fact that you need to be very, very aware of how much wind there is and in what direction, because it it changes the feel of the car entirely. You have to drive the circuit differently. Slappers does come in this lap, so he could have run another lap, but obviously didn't see the point in doing so. Maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable with the setup. 15 laps, or 16 technically, 16 laps remaining. Ando, gap between him and Patasso, 13 seconds. That's a lot of work to do, but 16 laps, it's possible.
It's very possible. I think Slappers knew that he'd done his job. He held up Patasso for a little while, and he probably just put Ando in a position to hold on to what will be potentially P3 once Danetti comes in. So he has got the fast lap of the race as well, Danetti, so he is quick out there at the moment. He's got a lot of pace. Those CP Motorsports cars are fast, and we've seen that throughout every single stint so far, that they're able to just fly through the field. But the 787 car with Scott behind the wheel is doing a brilliant job, and there's 12.5 seconds. We'll have to see if and how much gap that Patasso can pull out of Ando at the moment, but for now it's sitting fairly strong at 2.6, between 2.6 2.7, so fairly stable gap at the moment. And I think with 15 to go when they come across the line, I don't see that changing unless he's taking about a second a lap out of him. But what I am looking at is about a 5-second gap between Ando and Ridwan. So my question now becomes, is there a bit of a pace difference between Ridwan and Ando, and is it in Ando's favour? Because that gap is staying sort of stable at the moment. It's sitting around 5.7. He's done a 54 on the last lap, Ridwan, so not the quickest last lap. He was fast on his previous 2 laps in the 52s, 52.2 and a 52.6, and Ando's done consistent 53, so he's gained a bit of time on him on the previous lap, so maybe a mistake somewhere from Ridwan. We've seen him come a little bit undone in this race, and I think that is driver fatigue starting to take effect, double stinting and over 18 laps now. It's starting to take a hold of him.
Yeah, we've got to remember that Guy Barbara, who was running, consistently in the low 52s and setting some 51s as fastest laps in stint 1, stint 2, only did 60 laps. So, not a lot compared to what Ridwan has managed to do. 100 laps here at Bathurst is really, really tricky. Such hard yakka, so I take my hat off to him. And luckily for them, they must have strategized this. They must have thought to themselves, okay, look, stint 1, short, let's just build a big gap. Stint 2, shortish, build a big gap. Stint 3, build a gap-ish. Stint 4, we should have won by then. And if they weren't thinking that, then, that certainly has ended up being the reality of their race. So Ridwan just probably, is feeling that exhaustion. I imagine a lot of drivers are feeling that exhaustion now. Especially with the sun coming down. I've always felt this. I don't know if it's just me. Whenever I drive racing games and it starts to go to sunset, I start to fall asleep.
Yeah, it's very much like that, isn't it? The sun starts to go down, and as you said earlier, your body clock starts to sort of go, oh, it's time for bed. And I think the other thing we've got to watch for as well as the sun goes down is that the grip will fade away as well.
Yeah.
It's everyone says it's a game, it's not real life, but it is fairly realistic, Gran Turismo. And as the sun starts to go down, that track surface will cool and the grip will start to fall away from these guys, so we could potentially see a lot more mistakes. But what I will say with Ridwan was I'm surprised at the strategy that they went with, running double stint for both drivers, with Guy Barbara doing stint 1 and stint 2, and then stint 3 and stint 4 for Ridwan. I thought at least they would have alternated like most people did. They probably wanted to do something a little bit different, but I'm also surprised that maybe one driver didn't do stint 1 and stint 4 in the middle, and the other one do stint 2 and stint 3, just to even it up a little bit more. I know Ridwan loves his racing and he wants to race as much as he can, but you've got to be feeling it at this point. 87 laps behind the wheel in a row. You've got to be getting tired, and as you mentioned, with the sun going down, it's going to be hitting him even more. Like you're coming into this part of the track now, and it's just really long shadows. It's just starting to get really dark.
Exactly. I mean, in the words of Samwise Gamgee, share the load. So the proverbial Frodo on the track around Ridwan and Guy Barber are not listening to the advice of their colleague in Samwise Gamgee. You can tell that the commentary box is starting to lose its marbles, or certainly I am, with the quotes that are coming in. But yeah, sharing the load, super important. I mean, you know, in 12 or 24-hour races, you just can't get away with doing more than 2 hours. You know, you can double stint it for a 2-hour stint. That's usually okay. If you're doing 3 hours, man, oh man, it's just, you just get exhausted and you start to make mistakes so quickly. Some of the best drivers in the world, of course, are pretty used to that. So they're able to find that focus and whatever it is, whatever mechanism they use to just hone in on what they're doing, and they probably not even really that conscious about what they're doing on track. They're just so in the muscle memory. So there are ways to do it, but yeah, you know, I've seen drivers do 8 hours in a row, and I've done 12 hours in a row for charity. I can tell you, I wasn't driving particularly well by the end, or even by a quarter way through. It just starts to weigh on you massively. So, especially at a track like this, Panorama,
Oh yeah, he would be exhausted by the time this stint finishes. Ridwan will have been in the car for over 3 hours, well over 3 hours at that, because the first stint that he did, the last stint was about 3 hours and 15 minutes before he crossed the sorry, an hour and 15 minutes before he crossed the line, and this is going to be almost 2 hours. So he will have done over 3 hours in the car, and as you said, it's a long time to be in the car in a row by any stretch of the mean for any driver. And as you said, there's drivers that have done longer. They've done 8 hours. You yourself, you know, you've done 12 hours. But there is a point where you start to feel it. And I feel like getting to that 2 hour, 2.5 hour mark, that's when you really start to feel it. And he will really be feeling it. And he's not showing it. He was fastest in the first sector. We'll see what his split is like this time around. But he was the fastest car in the first sector. And he has been pretty much all day. He's been the quickest car in the first sector. He's up slightly on his best time now. Only 3 thousandths of a second up on his best time. So he's still quick. He's still got a lot of pace in that car. A little bit of a slide coming out of the exit of the chase. Slight touch of the dirt there, but that will not shake his nerves, I know for a fact. He will still be eyes of steel. He won't let that affect him. But yeah, a little bit sideways, which I think is a sign of the exhaustion starting to creep in for Ridwan here with 12 to go in this race.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, it's the thing is with an 8-second gap is that with an 8-second gap, kind of think, not necessarily Ridwan himself, I'm sure he's well aware of this, but the general as he goes purple yet again. So still pushing like crazy. Sometimes actually, I have to admit, sometimes a good way to wake yourself up is actually just to keep on trying to go faster. But there is a break-even point on that, where suddenly you're having a massive accident, which is why I want to make the point that while 8 seconds looks like a bit of a hill to climb for Andrew Scott, 8 seconds is a reasonably small tap on the barrier and a bit of a loop-to-loop, 1.360, and that gap is 0. And suddenly you're finding yourself behind. Even a 15-second gap, by the way, Ridwan is taking a lot of time out of Captain Muffin, who's got enough fuel to get back, but I think he might be going a little bit conservatively now as well, running in the low 53s for the most part. A couple of 52.9s in there as well.
Yeah,
but
I think he knows that they're not gonna beat the number one car. I think that is, unless something drastic happens, they're not going to beat that number one car today, and they know that this will be a very strong result for them overall. Josh Green, I know, will be looking to that championship, and you know, he'll be with one more endurance round to go, and then a few rounds to go after that. He'll be looking at, you know, that overall championship and trying to take away that trophy from Ridwan, as I think since Atlanta he's sort of realized that, you know, I could actually do this if I keep my nose clean. And they had a bit of a difficult race at Spa, but they bounced back in this race quite well, the two of them. They work really well together. They're very similar in terms of pace, these drivers, and they're both very quick. And Danetti up into 4th place as well, so that longer running meant that he could underfuel and has served him well. So both CP cars have had a great run in this last stint. Nick Partasso in 5th for the time being. He is about 1.7 seconds off Danetti, so up into 5th for him. So better than where he started.
Yep, it certainly is. I do want to call attention to the fact that Danetti, despite having run, you know, I would say relatively slower than Partasso at the beginning of the race, has found his legs massively. Got the fastest lap on lap 42, running in the low or to the mid 52s at the moment. got fresh tyres and more fuel than Nick Pautasso. So this could be the end of the road in terms of positions gained by Nick Pautasso and the 32 car. Might not be anything further up the road that he can really contend with. Already 2/10 being taken out of or put into the gap between Donetti and himself. So this could be the end of the road for Nick Pautasso's run, and it's been an incredible charge. Got to bear in mind he started in P13. I don't need to remind you of that, of course, but it's a big charge through the field. Got up to P6 before lap 1 had ended. Oh, really getting a little squirrely through there. So I think he sees that he can, if he could just go fast, he could catch up with Donetti, because I do believe Nick's got more latent pace in the Lexus than Donetti does in that GTR, but he can't extract it because the tyres are running away from him, and he might not even have the fuel to kind of fully capitalise on his situation right now, which is it'll be gutting for Nick Pautasso to have a car literally right in front of you, but completely uncatchable potentially.
Yeah, and I think Nick will know that, and he'll know that he can still see that that CP Motorsports car, but he is a fair way up the road, and he has got a lot more pace, as you said. He's got a lot better tyre life. He pitted later, so he's a lot better on fuel and tyres, and I think he's done a great job. Donetti's done a great job. He was behind Christopher Lashbrook for most of this race and running behind them, and that was a battle we were talking earlier about shaping up later into this race. We were going to have both CP cars and both FR cars battling one or another at some stage in this race, but he's done brilliant to put himself up into 4th place, and Ando as well up into 3rd in the 787 car. So there's been some really strong drives in this race, especially from some of the drivers that started down the order. Nick Pautasso has done a great job to come back up to 5th after starting 13th, as you mentioned. On lap 1 he was up to, say, 6th. That's about 8 places in one lap, which is ridiculous amount of overtaking in the first lap. But this has been a great drive as well from Christopher Lashbrook to come back up to 6th. It's been a tough day for this car. They started 2nd on the grids, and it didn't go their way in the first stint, and then Lashbrook had a brilliant 2nd stint, and it's just sort of ebbed and flowed for them. And as we've discussed many times, the mountain, it's a fickle beast. It can absolutely reward you, or it can absolutely bite you, and it's gone both ways for the FR boys today. It's absolutely rewarded the number 1 car, and it's absolutely bit the sister car with Christopher Lashbrook behind the wheel. But we have, what do we got? 9 laps to go after this one. El Sandwith is currently in 7th as well, so it's been a great result for those guys as well in the number 15 car, in the WTC, I believe it's WTC Motorsports car. They've done a really good job. They went a lap down at the start of this one, obviously with the disconnect at the start of the first race. Unfortunately, that was a bit of a mess, that one, and he just flashes the hazard light to say thank you to the 84 car for getting out of the way. There's another car behind that, but I also believe they are a lap down. They are most likely battling position. That is Cristale, and I can't see that is not Cristale, sorry, that is the other car. Looks very similar colours to that of the MSR cars, but that is Vert Wheeler in the 56 KPL car. Battling for 13th spot in this field, so pushing him up the hill. Really, this is very, very aggressive driving here. Not aggressive, but very racy driving, I should say, from the 56 to try and hurry up L Hedges here to get him to get a move on. They've done a great job, the wildcard drivers today, and with what we got now, they're on lap 49, so they're a couple of laps down on our leaders with a few to go here, but they're still battling it out, battling for sheep stations, as some would say.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's nonetheless battling for the pride of finishing the 1,000-kilometer race, whether there's sheep or kangaroos or drop bears involved. It is a fantastic drive by these chaps and really, really tough. We saw the 56 earlier in this race with damaged front, rear, left, right, up, down, everywhere, and no tyres to speak of, and they've been having a real struggle here. Hand in hand, of course, with Hoon Corp here for the KPL team, but it's a tricky day. Tricky day out for those, but I think if I was to choose a word to sum up the efforts from those on the grid today, it'd be stoicism, I think, because that's what you need at a place like this. That's what you need in 1,000 kilometers. You need to be stoic, you need to hang in there. That's what they've done very, very nicely. And I think with now, I think it's about 8 laps to go for the leaders. I think it's time for us to take a quick stock take of where everyone's at. Since we're at the back of the grid, let's go up the grid. So it is, of course, Vert Wheeler in the number 56, I believe it is, KPL car. Then, of course, our Wildcat entry. I think you said aggressive driving or racy driving. I think some might argue that's teamwork, but oh, no, it's not, because it's an overtake in progress. So it's definitely not teamwork anymore. Unlapping himself. We've got a couple of laps to go. Oh, this is great racing, actually. You know what?
Oh, he's in the wall.
He's in the wall. I think this is just this is evidence that they're here to have a bit of fun at the end of this race. They know they're not in it to win it, so yeah, close enough on pace and on track. Why not go for it?
I believe Vert Wheeler is actually a lap down on El Hedges here. So
he's on
he's actually
lap 51. Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually a lap down on the car that he's battling for 13th place. So even making this overtake will yield no actual positional result for him. But they're still going for it, and it's great. It's a great piece of racing.
Have some fun. Why not? It's the time to do it. They might have 8 or 9 laps left, but there's certainly not that left for the leaders. Up at P12, it is the 964 car. Again, a day to really forget. They had a few brief moments of excitement, but unfortunately most of it overshadowed by some mistakes, by some accidents and unavoidable things that they ended up mixed in too, which is unlucky, but again, probably had a pretty good day in the car overall. They've got to the end. Then, of course, the 44 car, who we thought we might see a little bit further up the grid, might be doing better in the timings that we're seeing in terms of results right now. Did start off stint 3 with an excellent bit of work for them, and stint 2 as well, actually. So some really good work by both their drivers today for KPL 44. Then it is Federico Crestale. And again, mixed bag. Really has been a mixed bag for a lot of teams out there. The number 5 car certainly falling into that category. But again, in a good position to finish out this race with maybe a bit of action with the 44 car behind, so they'll have a bit of fun as we head towards the end of this race. The number 7, though, wow, what a day to forget for Chris North and Ian Ward. It's just been, you know, I think they're incredibly quick. We know that. They're a good team. They know what they're doing. They set up their strategy. They got everything going. And boy, oh boy, they've just ended up in the barriers, in the rough stuff, and just not having a great time, unfortunately, including getting hit with a glitch in the previous stint.
Oh, did they?
They did.
Wasn't aware of that.
So they ended up a full lap down after turn 1. The game glitched their car at the start, and they ended up essentially -1 lap. So Chris and Nick had to track their car based on its track position a lap ahead for the entire race. They did actually finish 8th, but we're running in 11th the entire time. Yeah,
wow. There you go. I didn't realise that. That is a very unfortunate glitch for those guys. They've sort of just been plagued by unfortunate dramas the entire day. They had obviously the fuel for Ward in the first race, and then Mitch Curry in the second stint getting that diffuser damage, which brought them undone. And then obviously in that last stint as well, as you mentioned, coming on a bit undone with the glitch, and just hasn't been the day for these guys. They've just not been able to catch a break, and I think they'll be very glad for this race to be done and look forwards and get preparations underway for St. Croix in 2 weeks' time. But it's still been a brilliant result regardless. They also had a bit of an unfortunate result at Spa with Did Ward with a disconnect, which meant that he was placed a lap down overall in the lobby, which was frustrating for him for sure, and so he would have been hoping for a better result out of both of these endurance races. And he's a great racer, and he's got a lot of pace, so I have no doubt that we'll see them bounce back in 2 weeks' time at St. Croix.
For sure, yeah. And I have seen it in chat. Empty Sim Racing writing a message and then redacting it immediately. I did actually catch a glimpse of it. They have had an interesting day, is what he says now. So definitely playing the PR game there just a little bit, which is fair enough. But I think we all understand we understand the sentiment there from MC Sim Racing. It's been a tough day out, but you've got to keep in mind you guys have raced incredibly hard in a very hard situation. So honestly, you've got to pat yourselves on the back at the end of this one, regardless. Then of course the 117 car up P8. Not really in contention to move up a position, so likely to be finishing exactly where they are. Again, the 117, ups and downs, a little bit here and there. Wade Von Duve, right at the start, stint 1, it all kind of went backwards. Won't recall that any longer, just to spare your emotional damage, Isaac. So rapidly moving on to the number 15.
Another one that was unfortunately affected at the start of stint 1 as well, and that led to their disconnect, which put these guys on the back foot all day.
Exactly,
as well,
yeah.
these guys. But they've done a brilliant job.
Well, that's it. And they've had their recovery drive. They've done that well in stint 2, stint 3, as have a lot of the teams at the end of the day, including the 32, including the 5. So everyone's had their ups and downs. And this is the beautiful thing about racing in endurance, is you're not guaranteed a perfect race. No such thing. Doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale. Never seen it happen. It never will happen. I've commentated, been very fortunate to commentate on some of the biggest ACC leagues in the world, and yeah, I've seen the best drivers in the world go and absolutely muck things up when they didn't need to be doing anything unnecessary. They've gone and made their mistakes. That's just the nature of endurance racing. So it's just who gets fewer fewer downs than ups throughout the race. That's really what it counts for. But yeah, LJ it's been a tricky day for them, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been a very tricky day. Another car that's been a tricky day for is the 32 with Patasso and myself behind the wheel. Hasn't gone our way, and I feel like that's probably more me than it has been Patasso today. He's done a brilliant job behind the wheel, and every time he's gotten behind the wheel of his car, he's been absolutely stellar. He's had a little bit of a tough stint in his final stint, but as we said, it's a very long time to be behind the wheel of a car, 60 laps, and he's done a great job to get this car back up into P6, with now losing that position as well. At some point, we've missed that to Christopher Lashbrook as well, who now finds himself up into P5. There's quite a few tales of woe up and down this field, because I'm also looking at 5th place with Christopher Lashbrook and Jarman Dallitz, I believe it is the other driver in that car, and they've also had a difficult day as well. They started second, and it's just been up and down for them as well. They've had a very difficult run, but he's had a great run in this, great result in this final race so far, sitting in 5th after that early stop and running the alternate strategy, which we questioned at the start of this race, but he's proved my doubts wrong and shown me that it actually will work a lot better than I thought it was going to, and he's done really well to get himself up into 5th. Another car that's done the same thing is this car with Danetti behind the wheel. He's done a brilliant job I can't quite catch the car number of that car, but 12, there you go. So the number 12 car, the 12 CP Motorsports car, has done a brilliant job to also run that alternate strategy, and he's just made it work. These guys have had another up and down day. I feel the only cars that have, I feel like the only car that's really not had an up and down day is the 787 and the number 1 car. I feel like even the 232 car has been up and down with damage at the start of stints and having to fight back and come back through. I feel like almost every single car has some form of tale of woe that has befallen them at some point today.
That's right. Well, as we've been doing our little grid walk, we've got a few cars still to go, just to recount all the stories for each car and their ups and their downs. I do want to note that Ando may be having a down in a few moments here, because he's in 3rd place right now. But this man right here has just done a 51.836, fastest lap of the race to Matt Dernetti. In 2 corners, he's taken a 10th and a half, nearly 2 tenths out of Ando. And I don't think Ando is going to have the legs to hold off what seems to be a missile approaching him from the rear. 1/1000th of a second purple in Sector 1. Dernetti is going for it. We had Matt Campbell in the car in previous stints. He had a an issue with connection in stint 3. Stint 1 turned out to be a bit of a disaster for them as well. No, sorry, stint 1 was Derner D, who got up to P3, so it was a good start for them. Stint 2, Matt Campbell, didn't go so well for them. Stint 3 was a problem for them as well. I think it was a double stint for Matt Campbell, and now Matt Derner D back in the car. And he is descending on Ando. I don't even think I've got the words to describe it.
He is flying. There is absolutely no fear in this man at the moment. He has got the eyes on, he's locked in, and we're going to get some action with, what, 2 laps to go after this, 2.5 laps to go. We're going to get some action. We're going to get some racing action for the back end of this podium. He's got about 9/10 of a second between himself and Ando, and the straight line speed of this Nissan will come into effect. How much can he close up as we run down Conrod towards the chase? It's going to be a question of when, not if, I would say, for the number 12 car. And Ando will be looking in his mirrors right now going, where is he? Where is he? How far away is he? He'll be trying to keep his eyes forward, but in these sort of situations, when they're this close, 5/10, look how much he's closed just in the space of a straight and 2 corners. You can't help but look behind you and wonder where are they and when they're going to send the move. Like you can see he's shaping it up. Like if he gets a good run out of this if he gets a good run out of this first corner, I can see him making the move up into Griffins.
Oh, and he has done. So this could be very close as we head up the hill. I think Ando might be not fuel saving, but he's not fully shifting out the car at the moment. He's got just enough fuel for 2 laps. And he is short shifting the car. This is going to mean Donetti's going to have an opportunity up the inside. He's going to take it. Oh, so deep in the braking zone.
Way too deep.
Way too deep. Oh dear, Donetti. And he's ruined the front aero of the car as well. Well, we were expecting some racing action, but we weren't expecting it to finish like that. Just a little bit too much. He had 2 laps to get this done. Way too eager. And that damage is going to cost him that pace that he's had. Might still have some of it, but boy, he's got to drive even harder now.
Yeah, and I think 15 seconds to the other ITFR car behind him. That is a fair gap. So unless there is a massive pace difference here in how fast he can go with this damage, which I don't think there will be, he's lost 3 seconds on that lap, this lap, but most of that will have been from contact with the wall. But as you said, 2 laps to go. There was plenty of time to do it. We know how fast his car is in a straight line. He would have been able to definitely make the move done down Conrod into the chase, I would say. So I think it was just a question of patience for Donetti and needing to have patience. And I think this is his first Enduro with Trackstars. It's his first season of Trackstars in general. And I think that is something that is a bit of a learning curve for all of us new drivers. Just having the patience of these more experienced guys, these guys that have done this all before, that have been here many times, that know they just need to bide their time and not do anything silly until they need to, really. And yeah, back out to 2.1 seconds down. I don't see that gap coming back down with 1 to go now as we enter the final lap. So I might hand it over to you now, George, and you can bring us home.
Oh, rightio. Here we go. It is the final lap. Muffin is going to be coming up the hill at the moment. I do want to make a quick little story. A little story for the end of this race.
Great time.
Yeah, perfect story time. Exactly right. Well, I get the feeling that the problem with that overtake there is that is something that I've seen before between both of these same drivers in a different league, in a different class of car. Mark Donetti just being a little bit too eager to get past Ando and leaving Ando to essentially drive on, chuckling his way to, in that case, what was a victory. Andrew Scott, though, absolutely rates Donetti as a driver. Donetti's got unbelievable pace. You'll see that right now in this lap as it's going, the fastest lap going to Donetti. He has got all the talent there. If you combined Andrew Scott and Mark Donetti in terms of experience and speed, you'd have a monster, an absolute monster. In the meantime, it is going to be Captain Muffin, that's Aidan Holton, CP Motorsport 232 car, bringing it home in their Nissan GT500 GTR. What a race they've had. Gap has started to get a little bit closer back to Rid 1, but I don't think Rid 1's stressing about that. I don't think Aidan Holton's stressing about that. They've had a fantastic race. They're running low on fuel right at the end of this race. 1 corner to go, Murray's Bend. It's the final corner of 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers ticks over, 1,000.2, and we are done. That is 60 laps out of 60 laps completed for part 4. Grid 1 will be here in P2 at the end of stint 4. Again, results pending calculation by the admin team to determine the overall winner of this Bathurst 1000. What a drive from P1. What a drive from P2. Nearly unflappable right to that last stint. Andrew Scott holds on to P3. A well-deserved podium there for a calm, cool and collected head out on track. Then Mark Dernedy. What a speedster he is. 51.8. That is Guy Barbara level speed. Really impressive to see him show his talent out on track. Got a good result in stint 1, a good result in stint 4, mixed bag in stints 2 and 3. And then, of course, the formerly P2 starting car on the 95. It's FR Racing, and a bit of commiserations to them for this one. But what a fight back from them throughout this race. The number 32 as well, yourself, Isaac, and Nick Pautasso. Such a good job for Mash Spuds Racing in that 32 Lexus RCF GT500. It's a beautiful car, it's a beautiful livery, a couple of great chaps in the car, and some great racing done by both. Then, of course, Les Sandwith in the number 15, another comeback story from them. Slapper's Mate will finish in P8 in stint 4. Then it is Ian Ward across the line to take the checkered flag in P8. See Sim Racing maybe trying to forget this race, but I encourage them to remember the good times because they've had many of them in the last 1,000 kilometers of racing. Federico Crestali doing a lot of heavy lifting for the number 5 car here today, and he's brought it home in a good position in stint 4 with a little bit of fuel left on board. And then it is Justin Ladaway, the KPL 44 team, doing such a great job today, and a few really good results on the back of what's been an incredible day for them in KPL. 2 cars across the line, and a successful story for them to take home and enjoy over a cold beer. Night Walker in the 964 in P12. We'll look at the rest of the results in just a moment time. What a race. Provisional results will be available, of course, on the Trackstars Discord, so go and make sure you double check over there. I'm sure Nick and Ridwan and a few of the other admins are busy getting into their spreadsheets, or maybe they're going to crack open a beer first. I'm not sure. You might expect the results to be a little bit delayed. P13, of course, to Sergeant Boller in the wildcard entry, the PH car. Beautiful livery. Great work by them at such short notice to jump in to this Bathurst 1000 and round out our 14-person grid. Wirt Wheeler in the 56 KPL car in 14th place for this, 3 laps down, but not 3 laps unhappy because they have done so well. What an unbelievable race. Isaac, you've done incredibly as well in the commentary box, helping me out. Chris Lashbrook and Nick Pautasso as well. Been a long stint here, as it has been for all our viewers on YouTube, on the Trackstars YouTube channel. Make sure you give us a like and a follow and a subscribe and all those things that we usually ask people to do. And I've run out of words. That's going to be basically it from me.
No, it's been absolutely brilliant. Well done to all of our drivers. I think the celebration from Ridwan across the line there, he knows that that is the overall victory for him, but we'll obviously wait until we see the official results. But yes, well done to all our drivers. Well done to yourself, George. That was absolutely brilliant masterclass in commentary from you, and to Nick Pautasso and Christopher Lashbrook for jumping in the commentary box as well. It's been great to have all of this come to us throughout the day live on the channel, to everyone that watched as well, and jumped in the chat and said g'day and had a bit of a yarn with us. It was really good to put up with our dribble. It's been a brilliant experience, and can't wait to do it all again in 2 weeks' time when we head to St. Croix for the St. Croix 1000.
Absolutely. And we thought this was a long one. Well, St. Croix is going to be even longer. Got a few more corners in there, longer track distance as well. But we are also looking forward to round 10 of the Trackstar Touring Cars as the GT500 class continues here at Trackstars Racing. Of course, remember, 10th anniversary for Trackstars Racing Series 2014 to 2024. I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot more about that both next week and in future from Nick Pautasso and the rest of the admins and series managers here at Trackstars. Get involved. You can go to the Discord. You can just search up in Discord, Trackstars Racing Series. Links are available on the YouTube channel as well. Get involved because this racing is absolutely awesome. Huge calendar of racing, TS2, TS3, all to return in future. And Nick and the team do such a great job in the background. It is absolutely incredible. So well done to everyone who's driven today, all the teams, all the drivers, all the commentators, all the admins and all the stewards for the work that they're inevitably going to have to put in after the fact. So well done and congratulations. I think we're going to leave it there, Isaac. It's been a fantastic evening of racing. Thank you so much for jumping in and doing some really epic analytics and commentary as well, side by side with me. It's been absolutely fantastic. Let us know in chat if you've got a sort of favorite of the day, favorite story. Keep that conversation going. I'm sure it will be continuing on the Discord in the background as well. Pleasure bringing you the broadcast. Just over 7 hours, Isaac. So a long run today,
Wow.
but one that's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely been a whole heap of fun. 7 hours, well over 6 hours of racing. So it's been brilliant.
Certainly has. Fantastic. Thank you all in chat. We're going to leave it there. So take care of yourselves. Go and get a well-earned sim racing beer. And we will see you all in 2 weeks' time. For St. Croix Sears, we head towards round 9 and a very long race in a couple of weeks. So take care. Thank you all so much. And we will see you for the next one.